Dark Chronicle Long Live the Queen by Megaspartan23. Disclaimer: the author of this story does not own Dark Cloud, Dark Chronicle, or any of the characters associated with the series. Sony Computer Entertainment owns the Dark Cloud franchise, which Level 5 created. This fanfiction has been written purely for entertainment purposes, with no intention of infringement. All rights to the Dark Cloud games and their characters belong to their respective owners. The voice used in this production was created using Elevenlabs voice synthesis. The original voice actor provided full permission for the use of their voice and was appropriately compensated for their contribution. All rights have been secured, and the use of this voice complies with ethical and legal standards. Chapter 1. Going Home. Following the vanquishing of the Dark Element and the destruction of the Star of Oblivion at the redemption-driven hands of Cyrus, once known as Emperor Griffin, Monica was drawn inexorably back to her time. Duty called her home, summoning her to rule the kingdom she had never expected to inherit. Her father had been taken from her by the treacherous Gaspar, and with his death the crown had fallen, unwilling and heavy, upon her head. By law and tradition, Monica was now queen, and a coronation awaited her. Yet she chose to postpone the ceremony, deciding it would mean more if held after her return, when her heart and mind were no longer divided by war, loss, and unfinished farewells. As the mobile flying fortress Pasnos sliced through the skies, bringing her ever closer to home, she stood alone on its balcony. A swell of joy rose within her at the thought of seeing her kingdom again. The familiar lands, the people who needed her. But it was softened by a quiet, persistent ache. She still owed Max a farewell. Apart from Tren, he was the only other person she could truly call a friend. The knowledge weighed heavily on her, even as she took comfort in the certainty that Tren would be waiting for her, and that reunion promised a small balm for her aching heart. Monica held no illusions about the smiles and polite warmth of the nobles who surrounded her. The lords and ladies, who now greeted her as a friend, did so with carefully measured words and practiced courtesy, eager to secure favour as her ascension to the throne drew ever closer. Their intentions became clearer with each passing day. And so, in a world thick with ambition and hidden agendas, Max and Tren remained singular, precious, untainted. They were the only ones she could name without hesitation as her true friends. Jewels she guarded closely as she prepared to step into the lonely weight of the crown. Monica could vividly recall the times when the sons of nobility had vied for her affection. Their polished smiles and courteous words had never fooled her. She had always known their interest lay not in her as a person, but in the advantage of binding their family names to the royal bloodline through marriage. Each gesture, no matter how gallant it appeared on the surface, carried the unmistakable weight of ambition. Max, by contrast, was entirely different. Though he was the son of a successful entrepreneur and wanted for little, he showed a genuine fondness for the straightforward companionship of common folk, and an unmistakable longing for a quieter, simpler life. He wore his privilege lightly, never allowing it to define him or dictate how he treated others. More important than his background, Max had always treated Monica as an equal. During their shared adventures, he never bowed, postured, or spoke to her as though she were something fragile or untouchable. To him, she was simply Monica, capable, brave, and deserving of respect. It was a quality she cherished more deeply than she ever admitted aloud. Max demonstrated her undeniable respect by risking everything to save her from the perilous depths of Mount Gundor. Without hesitation, he had ventured into its jagged crevices, driven not by duty, reward, or expectation, but by genuine concern for her safety. The sincerity of that act was not lost on Monica, and it lingered in her heart long after the danger had passed. Elena soon departed from the Pasnos main bridge, carefully carrying a small box in her arms. As she approached, her gaze was drawn to Monica's anxious silhouette, leaning against the railing and staring out into the open sky. "Monica, how are you faring?" Elena asked gently, catching the faint traces of unease that lingered beneath Monica's composed exterior. Monica turned to face her, offering a restrained smile that did little to hide the shadows in her eyes. "I'm all right, Elena," she replied. The words sounded practiced, and her attempt to conceal her worries faltered just enough to betray her true feelings. Elena moved to stand beside her, close enough to offer quiet companionship without intrusion. "There's no need to hide how you feel," she said softly. "Worry comes hand in hand with becoming a queen. It's natural to feel unsettled. Whatever is weighing on you, I'm here to listen." The reassurance loosened something in Monica's chest. At last, she allowed herself to speak, her heart heavy with thoughts she had kept locked away. "Have you ever had that nagging feeling?" she began, her voice tinged with longing. "That there were things left unsaid. Moments you should have seized before saying goodbye to someone." Elena listened closely as Monica continued. "With Max, there were so many things I wanted to tell him before we parted and returned to our separate lives." Elena leaned in slightly, her expression gentle and attentive. "What were the words you wished you'd shared with my son?" she asked quietly, sensing the depth of Monica's unspoken emotions. A wistful sigh slipped from Monica's lips. "I wanted to tell him that every day ahead of him is a gift," she admitted. "Something precious, not to be wasted." Instead, the last thing I said was, "Well, good then." She gave a faint, rueful smile. Such an empty phrase compared to what I truly felt. After a moment, Monica turned her gaze towards Elena, curiosity and empathy reflected in her eyes. "And what about you?" she asked softly. "Do you have any regrets about leaving your family once again?" A flicker of sadness crossed Elena's face, but her voice remained calm and reassuring. "I know I will never see Max again," she said, "but I was able to give him closure, peace of mind, and the freedom to move forward with his life without me. That knowledge brings me comfort." Monica hesitated, then asked, "And Gerald? Did you have the chance to say goodbye to him as well?" Elena nodded, her expression warming with memory. "While you were fighting inside Moonflower Palace with Max, I travelled to Heimrada to see Gerald. Max had entrusted him with rebuilding the Gundarada workshop. At first, Gerald was angry, worried too about my disappearance and the danger Max faced while searching for me. But beneath it all, he was simply relieved to see me again." She smiled softly. "I explained that my time there was never meant to be permanent, and that once Griffin was defeated, I would have to return to my era. Gerald understood. When we embraced, we treasured every remaining moment we had together." Elena looked back at Monica, her smile carrying both warmth and quiet wisdom. "I hope that one day, Monica, you will find love too. It is often through absence, through missing those we care for, that we truly come to understand just how deeply love shapes us. The intercom crackled softly before Galen Agaris's voice filled Pasnos. Your attention, please. We will be arriving at the kingdom of Raybrant in approximately 15 minutes. The kingdom is currently preparing for the return of its new queen, so we must ensure that Her Majesty is ready to greet her people once more. Message ends. The word new queen sent a small shiver through Monica. The reality of it still felt unreal. As a princess, her duties had largely consisted of standing gracefully at banquets and ceremonies, smiling politely, while others made the real decisions. Now everything was different. The weight of true responsibility pressed upon her shoulders, heavy and unavoidable. Eleanor turned to her, her expression kind but knowing. Well, Your Highness, she said lightly, it seems we'll be home before long. Are you feeling nervous? Monica exhaled slowly, her voice carrying a trace of apprehension. I would be lying if I said I wasn't, she admitted. But I also know my people need me. Now more than ever, they require strength and certainty from their queen. Elena's smile widened, glowing with pride. Your father would be so proud to hear you speak like that, she said warmly. But before we arrive, there is one more thing to attend to. You must be dressed as befits a queen. Monica frowned slightly, confusion crossing her face. What do you mean, Elena? With a quiet sense of ceremony, Elena lifted the lid of the box she had been carrying. Inside lay the gown Monica had worn during her time at the castle, the elegant princess dress, neatly folded, accompanied by the delicate boots and the ornamental orb meant to secure her flowing ponytail. A ripple of unease passed through Monica as memories surfaced. She had never liked wearing that dress. It was beautiful, yes, but restrictive, robbing her of the freedom of movement she had grown accustomed to in commoner's clothing. Clothes that allowed her to fight, to run, to be herself. Compared to the practicality and comfort she preferred, the gown felt like a symbol of constraint. And if the ensemble was merely a princess's dress, she could only imagine what her coronation attire might entail. The thought alone filled her with a quiet, lingering dread as the fortress continued its steady course toward home. Chapter 2. Return of the Queen. Pasnos descended with measured grace on the outskirts of the kingdom of Raybrant, its immense form casting a sweeping shadow across the town below. As the fortress hovered in place, its presence both awe-inspiring and ominous, citizens began to gather in the streets and open squares. Curiosity rippled through the crowd, mingling with cautious excitement and an undercurrent of apprehension born from years of uncertainty. Upon the balcony stood Galen Agaris and Eleanor, poised to address the people below. Citizens of the kingdom of Raybrant, Galen began, his voice carrying effortlessly across the suddenly hushed crowd. I bring you news of immense importance. We have defeated our long-standing enemy, Emperor Griffin, and his accomplice, Gaspard. Never again will they threaten our land, our people, or our future. For a brief moment, silence reigned. Then the square erupted. Cheers burst forth, mingling with sobs of relief and cries of joy. Some fell to their knees, others embraced, tears streaming freely as the weight of years of fear and grief began to lift. The knowledge that the murderers of their beloved king had been brought to justice unleashed emotions long held in check. Galen raised his hands, and gradually the crowd quieted. Elena stepped forward, her expression resolute yet filled with warmth, and addressed the people with a voice that carried both authority and compassion. "But now," she said, her words resonating with urgency and hope, "the war has ended. It is time for us to rise from the ashes and rebuild what was lost. Together, we will shape a new future, one founded on unity, resilience, and shared purpose." She paused, allowing the moment to settle. "Though our hearts still mourn the loss of our beloved king, take comfort in knowing this. His daughter, our princess, lives. For her safety, her whereabouts have been kept a closely guarded secret." A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd. Relief, curiosity, and anticipation entwined, as the people of Raybrant sensed that a new chapter in their history was about to begin. While Elena and Galen continued addressing the gathered crowd, Monica remained alone in the crew quarters of Pasnos, slowly changing back into her princess's gown. It was an ordeal she had not been looking forward to. Royal attire had always felt restrictive to her, ornate and ostentatious in a way that never quite suited her. The clothes she had worn while travelling with Max had felt far more like her own, practical, unassuming, and allowing her to move and fight freely, without constraint. Once she was dressed, Monica crossed the cabin and paused by the window. Below her, the people of the kingdom filled the streets, their faces turned skyward in anticipation. She scanned the crowd anxiously, her gaze searching for something familiar, something grounding amid the overwhelming scale of it all. She hoped, quietly, desperately, to see Tren. But as her eyes traced face after face, her heart slowly sank. Tren was nowhere among them. The absence left a hollow ache in her chest, a sharp reminder that even in moments of triumph and homecoming, not everyone she longed for would be there to welcome her. A soft knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Monica replied, her voice catching slightly, as she finished securing the royal hairpin in place. The door opened, and Elena stepped inside. "They're ready for you, Your Highness," she said gently. Her gaze followed Monica's towards the window, where the young princess stood, watching the crowds below. The worry etched into Monica's expression did not go unnoticed. Concerned, Eleanor moved closer. "Is everything all right, Monica?" she asked softly. Monica turned to her, determination flickering beneath a layer of quiet nostalgia. "I'm fine," she said. "I recognize many of these faces. But some of the people who matter most to me aren't there." Elena paused, choosing her words carefully. "I remember the day your home was attacked," she said after a moment. "Many of the civilians managed to escape to safety, but some never returned. It's possible they've settled elsewhere. Or—" "Please," Monica interrupted, her voice tight with barely contained emotion. "Don't finish that sentence." Elena's expression softened with regret. "I'm sorry, my queen," she said quietly. Then, gently steering the moment back to what lay ahead, she straightened. "Come, I'll take you to the teleporter. It's time for you to return to the surface." With one last glance out of the window, at the people, the kingdom, and the absence she felt so keenly, Monica drew a steadying breath and followed Eleanor towards her destiny. Soon a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Monica said softly as she finished securing the royal hairpin in place. The door opened, and Eleanor stepped inside. "They're ready for you, Your Highness," she said. Monica, standing by the window and gazing down at the gathered crowd below, immediately caught Eleanor's attention. The concern etched across Monica's face was unmistakable, an undercurrent of worry and quiet sadness that lingered beneath her composed exterior. Elena approached her with care. "Is everything all right, Monica?" she asked gently. Monica turned from the window, determination flickering through her expression, tempered by a trace of nostalgia. "I'm fine, Elena," she replied. "I recognize many of the faces out there, but some of the people who mean the most to me are missing." Elena paused, reflecting before she spoke. "I remember when your home was attacked," she said carefully. "Many of the civilians managed to escape and find safety, but there are others who never returned. It's possible they've settled elsewhere or—" "Please," Monica interrupted, her voice tight with undisguised anguish. "Don't finish that sentence." Regret crossed Eleanor's face. "I'm sorry, my queen," she said quietly. Then, gently shifting the focus back to what lay ahead, she added, "Come, I'll take you to the teleporter. It's time to beam you down to the surface." The weight of responsibility and lingering uncertainty pressed heavily upon Monica's shoulders, the unanswered question of Tren's fate gnawing at her heart. Despite everything, Monica's resolve remained unwavering. She would find the answer she sought, one way or another. Turning away from the window at last, Monica moved briskly towards the door. "It's time for me to be with my people again," she said firmly. "I shouldn't keep them waiting." With that, she stepped forward, no longer just a princess returning home, but a queen ready to face what awaited her. As they made their way down the corridor towards the main bridge, the quiet hum of Pasnos surrounding them, Monica broke the silence. "So, what will you do now that Griffin is gone?" she asked. Elena considered the question carefully. "There's still a tremendous deal to rebuild," she replied. "While you and Max succeeded in repairing the timeline, we can't ignore the possibility of smaller alterations that may have occurred along the way." Monica nodded. "I remember him mentioning that our actions caused minor changes," she said thoughtfully. "He mentioned things like the flying cars," Monica said thoughtfully. "When I first heard about them, they were nothing more than plans on paper. Now they actually exist, thanks to Dr. Jamming and his grandson bringing the idea to life. And that, in turn, helped lead to the design of the Ixion." "Speaking of the Ixion," Elena said, "Osman mentioned that he's taking it back to Elevenlabs. He said he couldn't stay to see you return home, but he promised he'd make it up to you at your coronation." Monica smiled faintly. "No doubt he'd love to use that train for a few more adventures through time," she said, half joking. Elena's expression grew more serious. "Actually, Galen has already spoken with the other houses about passing a new law, one that would ban time travel entirely. After everything Griffin did, it's a risk we simply can't afford." Monica slowed her steps. "What does that mean for the Ixion?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice. "If the law is approved," Eleanor explained, "the Ixion will be dismantled. All time travel research at Elevenlabs will be halted immediately, and every related document will be destroyed." Monica fell silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of that decision. At last, she spoke softly. Maybe that's for the best. She didn't want to see her timeline shattered or rewritten ever again. Even though some doors had once led to extraordinary journeys, it was better to leave them closed. They reached the main bridge and stopped beside the teleporter that would return Monica to her kingdom. She drew in a steady breath, her heart pounding as the reality of home settled in. "All right," she said quietly, "let's get this over with." She stepped onto the platform and turned back to Eleanor. "Eleanor, after my coronation, would you be able to visit me sometime?" Elena smiled, warmth shining in her eyes. "Of course, Your Highness. I will always be ready to help my queen whenever she is in need." Monica smiled in return and gave a small, grateful nod. Through the speakers, she could hear Galen Agaris preparing to address the crowd below. "People of the kingdom of Raybrant," his voice rang out, "without further delay, please welcome your new queen." The teleporter flared to life. Light enveloped Monica, and in the next instant she vanished, only to reappear on the surface before her people. "All hail Queen Monica Raybrant." The crowd fell into stunned silence. Some stared in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend that she stood before them alive. Her presence, the quiet strength and grace she carried as she faced them, left others speechless. Then Monica stepped forward and spoke. "Dear citizens of the kingdom of Raybrant," she began, her voice steady and clear. "Today I stand before you as your queen, filled with gratitude and hope for the future we will build together. I have returned to reassure you that the days of living in fear are over. A new era begins, one of strength, unity, and renewal." She looked out over the crowd, meeting their eyes. "From this day forward, we will face any challenge with unwavering courage and determination. Our kingdom will no longer cower in the shadows. We will rise together, fortified by our shared resolve and the bond we hold as one people. Today marks the dawn of a new age for Raybrant, an age in which our kingdom will flourish and our people will thrive. I promise to lead with compassion, fairness, and justice, and to place the welfare of every citizen at the heart of every decision I make. Together, we will foster a kingdom where every voice is heard and every dream has the chance to take root. We will nurture the arts, the sciences, and education, empowering each of you to reach your full potential and contribute to the future we share. As your queen, I ask you, my loyal people, to help build bridges of understanding and unity within our diverse community. Let us celebrate our differences, for it is our diversity that strengthens us and drives our progress. No longer shall we look back in fear. Today, we step forward into the light of a brighter tomorrow. Join me as we turn challenges into opportunities, doubt into determination, and fear into hope. Together, we will create a legacy that future generations will look upon with pride. Let our united spirits guide us into this new age as we unlock the immense potential of our remarkable kingdom. Thank you, my dear citizens, for your faith and support. May the days ahead be filled with peace, prosperity, and joy. Long live the kingdom of Raybrant. The silence shattered into thunderous applause. Cheers rang out across the square as the people embraced their new queen. Once devoted to the late king, they now placed their trust, whole and unshaken, in his daughter, confident that Raybrant's future was in capable hands. From the communications console aboard Pasnos, Galen Agaris addressed the head of the royal guard. "Sir George, please escort the Queen back to the castle. Preparations for the coronation must begin at once." "As you wish, sir," Sir George replied with a respectful nod. Turning sharply to his men, he issued his command. "Guards, form a protective escort around Her Majesty. We return to the castle with honour and vigilance." At once, an elite detachment of 7 guards moved into position, 3 flanking Monica on either side, Sir George taking the lead, and 1 guarding her rear. They advanced in flawless synchrony, their movements precise and disciplined, forming a living shield around their queen. Within the protective phalanx, Monica maintained her composure. She smiled warmly, raising her hand to wave as her people showered her path with flowers, their cheers following her like a tide of celebration. Petals drifted through the air, brushing against her gown as she passed. Yet even as she acknowledged her subjects, her eyes searched the crowd for a familiar face. Tren. She scanned desperately for a young girl with black hair, bright blue eyes, and a scattering of freckles. Someone she knew instinctively, someone she longed to see. But no matter how hard she looked, Tren was nowhere among the sea of smiling faces. A knot of worry tightened in Monica's chest. Eleanor's grim words echoed in her mind. Tren might have been forced to flee, or worse, lost during Griffin's brutal assault. The thought sent a chill through her, sharp and unwelcome. For now, Monica pushed the fear aside. She lifted her chin, masked her concern with a serene smile, and continued onwards. With every step towards the castle, the cheers of her people faded behind her, leaving her to walk forward as queen, carrying both the hopes of a kingdom and the quiet ache of unanswered. Chapter 3. Queen of the Castle. "Raise the drawbridge," Sir George commanded, his voice carrying up to the sentinels stationed along the castle parapet. "Our queen is home." At once, the guards engaged the mechanism, and the great drawbridge began to rise slowly from the depths of the moat. As Monica crossed, she found herself reflecting on earlier days when the bridge had been lowered to welcome visitors with ease. After the devastation wrought by Griffin's forces, the castle's defences had clearly been reinforced, either a necessary evolution born of war, or yet another subtle shift in the timeline she had helped reshape. Queen Monica breathed in awe as she passed beneath the castle's imposing archway. The gardens beyond had regained their previous grandeur. What had once been scorched and ruined in the aftermath of Griffin's assault now flourished with life. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colour, greenery stretched outward in careful symmetry, and the air itself seemed lighter, renewed. "Behold the Queen," cried Thomas Greenfield, the royal horticulturist, abruptly halting his pruning. At his call, the gardeners paused in unison and fell to one knee as their sovereign approached. "Welcome home, Your Majesty," Thomas said, his voice filled with reverence. Monica stopped, visibly moved. "It brings me immense joy to see you and the rest of the gardeners safe and thriving," she said warmly. "You have done remarkable work restoring the gardens from ruin." Thomas lowered his head humbly. "Just as your beloved mother once envisioned, Your Majesty," another gardener added softly. "Thank you," Monica replied, her gratitude sincere. "Now let's make sure the castle staff is as safe and healthy as these gardens." With that, she continued onwards in the heart of the castle. Behind her, the gardeners bowed deeply before returning to their work, tending lovingly to the grounds that stood as a living symbol of renewal, resilience, and hope. As the great doors of the castle swung open, Monica found herself momentarily breathless. Before her lay the main hall, reborn in all its ancestral splendour, restored not merely to what it once was, but elevated, as though history itself had been carefully retouched by a master's hand. Stepping inside, her gaze was instinctively drawn upwards to the vaulted ceiling, where resplendent frescoes unfurled in golds and deep azures. They told silent stories of valour and triumph, each brushstroke a tribute to the castle's long and storied past. It felt as though the stones themselves remembered every battle fought and every victory won beneath them. Towering columns stood like solemn sentinels, framing the processional path leading to the dais. The gentle flicker of torchlight spilling from iron sconces along the walls caught their marble faces, casting soft, dancing shadows. Between the columns hung richly coloured banners, proudly bearing the symbols of the kingdom's lineage. Their presence gave the hall a quiet dignity. Underfoot, the floor was a marvel in its own right, a meticulously crafted mosaic of polished stone, laid with precision to honour the legacy it represented. Along the path, finely woven rugs stretched towards the throne, new in their making, yet steeped in the patterns and traditions of centuries past, offering a hushed welcome with every step. The walls had been transformed into a gallery of history and resilience. Tapestries once threatened by fire now hung restored, their threads depicting serene pastoral scenes alongside moments of noble courage, a balance of peace and strength woven into fabric. At the heart of the hall stood the great hearth, newly rebuilt. Each stone had been set with reverence, the carved mantle echoing the craftsmanship of those who had first shaped it generations ago. The fire, burning within, cast a warm, inviting glow, a symbol of life and fellowship reclaimed. Above all, upon the dais, the throne commanded the hall with quiet authority. Scarred by flame, yet carefully restored, it stood as a testament to an unbroken lineage, steadfast, enduring, and resolute as the stone from which it had been fashioned. This was the same hall that had once suffered under Emperor Griffin's destruction, yet now it stood renewed, not merely as a structure of stone and mortar, but as a living monument to the kingdom's resilience, a hall of memory and promise, ready to bear witness to the chapters still to come in Rebrandt's enduring saga. As Monica stepped gracefully into the great hall, a distinguished assembly of royal servants stood in immaculate formation, ready to welcome their queen. Each held a position of trust and responsibility, their duties integral to the smooth running of the court and the preservation of the castle's dignity and splendour. At the forefront stood Sir Reginald Thorne, the royal chamberlain. As the vigilant guardian of the castle's chambers, he oversaw their immaculate presentation and ensured that every royal ceremony unfolded with flawless precision and decorum. Beside him was Master Gaius Proditor, renowned throughout the kingdom for his wisdom and measured counsel. As the Queen's personal advisor, he guided Monica in matters of governance and statecraft, managing the castle's affairs during her absence and offering insight shaped by years of experience. Dame Elspeth Shaw dignified and exacting in her manner, fulfilled the vital role of keeper of the robes. With meticulous care, she oversaw the royal wardrobe, safeguarding garments steeped in history and symbolism, and ensuring that the court's attire always reflected elegance, refinement, and authority. Standing with quiet confidence was Lady Amabel Fawn, the mistress of herbs. She embodied the union of scholarship and healing, her deep knowledge of medicinal plants, making her both the castle's healer and the keeper of ancient therapeutic wisdom, passed down through generations. Sir Geoffrey Black, the royal armourer, represented strength and readiness. A master of his craft, he supervised the forging, maintenance and repair of the castle's weapons and armour, ensuring that every blade and breastplate was kept in flawless condition, ready to defend the realm should the need arise. Nearby stood Master Simon Fuller, the royal scribe, quill in hand and parchment at the ready. Tasked with recording the proceedings of the court and the weight of every royal decree, he chronicled the kingdom's history with care and precision, preserving its legacy for future generations. Finally, Lady Marjorie Book, the royal librarian, completed the assembly. A visionary custodian of knowledge, she devoted her life to preserving and curating the royal library, safeguarding the kingdom's most treasured works of literature, scholarship, and history with unwavering dedication. Together, these devoted servants formed the backbone of the royal court. Bound by loyalty, expertise, and a shared sense of purpose, they stood ready to support their queen, protect the castle's heritage, and uphold the honour and prestige of the realm as it entered a new age under Monica's rule. Master Gaius, bowing down to his ruler, humbly said, "Your Highness, it brings us immense joy and great relief to see that you have returned to us unharmed." His voice carried sincere reverence. "We have long awaited this moment and prayed fervently for your safe return, so that we might continue to serve the crown with loyalty and devotion. It is a comfort to see so many of my father's faithful servants still standing after the assault," Monica replied, gratitude softening her words, though a shadow of sadness lingered beneath them. Yet, it seems, not all were so fortunate. Lady Marjorie stepped forward to deliver the sombre news. Her expression was composed, but her eyes reflected quiet grief and steadfast resolve. "Your Highness, we mourn the loss of Lady Guinevere, Sir Barrington, Lady Philippa, and Sir Nolan. They gave their lives defending the people of the kingdom. Their courage and selflessness will never be forgotten, and they shall be honoured for generations to come." "I understand," Monica said gently. "Have their families been cared for?" "Rest assured, Your Highness," Master Simon replied reassuringly. "We have ensured that their families will receive full compensation for their loss. They have also been offered sanctuary within the castle, should they wish to remain here and find comfort among us." Monica nodded, visibly relieved. Knowing that their loved ones had not been overlooked, eased some of the weight pressing upon her heart. She then turned to Sir Reginald. "Judging by your enthusiasm," she said lightly, "I take it preparations for the coronation are already underway." "We have been working tirelessly, Your Majesty," Sir Reginald replied, a spark of excitement brightening his voice. "All is progressing well. We expect the coronation to be ready within the week, ideally on a weekend." so that the people may attend freely and share in this historic moment. Excellent, Monica said, smiling genuinely. She then looked back to her advisor. Master Gaius, I would like to retire to my private quarters. Please join me there shortly. There are pressing matters we must discuss. Of course, my queen, Gaius replied, bowing respectfully. Turning to two waiting handmaidens, he gestured towards them. Lisa, Tilly, please escort Her Majesty to her chambers. Yes, Master Gaius, the handmaidens answered in unison. They bowed deeply before Monica, then stepped aside to guide her onwards. Together, they made their way through the corridors towards the Queen's chambers, all keenly aware that the day's events were only the beginning, and that much remained to be discussed in the hours ahead. Chapter 4. Ghost of the Past. The handmaidens guided Queen Monica with quiet grace along the exquisitely adorned corridor, leading her toward the sanctuary of her private quarters. As they walked, Monica's gaze drifted across the walls, lingering on the paintings and photographs that lined the passage like fragments of memory preserved in time. A commanding portrait of her late father first captured her attention. He stood proud upon the canvas, his hand resting upon the hilt of his holy Daedalus blade, authority and strength radiating from him even in stillness. The painting captured the very essence of his reign, a silent testament to the power and responsibility he had once borne. Further along, another painting softened her steps. It depicted her mother cradling a newborn Monica in her arms, her expression gentle and full of devotion. The warmth of the moment seemed almost tangible, a quiet reflection of the love that had once filled the castle's halls. Among the framed photographs, one image struck her deepest. It showed her father seated upon his throne, her mother standing proudly at his side, and a much younger Monica, no more than 6 years old, beside them. Seeing it now, the realization of her orphaned state pressed heavily upon her chest, stirring a sharp pang of sorrow that she could not quite suppress. A bittersweet tide of emotion washed over her as she moved on. These walls held echoes of a family she had once known, of laughter and love now preserved only in art and memory. Each image was a reminder of what had been lost, and of what she now carried forward alone. Look, Monica said suddenly, her voice brightening as she recognized a familiar doorway. That was my old room. I should establish myself there once more. Lisa, walking just ahead, paused and turned gently towards her. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, she said with quiet firmness, but that is no longer your chamber. As Queen, you are to reside in the late King's private quarters. The words struck deep. Monica's thoughts immediately returned to the last time she had entered her father's room, memories still raw and unwelcome. The weight of that space lingered painfully in her mind. I think I would rather stay in my old room, she said softly, hoping to avoid reliving those moments. Tilly stepped in, her tone respectful but resolute. There is no point, my queen. Your belongings have already been moved to your new chambers. Your former room now stands empty. Monica released a quiet sigh, realizing there was no changing their minds. At last, she nodded in acceptance. Very well, she said. Please, lead on. She followed them down the corridor, her steps measured and steady, preparing herself to face not only a new set of rooms, but also the weight of a new chapter in her life as queen. They moved swiftly along the corridor, Monica at the forefront, her steps driven by a tense, unspoken determination. With every pace she took, the memory of that night, the night that irrevocably altered the course of her life, began to rise unbidden, casting a long shadow over her thoughts. It had been a violent night, the heavens themselves seeming to mourn as rain lashed relentlessly against the kingdom. Thunder had cracked overhead as Monica raced down this very passageway, her heart pounding with desperate hope. She had clung to the belief that she could still reach her father in time, that she could save him. That hope had shattered in an instant. 4 of Griffin's elite soldiers had torn through the stained glass windows, their sudden intrusion shattering the stillness with murderous intent. In the chaos that followed, instinct had taken over. Monica's hand had closed around the hilt of a sword, a relic gripped by a stone knight standing vigil along the corridor. The secret lessons her father had taught her surged to the surface, guiding her movements as she fought back, with a ferocity that belied her age. She moved with speed and precision, striking not as a frightened child, but as a warrior forged in urgency and resolve. Yet valor alone had not been enough. When she reached the king's chamber, the truth awaited her like a blade to the heart. Monica had frozen at the threshold, breath caught painfully in her chest. Her father lay upon the cold stone floor, life extinguished. His murderer, Gaspar, was already gone, vanishing through a shimmering portal that closed behind him without mercy. Shock and grief had consumed her in that moment, the image of her father's lifeless form searing itself into her mind. It was a wound that never healed, an indelible mark left by the unbearable realization that she had arrived too late. That memory remained etched into Monica's very being, a haunting echo that followed her still, shaping her path and hardening her resolve. The present returned to her as the doors to her new quarters swept open. Standing aside, Lisa, the head handmaiden, bowed deeply. "Your Majesty," she said with gentle pride, "welcome to your new sanctuary. We have taken great care to ensure it reflects the comfort of your former chambers, while honouring your position as queen." Tilly stepped forward eagerly. "Every cherished belonging of yours has been carefully arranged," she added. "We hoped that a sense of familiarity might ease the transition." Monica slowly took in the room. The thoughtfulness behind every detail touched her more deeply than she expected. "Your dedication means a great deal to me," she said warmly. "Is there anything further you require, my queen?" Tilly asked, ever attentive. For the moment, Monica shook her head. Thanking them both, she gently requested solitude. Lisa and Tilly curtsied in unison and withdrew, the door closing softly behind them. The moment it did, the composure Monica had worn so carefully since her return finally fractured. The smile she had maintained slipped away, replaced by silent sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks. Alone in the quiet splendor of her chambers, the weight of everything she had held back came crashing down upon her. She missed Max, his companionship, his kindness, and the simple days they could never reclaim. The loss of those she had left behind gnawed at her heart, while the knowledge that she now resided in the very space where her father had died pressed painfully upon her soul. And beneath it all lay the stark truth she could no longer avoid. With the crown came the loss of her freedom. To be queen at just 15 years old was a burden almost impossible to comprehend, let alone bear. Childhood had ended abruptly, replaced by duty, expectation, and sacrifice. There would be no room for innocence here, only responsibility. In that moment of raw vulnerability, Monica stood at the threshold of her future, fully confronting the daunting path ahead. A young queen, alone with her grief, yet bound by destiny to rise above it, for the sake of a kingdom that now looked to her for hope. Chapter 5. Royal Mail. Master Gaius, the Queen's personal advisor, made his way towards Monica's private quarters with measured, deliberate steps. She had summoned him to discuss a matter both personal and urgent, and he sensed the gravity of the request. As a precaution, 2 sentinels stood watch outside the doors, an oath-bound safeguard to ensure the Queen's security, despite Monica's frequent insistence that she was more than capable of defending herself. Stopping before the doors, Gaius raised his hand and delivered 4 sharp raps. "Who calls?" Monica's voice came from within. "It is I, your advisor, my queen," Gaius replied, his tone formal and respectful. "Enter," she answered without hesitation. Gaius gently pushed the doors open and stepped into the Queen's inner sanctum. The room greeted him with a quiet stillness, heavy with unspoken thought. With the ease of long habit, he drew the doors closed behind him. The soft click, echoing faintly, as the chamber was sealed off from the outside world, ensuring privacy for the conversation that was about to unfold. As Gaius entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to Monica. She had changed from her formal princess attire into a resplendent gown of deep emerald green, its fabric embroidered with intricate golden floral patterns. The dress was a thoughtful gift from Lady Windsor, a long-standing ally of House Raybrandt, and it suited Monica with a quiet elegance that spoke of both grace and emerging authority. Beside her lay an assortment of delicacies from Lao Chow's bistro, which she had been idly sampling as she read. The familiar comforts seemed to ground her, offering a brief respite from the weight of the day. Her hair, usually gathered into a braided ponytail, now flowed freely down her back in a silken cascade that reached almost to her knees. The absence of rigid styling lent her a softer, more vulnerable air, one that contrasted gently with the crown she now bore in spirit, if not yet in ceremony. Monica was absorbed in a stack of letters spread across the table before her, each bearing the seal of a lord or lady from distant corners of the realm. Her eyes lingered on one letter in particular. It was from Duke Leonard Devereux, written with sincere condolence for the loss of her father. His words carried more than polite sympathy. They spoke of genuine sorrow and an enduring bond between their houses, reinforced by a promise of steadfast support in the years ahead. The alliance between House Devereux and House Raybrandt was an old and storied one, forged through generations of loyalty. As Monica read, she felt a quiet reassurance settle within her. Even in the wake of profound loss, she was not as alone as she sometimes feared, and there were those who stood ready to support her as she stepped into her new role as queen. Another letter bore the seal of Lady Medici, a noblewoman known less for her warmth than for her hauteur. Though the Medici family possessed noble blood, they had long lingered at the fringes of royal favour. Lady Medici herself was driven by a singular, unmistakable ambition to bind her lineage to the crown by whatever means proved necessary. Her repeated manoeuvres to secure a royal marriage for one of her 3 sons were thinly veiled attempts to anchor her descendants to the throne. Love and genuine kinship, if they entered her calculations at all, were little more than afterthoughts. Now that Monica had ascended to the throne, Lady Medici's efforts had only grown more persistent. Yet Monica, guided by a discernment befitting her new station, remained unmoved. She had no intention of allowing marriages of convenience to erode the integrity of her reign. With quiet resolve, the careful strokes of her pen across guest lists for the coronation and forthcoming court gatherings made her position clear. The Medici family would find no favour within her court. The final letter came from Duchess Fitzroy, a woman renowned for her generosity of spirit. A childhood confidant of Monica's mother, the Duchess had devoted her life to charitable endeavours and was beloved by the people, far more so than many noble houses, which looked down upon her for having married a commoner. Duchess Fitzroy held deep respect for those who rose through perseverance and hard work, rather than those who merely inherited wealth and wielded status with indifference towards the less fortunate. Within her letter, the Duchess extended a heartfelt invitation. She wished Monica to attend a charity sporting event intended to raise funds for a new orphanage, a sanctuary for children left bereft by the devastation of Griffin's assault upon the land. As Monica read, her heart swelled with purpose and anticipation. To support such a cause was not merely an obligation, but a calling, one she resolved to answer as soon as her coronation had been duly celebrated. After skimming the last of the letters, the Queen lifted her gaze towards Master Gaius. "Thank you for waiting so patiently while I finished with these," she said softly. "No trouble at all, Your Majesty," Gaius replied with a polite inclination of his head. "You mentioned that you wished to speak with me about a matter of some urgency." Monica rose from her seat, the movement signalling her readiness. "Yes, I need you to gather information on 2 individuals," she said. "I want to know what became of them." "Of course, my queen," Gaius responded. "If you would be so kind as to give me their names." Monica began with the first name close to her heart. "The first is a boy named Maximilian. He was a young inventor who aided me in defeating Griffin. He is Elena's son and the chosen bearer of the red Atlamilia." Gaius nodded thoughtfully as he made note of the name. "I recall Elena mentioning that she had a son, though at the time she was believed to be searching for the red stone herself." "Eleanor fell in love with a man named Gerald," Monica explained. "A businessman from Palm Brinks. Gerald protected the stone until Max eventually received it." Gaius paused, surprise briefly crossing his features. "Palm Brinks?" he repeated. "That town has been abandoned for nearly 100 years. Monica blinked, taken aback. "Abandoned?" she echoed. "Why?" "I cannot say for certain," Gaius admitted, "but I will consult the archives and see what records remain. There may yet be answers." "Thank you, Gaius," Monica said quietly. After a moment she added, "I ask because I want to know whether Max lived a good life after Griffin was defeated." Her voice softened at the last words. It was not merely curiosity that drove her request, but a lingering hope that the boy who had stood beside her in the darkest of times had found happiness in the years that followed. Gaius shifted his stance and prepared to resume taking notes, quill poised above the page. Curious, he glanced up. "And who is the other person you wish me to look into, my queen?" Monica met his gaze. "A young girl named Tren." The moment the name left her lips, Gaius's hand stilled. His quill hovered midair as a flicker of concern crossed his face, brief but unmistakable. Monica noticed at once. "Is something wrong, Master Gaius?" she asked gently. Gaius quickly masked his reaction and shook his head. "No, not at all, my queen," he replied, though his voice carried the faintest hesitation. "I was merely distracted by another thought." He cleared his throat and gestured lightly with the quill. "Please tell me more about this Tren." Monica obliged, her voice steady but quietly laden with concern. "Tren is roughly my age. She has dark hair, blue eyes, and a scattering of freckles across her face. She is the daughter of a tavern keeper from the village, neighbouring the castle. The last time I saw her, she fled into a cave to protect a group of children from Emperor Griffin's soldiers." She paused, then continued more softly. "I need to know whether she survived, whether she is living elsewhere now. And if she did not, then I will need an official record of her passing." Gaius nodded solemnly. "As you wish, my queen. I will investigate both names thoroughly and report back to you. However, I must ask for patience. My findings will not be ready until after your coronation." "That is perfectly acceptable," Monica replied at once. "Take all the time you need. There is no urgency greater than accuracy." Gaius bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, my queen." As he straightened, another thought occurred to him. "If I may, since you mentioned the red stone earlier, what became of it, and of your own blue stone?" Monica's expression darkened with memory. "Both my stone and Max's were destroyed during our battle with the Emperor," she said solemnly. "We also succeeded in destroying Griffin's sunstone." A trace of disappointment flickered across Gaius's face, though it quickly gave way to understanding. "I see," he said. "Still, if they are truly gone, then at least they can never again fall into the wrong hands." He inclined his head respectfully. "If you will excuse me, my queen, I should begin my inquiries at once." Before Gaius took his leave, he hesitated, then turned back to Queen Monica with a gravity that matched the seriousness of his words. "Your Majesty, there is one final matter that requires your attention," he said, extending a neatly bound set of documents towards her. "These papers await your signature." Monica frowned slightly as she accepted them, her eyes scanning the sheer volume. "That is quite a lot of papers to sign." Gaius offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, my queen. They are prepared for use with an auto-signer, a recent invention from Elevenlabs. All you need to do is sign your name once at the base of the pad, and the device will replicate your signature across every document within moments." Relieved, Monica followed his instructions, carefully signing her name upon the pad. Almost instantly, the device hummed to life. In the span of seconds, all 200 documents bore her signature, precise and unmistakable. As the final page was completed, a curious smile flickered across Gaius's lips. "Your decisiveness strengthens this kingdom, Your Majesty," he said smoothly. "You will find no regret in these actions." With the Queen's assent secured, Gaius bowed deeply and withdrew. The chamber door closed behind him with a soft whisper, leaving the room once more in silence. For a brief moment, unease stirred within Monica. Her thoughts lingered on the faint note of satisfaction in Gaius's expression, his earlier reaction to Tren's name, and his pointed curiosity regarding the Atlamillia. The pieces did not quite settle, leaving behind a quiet sense of disquiet. At last, she shook the feeling away and returned her attention to the letters spread across her desk. Each one stood as a silent reminder of the many responsibilities now bound to her name, a queen's burdens waiting patiently to be answered. Chapter 6. The Coronation. Several days had passed since Monica's return to her kingdom, each one marking the steady close of her former life and the opening of a new chapter. Now, at last, the day of her coronation had dawned. Anticipation hung thick in the air, woven into every street and square as the entire kingdom held its breath. Sir Reginald Thorne, her ever-diligent chief planner, had overseen every detail with meticulous care. Under his watchful guidance, the ceremony was designed not only for the nobles gathered within the castle, but also for the people themselves. This would be a coronation shared by all. The event was to be broadcast throughout the kingdom, a unifying gesture meant to draw every citizen into the moment. Vast screens had been erected beyond the castle walls, ensuring that those unable to attend in person would still bear witness. From market squares to narrow streets, the people would see their queen crowned with their own eyes. High above, an array of automated aerial cameras drifted through the sky like mechanical falcons. Capable of capturing sweeping views and intimate angles alike, they promised a vivid, cinematic account of the ceremony. This remarkable technology had been provided by the enigmatic Lunatic Wisdom Laboratories, a contribution that would ensure Queen Monica's coronation was preserved in striking detail for generations to come. However, security remained paramount. Royal guards were stationed throughout the Grand Hall, their presence unmistakable yet disciplined. Some stood openly along the aisles and balconies, while others were discreetly positioned among the rafters, sealing off any opportunity for intrusion from above. Armed with both swords and firearms, they were prepared to respond swiftly and decisively, trained to neutralize threats with minimal force while maintaining the dignity of the occasion. On this day of celebration and renewal, vigilance and ceremony stood side by side, ensuring that the coronation of Queen Monica would proceed not only in splendour, but in safety, unity, and resolve. Monica cast a cautious glance through the side entrance leading into the Grand Hall. Inside, the noble houses had already taken their seats, the foremost rows reserved for those of the highest standing. Many of the faces were familiar, their presence both comforting and daunting. She spotted Elena and Galen Agaris among them, standing alongside the esteemed Lynn, known throughout the world as the Great Sage Crest. Nearby were members of Lynn's own moon people, their quiet dignity setting them apart. Dr. Nob was there as well, the descendant of the famed Dr. Jamming, accompanied by Osmond. Together, the three represented the innovative minds of Lunar Labs. Though Elder Durak could not attend in person, his rooted existence binding him elsewhere, his presence was still felt. A single Furbit had been sent as his emissary, serving as both eyes and ears, allowing him to witness the ceremony and listen as events unfolded. "It's a full house in there," Monica murmured to herself, astonishment threading through her voice as she took in the scale of it all. She swallowed lightly. "That only makes the nerves worse." Dame Elspeth Shaw stepped closer, her presence calm and reassuring. "Fear not, Your Majesty," she said gently. "So long as you follow the script you have practiced so diligently these past days, everything will proceed flawlessly. You are no stranger to presiding over grand occasions." Monica gave a small, uneasy smile and shook her head. "Those were birthday celebrations," she replied softly. "This is a coronation. It's infinitely more significant and far more daunting." Dame Elspeth's expression brightened, unable to conceal her excitement. Pride gleamed in her eyes as she regarded the Queen's attire. "And yet, a coronation brings me immense joy," she said warmly, "for I truly believe the gown I have created for you is worthy of such a defining moment. It may well be my magnum opus." Monica's gown was indeed a triumph of artistry. Woven from fine silk, its colour shifted gracefully from a soft blush at the neckline to a deep, radiant rose at the hem. The fitted bodice flowed seamlessly into a full, sweeping skirt, culminating in a cathedral-length train that trailed behind her, a silent symbol of the path she was about to walk as queen. The off-the-shoulder design lent her an air of elegance and quiet confidence, while sheer bell-shaped cuffs framed her arms with an almost storybook enchantment. In an intricate dance of artistry, threads of gold and silver traced an upward motif across the fabric, weaving a visual narrative of the kingdom's rich natural tapestry. The design spoke of growth, renewal, and abundance. Its texture, brought vividly to life by a delicate scattering of sequins and beads that lent a quiet, luminous shimmer to her every movement. In keeping with the elegance of restraint, Monica's jewellery was understated yet meaningful. Delicate pink diamond earrings caught the light as they swayed gently, complemented by a slender, refined necklace and a single sapphire ring, symbols of loyalty, wisdom, and steadfast resolve. Her signature long pink hair fell in free-flowing, shimmering waves, styled to capture and reflect even the faintest glimmer of light. Subtle braids were woven through the length and drawn back into a coiffure that balanced classical refinement with a contemporary sensibility. Tiny gemstones, mirroring the stones set within her soon-to-be-worn crown, were nestled among the braids, casting a soft, celestial glow that heightened the vibrancy of her hair. Beneath the sweeping expanse of her gown, custom-made satin slippers, hand-stitched with delicate rose motifs, offered comfort without compromising the splendour of her ensemble. Her makeup was chosen to enhance, rather than overshadow, her natural beauty. A soft pink hue to her lips, a whisper of rose gold warmth upon her cheeks, and a fine sweep of winged eyeliner that framed her eyes with quiet, regal poise. Monica, mindful of her long-standing discomfort with traditional princess dresses, had tempered her expectations for her coronation attire. Yet she held deep respect for Dame Elspeth's unwavering dedication and craftsmanship, and any lingering reservations melted away in the face of such care and artistry. "Once again, you have surpassed my expectations, Dame Elspeth," Monica said warmly. "I look forward to the splendour of your future designs." Dame Elspeth's face lit up with genuine delight. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she replied, bowing slightly. "I shall endeavour to exceed your expectations always." Noticing the subtle cues that the ceremony was about to begin, Tilly stepped closer to Dame Elspeth. "My lady," she said quietly, it appears the ceremony is about to commence. In that case, Dame Elspeth replied without hesitation, Tilly, Lisa, please support the back of Her Majesty's skirt. Ensure she does not stumble, and maintain your hold until she is safely seated upon the throne. Yes, my lady, the handmaidens answered in unison, their voices filled with reverence as they moved into position. Dame Elspeth then stepped before Monica and gently clasped her hands. Her expression softened, pride and affection shining through. Good luck, my queen, she said warmly. May you make your father proud. As the soaring harmonies of the church choir filled the great hall, announcing the beginning of the coronation, every gaze turned towards the entrance. Monica stepped forward. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled nobles, mirroring the awe stirred by the breathtaking intricacy of her gown. Beyond the castle walls, towering screens broadcast her arrival to the gathered crowds below, and a hush fell over the kingdom as one. Even those watching from afar stood transfixed, struck silent by the sight of their future queen. Though her nerves churned fiercely within her, Monica drew upon her resolve, lifting her chin and carrying herself with calm authority. She advanced with measured grace, her eyes briefly finding Master Gaius standing faithfully beside the grand throne, then the archbishop who would preside over the sacred rite. Their presence steadied her, anchors in a moment that would define her life forever. Lisa and Tilly supported the train of her gown until Monica reached the throne. Once she was seated, they released the fabric, bowed deeply, and withdrew without a sound. As the archbishop stepped forward, the hall filled with a profound stillness. May the blessings of the divine grace this momentous occasion, the archbishop intoned, their voice resonant and solemn, as we gather in reverence for the ascension of Queen Monica to her rightful place upon the throne. They spoke of ancient traditions, honoured through generations, and called upon the divine to sanctify the ceremony. The authority bestowed upon the Queen, they declared, was not merely of mortal design, but a sacred calling, an instrument of divine providence entrusted to her care. As the anointing began, the archbishop prayed for Monica to be granted the virtues essential to her reign: wisdom to guide her judgment, fortitude to face hardship, and benevolence to rule with compassion. The congregation joined in unified prayer, their hopes and aspirations rising together in the vaulted space above. Lead with a heart full of mercy, the archbishop urged, a mind illuminated by wisdom, and a spirit strengthened by the loyalty and trust of your people. They spoke of new beginnings, of justice restored, harmony renewed, and prosperity nurtured. The coronation, they proclaimed, was not merely an ending of grief, but the dawn of a brighter age. At last, Master Gaius stepped forward, his voice carrying clearly through the hall and beyond. Monica Raybrandt, he declared, as Queen of the Realm, do you swear to uphold the oath of sovereignty? Though her pulse raced and the watchful eyes of both the crowd and the flying cameras bore down upon her, Monica did not falter. She had practiced these words countless times, but now they were no longer rehearsal. She drew in a steady breath. I, Queen Monica, she began, her voice firm and unwavering, solemnly swear and pledge my unwavering commitment to serve this realm and its people with honour and devotion. I understand the weight and the privilege of the crown I bear, and I embrace the responsibilities it demands. Her voice gathered strength as she continued. I swear to uphold justice, safeguarding the rights and liberties of all, regardless of rank or birth. I pledge to foster unity and harmony among the diverse peoples of our kingdom, and to protect and nurture the welfare and prosperity of our land, preserving its sacred resources for generations to come. She spoke of her intention to govern with fairness, wisdom, and foresight. She vowed to lead with compassion, to listen to those whose voices were too often overlooked, and to work tirelessly to ease the suffering of the marginalized and the vulnerable. She affirmed her commitment to education, innovation, and culture, promising to create a kingdom in which every individual might discover and fulfill their potential. Monica further pledged to stand resolute in the face of adversity, to defend the realm's borders while practicing diplomacy with care and restraint. She vowed to forge alliances both near and far, strengthening bonds of peace, cooperation, and understanding. At last, she concluded her oath, accepting the mantle of queenship fully and without reservation, placing her trust in the duty bestowed upon her and in the guidance of a higher light. So help me, she said, her words ringing clear through the hall, by the divine and by the collective will of our kingdom. As her final words faded into silence, the Archbishop lifted the crown with reverent care. Fashioned from platinum and subtly warmed with accents of rose gold, it was designed to complement Monica's radiant hair rather than overshadow it. Rare pink diamonds and pearls were set seamlessly into its ornate structure, symbols of purity, devotion, and grace. The crown's form tapered gently towards the back, lending height and elegance while preserving the balance of her features, a piece crafted not merely for beauty, but for presence. In a voice heavy with sacred authority, the Archbishop declared, "By the power vested in me by the divine spirit, I crown you queen." The crown was lowered onto Monica's head, settling there as more than an ornament. It became a living symbol of trust, responsibility, and sacred obligation. A reminder that her reign was bound not by privilege alone, but by service, wisdom, and compassion. This crown, a masterpiece of both artistry and meaning, would forever signify the union between Monica's noble duty and the faith her people placed in her. It would stand as an enduring emblem of her reign, guiding her as she led the kingdom towards a future shaped by integrity, unity, and hope. A wave of reverence swept through the hall. In unison, the assembled nobles and guests rose to their feet. With deep respect and unwavering loyalty, they bowed before their newly crowned queen and proclaimed as one, "Hail, Queen Monica Raybrandt, long live the Queen. Long live the Queen." The thunder of voices echoed throughout the chamber, filling the air with devotion and celebration. Yet, beneath the splendor and ceremony, Monica wrestled with a storm of conflicting emotions. Though she sat tall upon the throne, composed, radiant, and regal, fear and uncertainty churned quietly within her. The sheer weight of her responsibilities pressed heavily upon her heart, and doubt whispered of the trials that lay ahead. To her people, she appeared unshakable. But within, the young queen felt the fragile truth of her humanity, vulnerable, apprehensive, and keenly aware that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it. And so, crowned and acclaimed, Monica began her reign not as an unflinching figure of legend, but as a determined young queen, carrying both doubt and hope in equal measure as she stepped into destiny. Chapter 7, Sporting Day. Monica had been on the throne for 2 weeks, yet any hope of respite remained frustratingly out of reach. Caught in an unrelenting whirlwind of royal obligation, the young queen had scarcely found time to breathe. An endless procession of state dinners consumed her days, each lavish affair demanding flawless diplomacy and tireless composure. In the quieter recesses of these opulent halls, she received detailed briefings on matters of national security, her focus unwavering as she sought to preserve the fragile peace of the realm. Citizens came before her with stories of loss and pleas for justice, their voices echoing through the palace chambers and settling heavily upon her heart. Beyond this, Monica devoted herself to safeguarding the kingdom's prosperity. She forged alliances with powerful figures of industry, her presence serving as a steady symbol of continuity and hope in uncertain times. Her responsibilities stretched beyond Raybrandt's borders as well, as she cautiously navigated the complicated subject of foreign trade, weighing its potential benefits against the risks it posed to her people. Each day unfolded as a dense tapestry of leadership woven from duty, care, and constant decision-making. Rest and leisure were scarce. Outwardly, Monica handled her role with poise, her advisor's counsel serving as an invaluable anchor amidst the chaos. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, her relentless pace eroded her vitality. In rare private moments, she found herself longing for simpler days, yearning for the quiet companionship of Max and the fleeting peace of a life unburdened by a crown. Such thoughts, however, were little more than wishful echoes. Emperor Griffin's manipulation of time had left deep scars upon the nobility's trust. In response, they had outlawed time travel entirely, claiming to protect history from further corruption. Beneath this veneer of preservation lay a more self-serving truth. A desire to shield their wealth and influence from unseen, anachronistic threats, to ensure that no hand from another era might disturb their carefully secured fortunes. Even so, Monica discovered fleeting moments of joy within her rigid schedule. Certain engagements offered her a rare semblance of leisure, and none more so than the charity event hosted by Duchess Fitzroy. As a guest of honour, Monica was momentarily liberated from the constraints of statecraft. The event took place within the sweeping, verdant gardens of the Fitzroy estate, an idyllic setting where sunlight filtered through ancient trees and laughter carried freely on the breeze. Across the grounds, various sporting activities had been arranged, transforming the gardens into a lively celebration of camaraderie and goodwill. The day's programme offered a delightful quintet of activities. A 5-mile marathon tested the endurance of the kingdom's most determined runners, while a swimming gala transformed the estate's pools into shimmering arenas of grace and competition. Team badminton matches unfolded with spirited camaraderie and quick reflexes, while the obstacle course challenged participants demanding strength, balance, and resolve. 6 holes of golf, a game with a striking resemblance to Sveda, rounded off the festivities. As the day progressed, Monica's curiosity grew as she discovered the origins of the sport. It had been devised by a man named Gerald, who, inspired by his son's stories of striking spheres back through distortions in time, had ingeniously adapted a method once used to repair temporal rifts into a game of skill and precision. A wistful smile touched the Queen's lips. In Gerald's creativity, she felt a quiet connection to Max and to the adventure that had so profoundly altered the course of the future. As the event officially began, the commentator's voice echoed cheerfully from every speaker across the grounds, setting a lively and welcoming tone. With ease and charisma, they struck the perfect balance between informative commentary and relaxed humour, embodying the charitable spirit of the day and keeping both participants and observers thoroughly engaged. Despite the blazing summer heat, Monica had chosen her attire with care. She wore a white, sleeveless dress designed specifically for warm weather, its loose, flowing silhouette offering both elegance and comfort. Delicate lace detailing added a soft, feminine touch, while the breathable fabric allowed her to remain cool beneath the sun. For footwear, she sensibly opted for flat sandals, ensuring stability and ease of movement across the estate's uneven terrain. Practical, yet stylish, they allowed her to take part in the obstacle course without restriction. Keeping her accessories to a minimum, Monica completed her outfit with a tasteful necklace set with sapphires and emeralds. The piece added a subtle note of sophistication without hindering her movement, reflecting her preference for grace, tempered by practicality. Throughout the day, the commentators' wit and light-hearted banter infused the event with warmth and laughter. Their playful remarks ensured that smiles were as integral to the festivities as the competitions themselves, creating an atmosphere of solidarity and shared purpose that perfectly captured the spirit of the occasion. Seated beside Lady Fitzroy, Monica felt a quiet swell of gratitude and turned to her hostess with a warm smile. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lady Fitzroy, fully aware of the honour she was receiving. "Not at all, Your Majesty," the Duchess replied with gentle respect. "You've always had a fondness for these games, ever since your father first brought you here when you were only 7. At that, Monica's eyes lit with a soft, wistful nostalgia. Memories stirred by sunlit days and eager anticipation of watching the competitions with wide-eyed wonder. She had longed to take part herself back then, but circumstances and, later, duty had always stood in the way. Now, as a queen, that distance felt greater still. Even so, Monica remained composed, choosing to enjoy the moment rather than dwell on what it might have been. She understood that her role had changed. As queen, she was here not to compete, but to support, to encourage, and to bear witness. And so, she embraced the occasion for what it was, allowing herself to delight in the shared laughter and spirited energy that filled the grounds. As the games unfolded before her, Monica drank in the vibrant atmosphere, keenly aware that her presence lent a sense of significance and inspiration to the proceedings. Though her path had diverged from that of the participants, she found comfort in knowing she could still celebrate their efforts from the unique vantage of a queen who took pride in the achievements of her people and shared in their collective joy. Throughout the day, the commentator remained mindful of the event's charitable purpose, weaving heartfelt acknowledgements into their commentary. Time and again, they reminded the audience that every race run and every point scored contributed to something far greater than victory alone. It was a powerful testament to the ability of sport to unite a community in compassion, generosity, and hope. Seated just behind Monica, Lady Medici radiated vanity and thinly veiled contempt. Charity events had never held any appeal for her. She had attended this one for a single reason alone, Monica's presence. Leaning forward slightly, she spoke with unmistakable disdain. "Honestly," she scoffed, "must we really endure hours of watching commoners amuse themselves with these trivial games, all while being expected to part with our wealth to shelter needy children?" The Duchess Fitzroy turned to hear her voice, and immediately recognised its source. Lady Medici was always obvious, and her barbs were predictable. The Duchess was all too familiar with Medici's habitual insults, thinly disguised jabs rooted in her scorn for Fitzroy's marriage to a man of humble trade, a potter whose honesty and integrity Lady Medici found unforgivable. Yet the Duchess did not rise to the provocation. Instead, she straightened slightly, her expression calm and composed, embodying the quiet grace befitting her station. She refused to allow Lady Medici's sneering remarks to dampen her spirits or distract her from the true purpose of the day. With a courteous smile that revealed neither irritation nor defeat, the Duchess chose dignity over discord. She understood that the mission before them, to support those left vulnerable and bereft, far outweighed petty judgments and wounded pride. By remaining steadfast and gracious, she hoped to set an example, one rooted in compassion rather than status. Undeterred by Lady Medici's barbed remarks, the Duchess Fitzroy remained steadfast in her commitment to uplifting the less fortunate. Her focus never wavered from the true purpose of the gathering, to bring hope and tangible change to those who needed it most. Monica leaned closer to her, lowering her voice so only the Duchess could hear. "At least you married a man who loves you as an equal," she said gently, "not for your wealth." The Duchess smiled, her reply measured yet resolute. "My Duncan is a man of unwavering principles," she said with quiet pride. "He takes immense satisfaction in his craft and insists on earning his living. He would never ask me to rescue him from hardship, nor would I offer it unless truly needed." Behind them, Lady Medici seized the moment to indulge her cruelty. With barely concealed delight, she boasted of how she would deliberately purchase Duncan's pottery, only to destroy it, ensuring no one else could admire his work. Her amusement lingered, sharp and tasteless. Monica turned then, fixing Lady Medici with a look of cool disapproval. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The Duchess, however, refused to acknowledge the insult. She did not succumb to Lady Medici's bait, nor did she elevate her words with a reply. She recognized that true strength is not found in retaliation, but in exercising restraint. Sensing that resilience, Monica placed a firm, reassuring hand upon the Duchess's shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity. It was an unspoken promise that they would not allow cruelty or arrogance to diminish their purpose, nor erode their shared values. In that fleeting moment, Monica's support was more powerful than words. It reminded the Duchess that worth was not measured in wealth or status, but in compassion, integrity, and the bonds forged through shared conviction. Lady Medici then leaned forward, her tone suddenly syrupy with politeness. "Your Majesty," she said, "I do hope you received the letter I sent. I was wondering whether you might care to join me and my sons on a hunting trip next week." She smiled thinly. "I hear you're quite skilled with a sword, but tell me, how are you with a gun?" Monica replied, without turning to face her. "I regret that I must decline your generous offer, Lady Medici. I have more pressing matters that require my attention." Beside her, Gaius shifted uncomfortably. "Your Majesty," he murmured, "repeatedly refusing the invitations of noble houses may damage your standing. It could be perceived as discourteous and risk alienating certain factions." Monica stiffened, frustration flickering beneath her calm exterior. After a brief pause, she sighed inwardly and reconsidered. "Very well," she said at last. "I will join you." "Splendid!" Lady Medici exclaimed. "We shall be travelling to Starlight Canyon. I am eager to procure a few fine Gemron pelts." "I'm sure it will be thrilling," Monica replied dryly, her tone edged with restrained sarcasm. She resented how often her advisor's counsel nudged her into obligations she already knew she would despise. As the day drew to a close, the commentator's voice carried across the estate, rich with gratitude. They thanked the participants, the volunteers, and the generous audience who had come together to make a meaningful difference. It had been a day where sport and charity intertwined seamlessly, leaving behind a sense of unity, compassion, and the quiet joy of giving. And somewhere beyond the gardens, orphaned children, now assured of a new home, would sleep more soundly that night, wrapped in the comfort of knowing they were no longer forgotten, but cared for and protected. Chapter 8. Bringer of Unwelcome News. Monica returned to the castle aboard an automated flying car powered by aeroharmonics technology, a concept first envisioned by the reformed Dr. Jamming and later perfected by his grandson. The vehicle glided silently through the air, its journey smooth and effortless. Yet despite the marvel of the technology carrying her home, Monica's troubled expression did not go unnoticed. Gaius watched her carefully, concern knitting his brow. Before he could speak again, Tilly gently tapped Monica on the shoulder, drawing her attention back to the present and to Gaius's unspoken question. Monica blinked and exhaled softly. I'm all right, Gaius," she said at last. "I just have a lot on my mind." Gaius was not entirely convinced. "If you will forgive my asking, my queen," he said calmly, "what is troubling you?" She hesitated, her gaze drifting to the city below before she finally spoke. "For one thing, I truly dislike the idea of attending a hunting expedition with Lady Medici and her sons," she admitted, her tone carefully measured. "Even my father warned me never to associate with that family. Her sons are notorious for causing trouble, yet they escape consequences that would see a commoner arrested without hesitation." She paused, then added quietly, "And I fear she entertains the notion that I might consider marrying one of them." Gaius folded his hands, his voice adopting a pragmatic edge. "Regardless of personal feelings, my queen, the matter of succession cannot be ignored," he said gently. "Once you come of age, securing an heir will be of vital importance to the stability of the kingdom." Monica turned to him, resolve sharpening her expression. "If I am ever to take a husband, Gaius, he must be worthy of that role," she replied firmly. "He must place the needs of others above his own, and he must treat me as an equal, not as a prize nor a means to power. As she spoke, her thoughts betrayed her. An image surfaced unbidden of someone who embodied every one of those qualities, yet belonged to another time entirely. Her voice softened to a whisper. Max. The name lingered in the air, heavy with longing and quiet sorrow. In that moment, Monica was painfully aware that the man who had once stood beside her as an equal now existed only in memory, and that the future she faced would never allow their paths to cross again. At the sound of Max's name slipping from the Queen's lips, Gaius paused. In that fragile moment, he sensed an opening, one he had both anticipated and dreaded. "Speaking of Max, my queen," he said carefully, "I have uncovered some details of his life." Monica's attention sharpened at once. She turned to him, hope and apprehension interwoven in her expression. "Tell me," she urged softly, "did he manage to live a full life after Griffin's defeat?" Gaius's posture stiffened, the weight of what he was about to say settling heavily upon him. "I am afraid he is no longer among the living, my queen." Monica inclined her head, accepting the truth with quiet realism. "I expected as much," she said after a moment. "It was over a century ago, after all." She paused, then continued, her voice steadier than her heart. "What I wish to know is whether he found happiness. I want to know if he experienced love and established a family. I would like to meet his descendants, if there are any, and ensure his legacy is honoured as it deserves to be." She drew a breath. "How old was he when he died?" Gaius hesitated. His gaze flicked between the document in his hand and the young queen before him, whose composure now felt heartbreakingly fragile. Swallowing hard, he spoke. 14, my queen." The words struck like a physical blow. 14? Monica repeated, disbelief hollowing her voice. The age echoed painfully. The same age she had been when their paths had first crossed. It was the same age at which his life had come to an end. Silence enveloped the cabin, heavy and absolute. "He never had the chance to truly live," Monica murmured at last, her voice barely more than a breath. In that quiet moment, something within her dimmed, a future that had once shimmered with possibility, now revealed as forever unrealized. The past, so vivid in her memories, felt suddenly fragile, its promise extinguished far too soon. Regaining her composure, the Queen pressed on, her voice steady despite the storm beneath it. "And what of Tren?" Monica asked quietly. "She belonged to our time. There must be records of her, some trace." Gaius did not hesitate. "I regret to say, my queen, there is nothing. There are no birth records, no registered residences, nor any mentions in the census or local accounts. She is entirely unaccounted for." Frustration flared across Monica's face. "I can't accept that, Gaius. Tren was real to me. We had our secret owl calls, shared meals together. I even thought about giving her a dress once." Her voice tightened. "I remember her because she existed. She was part of my life." "I do not doubt your memories, my queen," Gaius replied gently. Then with careful deliberation he continued, "But consider this. When you spoke of your journey a century into the past to repair the timeline, you noted that some details changed, subtly, yet undeniably. You once told me that the great sage Crest was originally a man." In our present history, however, his apprentice, Lin, assumed the title to preserve the legacy and became a crucial ally in the war against Griffin. That's true, Monica said softly, the memory resurfacing with clarity. Gaius nodded. Another example lies beneath our very feet. You explained that aeroharmonics technology did not exist in your original timeline. Yet now, we sit in a flying car powered by it, a cornerstone of modern society. Monica's fingers curled against the seat. What are you suggesting? She asked, already sensing the answer. My queen, Gaius said cautiously, while your actions restored the timeline and saved countless lives, is it not possible that some elements were unintentionally altered or lost entirely? The implication struck Monica with devastating force. Are you saying, she whispered, that my interference in the past may have caused Tren's existence to be, erased? The thought was unbearable. It eclipsed even the grief she felt for Max, replacing it with something far more harrowing. The idea that someone she loved had not merely died, but had been undone, unwritten. It was as if she had never experienced it before. Speech deserted her as the enormity of it settled in. Gaius watched the weight of the revelation descend upon her, his expression betraying a rare crack in his composed exterior. This has taken a heavy toll upon Her Majesty, he said quietly, turning to the handmaidens. Lisa, Tilly, upon our return, escort the Queen directly to her chambers. She requires rest. Tomorrow she must meet with the townspeople, and she will need all her strength. At once, Master Gaius. The handmaidens replied in unison, their tone solemn. As the flying car continued its steady course toward the castle, Monica retreated inward. Her thoughts became a tangle of grief and guilt, mourning one friend whose life had ended far too soon, and another who might have been erased from existence altogether. One loss born of time, the other, perhaps, of her own actions. Braced against the tide of sorrow, the young queen stared ahead in silence, carrying the weight of lives saved and lives lost in a future forever changed. Chapter 9. Meet the Medicis. The following week, Monica reluctantly found herself joining Lady Medici on a hunting expedition to Starlight Canyon, a concession made at the insistence of her advisor. She had been dreading the day ever since the invitation was accepted, fully expecting Lady Medici to use the occasion to parade her sons in a transparent attempt to secure Monica's favour. In truth, Monica doubted she would feel anything but revulsion toward them, as her thoughts lingered on the Medici brothers and their reputation. They drifted instead to Max. He had never sought advantage in her title, nor had he ever treated her as anything other than an equal. The contrast was painful, and it only deepened her reluctance to endure the company she was about to keep. Originally, Monica had planned to travel to the canyon using her transport, accompanied by Lisa. Lady Medici, however, had firmly insisted on collecting her from the castle herself. And so, despite her misgivings, Monica found herself seated in Lady Medici's flying car as it set course for Starlight Canyon. Lady Medici was already dressed in full hunting armour, her polished surfaces gleaming with pride and anticipation. Monica noted the choice with a quiet sense of unease. The hunt was not a ceremonial outing. Gemron dragons were dangerous creatures capable of unleashing elemental attacks that varied according to their colour. As such, Everyone taking part had come fully equipped. Armour reinforced, weapons prepared, and protective gear chosen with care. Monica adjusted her equipment, her expression composed but distant as the canyon loomed closer. The hunt ahead promised neither pleasure nor camaraderie, only obligation, danger, and the uncomfortable knowledge that she was stepping into a situation she had never wished to face. Monica took the opportunity to observe Lady Medici's 3 sons more closely. The eldest was Lawrence, heir to the Medici estate. He embodied every unpleasant stereotype associated with inherited wealth. Arrogant and petulant, Lawrence carried himself with an air of entitlement that soured every interaction. His temper was infamous, erupting whenever events failed to bend to his will. Both nobles and commoners widely feared him for his violent outbursts. The most recent incident had occurred after he lost a tennis match to Baron Lionel's son. Unable to accept defeat, Lawrence had taken his fury out on the nearest servant, who was still recovering from the injuries. Monica needed little imagination to foresee the consequences of such a man on the throne. Petty slights escalating into needless conflict, driven by ego rather than reason. Clive, the middle son, was a unique individual. Where Lawrence relied on brute force and intimidation, Clive wielded intellect with surgical precision. Slight of build, but razor-sharp of mind, he served as the family's treasurer, a role to which he was disturbingly well suited. His talent for finance was formidable, but it was his dealings beyond the treasury that troubled Monica most. Clive invested heavily in real estate, acquiring land, including protected areas, under the guise of providing affordable housing. Clive quietly increased rents once tenants had settled, eventually forcing families out. Prices would then be lowered once more, ready for the cycle to repeat, with profits steadily funneled into Medici coffers. Though Monica could not deny his skill, she found his methods abhorrent. His schemes prospered at the expense of the vulnerable, leaving families displaced and livelihoods shattered. Intelligence, she knew, meant little when divorced from conscience. Arnold, the youngest, stood apart from his brothers entirely. He possessed neither Lawrence's imposing presence nor Clive's calculating brilliance. Instead, he was gentle, thoughtful, and genuinely compassionate, a rarity within the Medici household. For this reason, he was treated as an inconvenience. His family made him the frequent butt of their mockery and readily cast him as a scapegoat whenever disputes arose with other noble houses. Despite her disdain for the Medici family as a whole, Monica felt a quiet sympathy for Arnold. His kindness marked him as an anomaly among his kin, and it was precisely this goodness that made him vulnerable. In a dynasty defined by ambition and cruelty, Arnold's humanity felt tragically out of place and undeservedly punished. Lady Medici broke the silence with polite curiosity. "Your Majesty, I understand that you travelled to Starlight Canyon during your efforts to stop Griffin." "I did," Monica replied evenly. "I was accompanied by a companion. We had to prevent Gaspar from destroying the lighthouse that safeguarded the moon crystal." "The same crystal once wielded by Crest at the Starlight Temple?" Clive asked, genuine interest flickering across his features. "The very same," Monica confirmed. "Sadly, I could not save the original Crest. However, his apprentice, Lynn, honoured his memory by continuing his sacred duties in his name. Lawrence leaned forward. And at the lighthouse, did you confront the man who murdered the king? Was there some grand battle between you? Monica shook her head. No, that confrontation came later, deep within Mount Gundor. Max and I were forced to face him only after Griffin had twisted him into something monstrous. Her voice softened. As much as I despised him for what he did to my father, I couldn't help but feel pity. Griffin mercilessly exploited his lost soul, searching for purpose. Arnold spoke then, his tone calm and sincere. Your Majesty, he said, meeting her gaze, your resilience and your compassion are remarkable. To face someone who caused you such pain and still recognize what humanity remains in them, that takes extraordinary strength. He continued quietly, that you could find room for mercy amidst your grief speaks volumes about your character. The true atrocity lies with Griffin, who twisted an innocent man into a weapon for his own vile ends. In the face of such darkness, you and Max became beacons of hope, acting with resolve when it mattered most. Arnold inclined his head slightly. Your ability to see beyond suffering, to choose understanding over hatred, is not weakness. It is the beginning of healing, not only for you, but for the realm you now lead. The undercurrent of disdain radiating from Arnold's family was unmistakable, yet it stood in stark contrast to Monica's expression of genuine gratitude. Thank you, Arnold, she said softly, offering him a gentle smile. Your words are a comfort to me. The moment barely had time to settle before Lawrence struck him sharply on the back of the head. There you go again, Arnold, he snapped. You always preach mercy and restraint, as though the world rewards such nonsense. Unperturbed, Arnold straightened and replied calmly. The Queen seemed to appreciate it. Lady Medici scoffed, her lips curling with contempt. As if Her Majesty would indulge your fanciful ideals, she said coldly. Your idealism is no different from your late father's, and it was precisely that naive talk of peace and compassion that left him vulnerable to those with fewer scruples. Arnold turned to face her fully, his voice steady but edged with pain. The day father died, Mother, was the day your heart hardened, he said. It was the day you ceased to be a nurturing parent and chose bitterness instead. Lady Medici's eyes flashed with fury at the audacity of his words. For a heartbeat, it seemed she might strike him, but she stopped herself. Her jaw tightened as she forced her hand to remain at her side, acutely aware of the Queen's presence and the delicate politics it demanded. The tension lingered in the air, heavy and unspoken, as Lady Medici swallowed her rage and allowed the moment to pass. An uneasy truce forged not from restraint, but from necessity. Chapter 10. Dragon Season. Upon their arrival at Starlight Canyon, Monica and the Medici family were greeted by a landscape profoundly reshaped by the slow, unyielding passage of time. It was a place reborn, not solely through the will of nature, but through the quiet persistence of human ingenuity, woven carefully into its ancient bones. A century earlier, Monica had departed a wild expanse of canyons, ruled by untamed rivers and roaring waterfalls, their restless currents carving the land, according to no design but their own. Now, those same forces had continued their work, deepening the chasms, widening the valleys, and forging new routes where none had existed before. Water had stripped away layers of ancient earth, exposing fresh seams of stone and mineral, raw, altered vistas that spoke silently of the world's deep and enduring history. The pathways told a story of change just as clearly. Where once there had been little more than dirt tracks clinging precariously to cliff edges, there now ran sleek routes formed from advanced materials, durable yet sympathetic to the land beneath them. Bridges arched confidently across yawning gaps, while visitor centres rose like glass-set gems, nestling respectfully among towering walls of rock. These structures did more than guide travellers through the canyon. They linked the past to the future and tradition to progress. The transformation extended beyond stone and structure, rippling through the living fabric of the canyon itself. The altered terrain reshaped patterns of sustenance and survival, forcing the native flora and fauna to adapt or migrate in search of more hospitable ground. Many creatures that once thrived here had moved on, seeking ecosystems better suited to their needs. As a result, the canyon's once abundant array of monsters had thinned, their absence a quiet testament to nature's constant recalibration. Yet not all had departed. The Gemrun remained, unyielding sentinels in the canyon's evolving narrative. Their resilience proved an unexpected advantage to hunters. With fewer rival predators competing for territory, the Gemrun had become more accessible, no longer shielded by the chaos of interspecies conflict that had once plagued those who pursued them. Starlight Canyon endured still, a constant amid transformation, a place that drew countless lives into its orbit. It stood as a living reminder that nature and humanity need not exist in opposition, but could, with care and restraint, share the same canvas. Together, they had shaped a landscape that balanced the raw spirit of the wild with the measured touch of civilization, a masterpiece still in the making. Lady Medici and Monica divided into two groups as they prepared to venture deeper into the canyon. Monica would lead one party alongside Arnold and her handmaiden, Lisa, while Lady Medici chose to accompany her two eldest sons, Lawrence and Clive. The decision spoke volumes. Without a word, Lady Medici entrusted the Queen's protection to Arnold. Her unspoken preference for her favourite sons was painfully apparent. Each member of the expedition was equipped with advanced rifles, engineered specifically to exploit the elemental weaknesses of their quarry. The weapons were formidable, designed to end encounters swiftly and decisively. Monica, however, chose to keep her sword secured at her side alongside her firearm, a quiet assertion that she preferred to be prepared for any outcome, however unlikely. While Lady Medici pressed ahead, eagerly pursuing Gemrun whenever they appeared, Monica, Lisa, and Arnold deliberately kept their distance, allowing the hunt to unfold without them directly engaging. As they walked, Arnold broke the silence, his tone open and thoughtful. "I must admit, Your Highness, I'm surprised you chose me to accompany you rather than my brothers." She glanced at him and offered a small, reassuring smile. "Please call me Monica," she said gently. "And I chose you because you impressed me on the journey here. Lawrence and Clive may appear confident, but they are both careful, constantly measuring their words and actions for fear of falling out of favour with your mother. You, on the other hand, speak honestly. You aren't afraid to say what you believe." Arnold hesitated, then let out a quiet breath. "Compared to them, I feel like a nobody," he admitted. "Lawrence is training to become a knight. Clive is determined to make his mark as an entrepreneur. I don't have a clear ambition, nothing that would benefit my family." His voice softened, they wouldn't approve of it anyway. Monica slowed her pace slightly, giving his words the weight they deserved. She recognized a familiar ache in Arnold's quiet honesty, the pain of measuring oneself against expectations that never truly fit. Monica met Arnold's gaze and gently placed her hands upon his shoulders, her touch warm and grounding. "Listen to me, Arnold," she said softly. "I understand why you feel this way." Her eyes held his, steady and sincere. "But life isn't about forcing yourself into roles chosen by others. Sometimes it's those who dare to step beyond expectation, who carve their paths, that leave the deepest mark. Your independence, your willingness to think differently. Those are not weaknesses. They may well be your greatest strengths." Arnold swallowed, visibly moved by her words. "Wow. Thank you, Your Majesty." He caught himself, a small, uncertain smile forming. "I mean, Monica, you speak like someone who's already walked that path." Her expression softened, and after a brief pause, Monica nodded. "I have," she said quietly. She told him then of her journey through time, of arriving in an era where no one knew her name or her title. For the first time in her life, she had been free from expectation, free to exist as herself. That anonymity, she explained, had given her a sense of independence she had never known. Her voice grew more distant as she recalled palm brinks, no guards, no protocol, just two teenagers sharing a simple moment beneath a fading sky as they intend to save the world. "In that moment," she admitted softly, "I felt like I belonged, truly belonged, and I would give anything to feel that again." The air seemed to hum with the weight of her memories until it shattered. Lisa's scream tore through the calm like glass breaking. Monica spun around just in time to see a hulking, bipedal purple dragon emerging from the canyon shadows, its massive claws wrapped tightly around Lisa's struggling form. Thick saliva dripped from its snarling maw, its eyes burning with predatory intent. "Help me, Your Majesty," Lisa cried out, her voice raw with terror. In an instant, nostalgia gave way to instinct, and the hunt became something far more deadly. Resolve blazed in Monica's eyes as instinct took hold. She cast her rifle aside and drew her sword in one fluid motion, steel singing as it cleared the scabbard. The armband at her wrist pulsed in response to her will, and she channeled its power without hesitation. A surge of ice magic burst forth, a frigid torrent that slammed into the dragon's towering form. The freezing blast struck true. With a furious roar, the creature recoiled, its grip loosening as ice crawled across its scales. Lisa was flung clear, tumbling to the ground as the dragon redirected its rage towards Monica. Monica stepped in front of her at once, blade raised. "Go!" she ordered, never taking her eyes off the beast. "Thank you, my queen," Lisa cried, scrambling to her feet. "Stay with Arnold and keep your distance," Monica commanded, her voice calm and unyielding. "I'll deal with this." "Yes, my queen," Lisa replied, retreating swiftly to Arnold's side as he raised his rifle, ready to support her. The dragon lunged. Its massive body surged forward with terrifying speed, claws outstretched to crush her. Monica leapt high, narrowly evading the deadly grasp. Twisting mid-air, she landed behind the creature and struck with ruthless precision. Her blade flashed once clean and decisive, severing the dragon's left wing in a spray of blood and shattered scales. The beast howled, clutching the ruined limb, as its scream echoed through the canyon walls. Enraged, it retaliated with a barrage of fireballs, hurling molten fury toward her. Monica met the assault head-on. With practiced skill, she absorbed the flames into her sword, the metal glowing white-hot as it drank in the fire. Then, she turned the energy back upon its source, sending it roaring towards the dragon. Though fire was not its natural weakness, the unexpected counter struck hard, scorching flesh and staggering the creature. The dragon roared again and slammed the ground with titanic force. A shockwave rippled outward, splitting stone and sending debris flying. Monica lost her footing and plunged into the river below, her body crashing against the rock face. At the last moment, she managed to catch herself, pressing her fingers into the ledge as the icy water surged beneath her. Above her, the dragon loomed. Its jaws opened wide, fire building in its throat. Arnold did not hesitate. He raised his rifle and fired, unleashing a relentless barrage that tore into the dragon's exposed flank. The creature staggered, its aim disrupted by the sudden assault. That was all Monica needed. With a cry of effort, she hauled herself up, leaping skyward with every ounce of strength she had left. Her sword came down in a single decisive plunge straight through the dragon's skull. The beast let out one final thunderous bellow before collapsing, its massive body crashing lifelessly against the canyon floor. Silence followed. The danger had passed. Arnold approached Monica, concern plainly written across his face. "Are you all right, Monica?" he asked softly. As she met his gaze, her thoughts drifted back to the ferocity of the battle, and, unbidden, to memories of fighting monsters alongside Max. A surge of gratitude welled up inside her before she could stop it. She stepped forward and wrapped Arnold in a warm, impulsive embrace. "Thank you," she said earnestly, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for being there when it mattered." "I'm glad I could be," Arnold replied, returning the embrace with genuine warmth. "I was simply doing what anyone else would have done." "And I'm glad I can do the same, Max," Monica murmured. The moment the name left her lips, she froze. She pulled back at once, the colour draining from her face. I'm so sorry, Arnold," she said quickly. I didn't mean to call you that. I truly didn't." "It's all right, Your Majesty," Arnold interrupted gently, his tone calm and understanding. Any trace of hurt was carefully concealed. "After everything you've been through today, it's only natural. Fighting that dragon must have brought back memories of your friend." Monica nodded faintly, though the knot in her chest only tightened. Regret lingered, heavy and unspoken. The truth she kept silent, pressed painfully against her heart. The sorrow of feelings never confessed, of words never spoken, and of a boy taken far too soon. As Arnold stepped back to give her space, Monica remained still for a moment longer, carrying the quiet ache of loss with her once again, an old wound reopened by battle, courage, and the cruel persistence of memory. Lady Medici and her sons eventually returned from their hunt, laden with an impressive haul of Gemron. The thick pelts were already being appraised in their minds, destined to be fashioned into armour, symbols of both utility and prestige, while the rich Gemron meat promised to become a coveted delicacy at future noble banquets. However, the moment they saw Monica standing beside Arnold and the enormous, lifeless body of a dragon, their sense of triumph faltered. "Holy—" Lawrence blurted out, staring in open disbelief. Did you slay that dragon? Monica straightened, her composure returning, and she answered with a hint of dry humour. Actually, the credit belongs to Arnold. Without him, Lisa and I would have been the dragon's appetizers. Isn't that right, Lisa? Though hesitant, Lisa bowed her head dutifully. Yes, Your Majesty. Lady Medici's son showed outstanding bravery in defeating the dragon. Lady Medici narrowed her eyes. Her skepticism was unmistakable. Arnold, she said coldly, is this truly so? Did you bring down this beast? Monica turned to Arnold and offered him a subtle, knowing wink, a quiet gesture of encouragement. I did, Mother, Arnold replied, his voice steady, a trace of pride finally surfacing. The dragon threatened the Queen, and I refused to stand by. I did what you've always demanded of me, to stop being passive and to act with strength and courage. Lady Medici hesitated. Doubt lingered, but it was eclipsed by reluctant awe. A dragon slain by Arnold. More importantly, he had saved the Queen's life. The political implications unfolded swiftly in her mind. Regardless, she said at last, masking her calculation behind satisfaction, its head will make a splendid addition to our family hall. For Arnold, Monica said firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Of course, Your Majesty, Lady Medici replied smoothly, inclining her head. As dusk began to settle over the canyon, the sky darkening with the first scatter of stars, Lisa broke the silence. It's growing late, my queen. We should return to the vehicles and establish camp. A wise suggestion, Monica agreed. Very well. Let us gather what we can carry and head back. Monica, Lisa, and Lady Medici set about collecting the Gemron, their smaller bodies far easier to transport. Meanwhile, the Medici sons undertook the far heavier task of moving the dragon. Lawrence took hold of its massive head with a reverence bordering on pride, while Arnold and Clive shared the burden of its immense hind limbs. Chapter 11. Old friends. New answers. The party made their way back through the canyon's rugged embrace, the air heavy with the mingled scents of dust, sweat, and hard-won triumph. The promise of rest and warmth once they reached camp tempered the lingering fatigue in their limbs. Lawrence's voice soon cut through the quiet, swelling with self-satisfaction. All told, I must have taken down more than 20 Gemron today, he proclaimed loudly. Clive, ever precise, glanced up with a faint smirk. Closer to 13, actually, he corrected, his tone dry and deliberately measured. Lawrence scowled, bristling at the interruption. Clive's insistence on accuracy had always grated on him, though even Lawrence could not deny its usefulness. It was that carefree disregard for detail, irritating as it could be, that made Clive indispensable as the family's treasurer. In matters of wealth and power, precision was not pedantry. It was survival. Arnold walked a little behind them, his thoughts far quieter. He was grateful for the Queen's generosity in granting him full credit for the dragon's slaying, a deed that now paints him as the saviour of royalty. Yet the praise sat uneasily upon him. He was aware that Monica had taken the brunt of the battle, confronting the beast directly when death was at its most imminent. Adding to that unease was the memory of her calling him Max. Though the moment had stung, Arnold understood what lay beneath it. He saw the grief still haunting her, the sorrow she carried with quiet dignity. That understanding dulled the bruise to his pride and replaced it with empathy. Monica was still walking through the long shadows of loss, and no crown could shield her from that. As they neared the campsite, the moon crystal's glow began to pierce the gathering darkness. Its ethereal light illuminated the distant silhouette of Starlight Temple, standing timeless against the night sky. Monica slowed, her gaze drawn inexorably towards it. Thoughts of Max resurfaced, of unanswered questions, of a life ended far too soon. She turned to the group. "Hold a moment," she said calmly. "My maid and I need to stop by Starlight Temple to gather additional provisions for the camp." Lady Medici frowned slightly. "Your Majesty, would it not be wiser to take one of my sons with you for protection?" Monica offered her a polite but firm smile. "Your concern is appreciated, Lady Medici, but it won't be necessary. My handmaiden will accompany me." She turned towards the temple, her voice gentle but decisive. "This way, Lisa. I'll need your help." Lisa bowed at once. "Of course, my queen," she replied, falling into step beside her. Together, they turned away from the others and headed towards the temple, their figures gradually swallowed by the moonlit path. As Monica descended the steps onto the southern platform of Starlight Temple, a tide of nostalgia washed over her. Memories surfaced unbidden, of working alongside Max to restore the temple, of shared determination and quiet laughter beneath these very stars. This place had been pivotal to their journey. The sage who resided here had guided them through moments of uncertainty and revelation alike. And now, standing once more within its glow, Monica felt the past press close, reminding her that some answers might yet linger within these ancient walls. The temple stood exactly as Monica remembered it. An intimate sanctuary carved into the mountainside, Starlight Temple was a marvel of quiet ingenuity. 4 stone platforms emerged from the rock face, each cradling a structure hewn directly from the living mountain itself. At the temple's heart, a series of circular platforms floated in serene suspension, linked by slender bridges that spanned the open air below, giving the space an almost dreamlike quality. At the center of it, all rested the moon crystal. Its pale silvery glow filled the chamber with a hushed reverence. The crystal's power remained as mysterious as ever, an ancient force capable of revealing truths long buried, answers sought not by reason alone, but by the yearning of the heart. It was said that the crystal did not simply respond to questions, but to intention. Monica's thoughts drifted back to the time she and Max had stood here together, desperate and determined, calling upon the moon crystal in their search for Emperor Griffin. She could almost hear his voice beside her, feel the shared tension as the crystal's light had deepened. It was through its luminous depths that they had uncovered the staggering truth. Their enemy did not exist in the present at all, but 10,000 years deep within the annals of history. An adversary rooted in an age so distant, it reshaped everything they thought they understood. Standing there once more, beneath the crystal's glow, Monica felt the past press close around her and wondered whether it still held answers she had yet to ask. Monica and Lisa approached the inner sanctum of the temple, where the fabled moon crystal rested in solemn silence. Before continuing, Monica turned to her handmaiden, her expression calm yet resolute. "Wait here, Lisa. I won't be long." Lisa inclined her head respectfully, remaining near the ascending ramp that led towards the crystal. "As you wish, my queen," she replied. As Monica climbed towards the moon crystal, she was gradually enveloped in its mesmerizing azure glow. The light bathed her in a cool, otherworldly radiance, stirring memories and emotions she had long kept buried. Her heart weighed heavy with unanswered questions and fragile hope as she reached out, her fingers drawing closer to the crystal's cool surface. Before she could touch it, a voice, familiar, calm, and wholly unexpected, stilled her hand. "I'm afraid you won't find what you're looking for by doing that, Your Majesty." Monica turned sharply, her eyes meeting those of Crest, the great sage, who stood accompanied by several moon people cloaked in their traditional hoods. Recognition softened her expression. "It's good to see you again, Lynn," she said warmly. A polite cough followed. Monica faltered, then corrected herself at once. "I'm sorry, Crest, the great sage." A faint flush of embarrassment touched her cheeks. Crest smiled, a gentle chuckle easing the formality between them. "There's no need for titles here, Monica. I know exactly why you've come." "You know I'm seeking the truth about Max," Monica said quietly, hope and apprehension flickering in her eyes. "I do," Crest replied, her gaze filled with wisdom and compassion. "You know that his life ended, yet the circumstances remain hidden from you. I sense your fear, child, that you may bear guilt for a fate that was never yours to shape." Monica's voice trembled despite her composure. "That is what haunts me most. The thought that my return might have set events in motion, that something may have happened to him while I was gone, unable to help. I don't know if I can live with the uncertainty any longer. I need to know the truth, no matter how painful." Crest's expression darkened with solemn understanding. "Then prepare yourself," she said, her voice carrying a weight that silenced the air around them. With a graceful gesture, she beckoned to the moon people, who stepped forward and encircled the moon crystal. Their movements were precise and ritualistic, and as they took their places, the atmosphere itself seemed to hum with anticipation. "But heed this warning, Monica," Crest continued. "The truth is a double-edged blade. It can heal, or it can wound beyond repair." Monica did not waver. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "I've come too far to turn away now. Illuminate the past, Crest, great sage." Crest raised her hands towards the moon crystal, her fingers tracing intricate sigils through the air. Magic flowed from her palms like a living current, threading itself into the crystal's radiant core. Its glow intensified, pulsing softly as a vision began to form. Hazy at first, indistinct shapes drifting within its depths, before gradually sharpening into focus. Monica leaned forward, her breath held. A vast, dimly lit mind stretched out before her, its tunnels carved deep into the earth. "Where is this place?" Monica asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This," Crest replied solemnly, "is the Zelmite mine. It was sealed off from Palm Brinks many years ago. The ore found here, Zelmite, is far more powerful than coal. It possesses the ability to make the impossible possible." Within the glowing vision, a lone figure moved through the cavern. Monica's heart lurched. "I see him. Max." Her voice trembled. "Why was he there? Why did he go into the mines?" Crest's tone darkened. The mayor of Palm Brinks sought to expand the railway network beyond anything the town had known. To do so, he sent Max to retrieve Zelmite, believing its energy would fuel unprecedented industrial progress. She paused. What the mayor failed to consider was the danger. The mines were home to some of the most lethal monsters of that era. The vision shifted. Monica watched in horror as Max battled his way through the depths, one monstrous foe after another. Each fight left its mark upon him. His movements grew slower, his expression more strained, and exhaustion was etched deeply into his features, yet still he pressed on. Each victory came at a cost, but he refused to turn back. Monica's chest tightened. She knew instinctively that the path unfolding before her led somewhere dreadful. Then the crystal revealed the moment she feared most. Max stood face to face with Flotsam once more, but this was no longer the clown she remembered. Flotsam was now a grotesque fusion of flesh and machine. 3/4 of his face remained grotesquely human, while the rest was cold, artificial metal. One glass eye gleamed with advanced technology, tracking Max's every movement. His torso had been rebuilt from Zelmite alloy, thick and reinforced. One arm ended in a vicious drill, the other in a circular mechanical grip. His legs were fully robotic, and twin Nova jets mounted along his lower back allowed him to hover and fly with terrifying agility. The battle was brutal. Flotsam revelled in his newfound power, savouring every moment as he battered Max with ruthless efficiency. Each blow sent Max crashing into stone, yet he refused to surrender. Drawing upon sheer will and tactical instinct, Max turned the tide at the last moment, slamming his ride pod directly into Flotsam. The impact was catastrophic. Flotsam's body was torn apart by the explosion, his mechanical form left sparking and broken. But Max did not escape unscathed. As he leapt from the ride pod moments before it detonated, his foot shattered upon landing, leaving him crippled and vulnerable. Still, Max smiled. Leaning heavily against the cavern wall, he smirked at his fallen foe. Even with all your fancy upgrades, he taunted weakly, you still lost. In the end, Flotsam, you're nothing more than a pathetic clown. The words proved fatal. Flotsam's remaining eye flared with murderous fury. I may be a clown, you little brat, he snarled, his voice warped and distorted, but I always get the last laugh. With a sudden, violent motion, Flotsam raised his drill and fired. The weapon tore through Max's body, pinning him brutally against the stone wall. His strength failed instantly. Blood spilt onto the cold rock as his life drained away. Barely conscious, Max drew one final breath. Monica. The name left his lips like a prayer. As Max's body went still, Flotsam released a manic, triumphant laugh, high, shrill, and utterly unhinged. Moments later, the clown's damaged systems finally gave out. Sparks erupted from his shattered form as he collapsed, lifeless at last. The vision shifted once more. Within the moon crystal, Max's body lay still, now reduced to a century-old skeleton, clothed in the tattered remnants of what he had worn that day. Time had claimed what battle had begun, leaving behind only silent proof of a life cut brutally short. Crest's voice broke the heavy silence. After his death, the mayor attempted to conceal his actions, but the truth eventually surfaced, and he was forced to resign in disgrace. Her tone softened. Soon after, Max's father withdrew into his mansion, shutting himself away from the world entirely. with the town's innocence shattered by Max's fate, Palm Brinks slowly began to empty. Its people, left in search of a new home, unable to remain where such tragedy had stained the land. The vision faded. Monica collapsed to her knees, the truth finally laid bare. No, she whispered, her voice breaking. I could have saved him. I should have been there. This is my fault. He's gone because of me. Crest moved to her side at once, her presence steady and grounding. I am sorry, Monica, she said gently. I never wished to cause you such pain. But know this, there is still hope. The story does not have to end this way. Monica looked up, forcing herself to meet Crest's gaze, masking her grief behind fragile composure. How? She asked. What can I do? Time travel is forbidden now because of Griffin, unless you have a way. And I do, Your Majesty, Crest replied calmly. At her gesture, one of the moon people stepped forward, carrying a small, ornate chest. With trembling hands, Monica opened it, her breath caught in her throat. Inside rested an hourglass, its glass shimmering with an otherworldly glow. A star glass, Monica whispered in disbelief. But I thought they were all destroyed when the ban was enforced. They were, Crest confirmed. All except one. I ensured that a single star glass was preserved should an emergency ever arise. Monica hesitated, fear and responsibility warring within her. Are you certain you wish to entrust this to me? If the nobility discovers this, they could make your life unbearable. Crest let out a quiet scoff, her eyes sharp with defiance. At my age, I care little for the opinions of toffee-nosed snobs, she said bluntly. If breaking the law is necessary to help a friend and repay a debt, their selfish interests mean nothing to me. Monica blinked. Repay a debt? A faint smile touched Crest's lips. Once, you used a star glass to help me. Now it is my turn to help you. Her gaze softened. Go, Monica, save your friend, and reclaim the freedom you once had. I know you were happier then. Resolve surged through Monica. Rising to her feet, she clutched the star glass tightly to her chest. Thank you, she said quietly, emotion thick in her voice. Turning to leave, she motioned for Lisa. When we return to camp, send word to Elena. Ask her to come to the castle. I need to speak with her, privately. Lisa bowed at once. As you wish, my queen. As Monica stepped away, Crest called after her one final time. Be warned, Your Majesty, without your Atlamilia, navigating the flow of time will be far more difficult. You will need every ounce of strength you possess if you hope to save Max. Only the strong ones can stand the test of time. Monica did not turn back. The star glass pulsed softly against her chest as she walked onwards, carrying not only the weight of a kingdom, but also the fragile hope of rewriting a fate that had never deserved to be written at all. Chapter 12. Dreams of Failure. The velvet cloak of night enveloped the kingdom, yet within her private sanctuary, sleep continued to elude Queen Monica. Even with her eyes closed, her mind refused rest, assailed by an unrelenting procession of grief and regret. The harrowing truths she had uncovered, Max's untimely death and Tren's erasure from history, gnawed relentlessly at her conscience. Together, they fed a deep-rooted survivor's guilt, a spectre that had first taken hold the moment she stood before her father's lifeless body. She feared sleep. She feared sleep not for its darkness, but for the faces of those she thought she had failed. The crown upon her brow, once a symbol of authority and hope, now felt like an anvil, crushing her beneath the weight of responsibility and remorse. Sensing their queen's unrest, her devoted handmaidens prepared a mild soporific draught, hoping to guide her gently into peaceful slumber. It did little to comfort her. The night stretched on, heavy and interminable, as Monica lay awake, a young queen, burdened not only by the fate of a kingdom, but also by the unforgiving cost of the choices she had made. When sleep finally claimed her, it offered no mercy. Her dreams did not grant refuge, but instead dragged her back to the very beginning of her suffering. She stood once more within the familiar corridors of the castle, though now they were warped and distorted, their angles bending unnaturally as if the walls themselves recoiled in horror. Outside, the storm raged with unnatural ferocity. Rain lashed like whips against the stone, and thunder cracked with deliberate, hostile intent. Her heart thundered in her chest as she ran. Every instinct urged her to alter what she already understood was irreversible. Panic surged through her veins, and a terrible realization struck. What? The monsters are in my father's room. She ran faster. Father! The word tore from her throat, a plea, a promise, a desperate vow forged in terror. At that moment, she was neither a queen nor a ruler of nations, but merely a daughter, determined once again to protect her beloved from the encroaching darkness. Her memory presented the battle with cruel clarity. She remembered fighting 4 of Griffin's soldiers that night, but the dream betrayed her. The corridors now teemed with 12 spectral enemies, their forms warped and unreal. They moved with an agility far beyond mortal limits, parrying her blows with unnatural precision. Every strike she delivered met empty air or was effortlessly deflected, the dream twisting her skill into futility and magnifying her desperation tenfold. Still, Monica fought on. Her sole purpose was to carve a path to her father's chambers, driven by a primal need to protect him, to save him, haunted by the suffocating fear that she was already too late. Steel rang against steel as the struggle consumed her, until, at last, the final soldier fell, dissolving into the nightmare from which it had sprung. For a fleeting heartbeat, silence followed. Then a scream tore through it. "Monica!" Her blood ran cold as she spun towards the sound. "Father!" she screamed, her voice raw with panic as she broke into a sprint, terror lending speed to her limbs. From beyond the doors ahead, her father's voice echoed, ragged, desperate, punctuated by the sickening sounds of repeated stabbing. "Monica, where are you?" The cry pierced her like a blade. She reached the door, and it did not yield. Locked. Solid. Unforgiving. Terror seized her as she shouted back, her voice breaking under the weight of desperation. "Hang on, father. I'm coming!" She hurled herself at the door, kicking and slamming her shoulder into it again and again. Each impact sent pain shooting through her body, but she scarcely felt it. The door loomed like a monstrous sentinel, immovable and cruel, while her father's cries beyond it grew weaker with every passing second. Time stretched into agony. Every failed attempt felt like another blade twisting into her heart. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Monica broke through. The door gave way at last, splintering beneath her assault, and she stumbled forward into silence. The devastation before her stole the air from her lungs. Her father lay motionless, his body drenched in blood, the life that had once filled him utterly gone. The image burnt itself into her mind, etched in the darkest corners of her memory. Her legs failed her. She staggered forward, each step unbearably heavy, before collapsing to her knees beside him. Gathering his lifeless form into her arms, she clutched him close, her sobs breaking free at last. "I'm sorry, Father," she whispered through cascading tears. "I'm so sorry. With all my skills, they were not enough. Not in time." But the nightmare was not content with silence. Her father's body lurched upright with violent force, his grip snapping shut around her wrist like iron. The warmth she remembered was gone. In its place was something cold, merciless. His voice carried no comfort, only judgment. "You failed me, Monica," he condemned. The words struck like a blade driven deep. "As a princess, as my daughter, you failed." Her blood turned to ice, the accusation burrowed into her chest, splitting her breath apart. She stared at him in horror as his face began to rot before her eyes, flesh peeling away, features collapsing inward until nothing remained but bone. A skull stared back at her, hollow sockets burning with accusation. "If you could not save me, how can you hope to preserve a kingdom?" The taunt echoed unnaturally, reverberating through the chamber, as though the walls themselves were complicit. Panic surged. With a cry torn from her throat, Monica shoved the skeletal spectre away with every ounce of defiance left in her body. The bones struck the wall and collapsed into a clattering heap, lifeless and still. She staggered back, panting, her heart hammering against her ribs. For a fleeting moment, she dared to hope the nightmare had spent itself. It had not. A familiar, male voice cut through the air, sharp with aggression. "He's not the only one you failed." Monica spun around. There he stood. Maximum. Her breath caught painfully in her throat as her eyes locked onto him, disbelief and dread colliding within her chest. "Max?" The figure before her was not the boy she remembered, laughing beside train platforms or fighting alongside in forgotten ruins. His posture was rigid, his expression carved from resentment. Anger radiated from him like heat from a forge. "You abandoned me, Monica," he shouted, "left me to face death alone." His face twisted with fury, the warmth and loyalty she once knew utterly erased. The sight of it shattered her. Desperation clawed its way into her voice as she tried to explain, to justify the choice that had haunted her waking hours. "I had to go home, Max. That time, that world, it wasn't mine to stay in." The words barely left her mouth before he lashed back, his response burning. "You're just like my mother," Max barked, "always leaving others behind when they need you. Remember, I was the one who pulled you out of Mount Gundor. My early death is my reward for saving you." Each word struck with surgical cruelty, reopening wounds she had never allowed to heal. The nightmare fed on her guilt, twisting love into accusation and sacrifice into condemnation. Monica, her heart heavy with the ache of her departure, turned away from Max, unable to bear the weight of his accusation. She sought to hide the storm raging behind her eyes, but the nightmare denied her even that mercy. As she pivoted, she collided with another ghost of her past, Tren. The girl stood before her, unchanged in form, yet utterly transformed in presence. The warmth that once lived in her eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, reproachful glare that sliced clean through Monica's remaining defences. "And what of me, Monica?" The words struck with venomous precision. "What about your friend whom you erased?" Monica staggered backward, breath hitching as denial and guilt tangled painfully in her chest. Her voice trembled, splintering under the strain of the truth she had never been able to voice aloud. I didn't mean to, Tren. It was never my intention. My actions, the course I took to correct time, I couldn't have known they would erase your existence." Tren did not waver. Her expression did not soften. The gaze she fixed upon Monica was unforgiving, and when she spoke again, sarcasm cut deep. "Oh, and you believe that absolves you? Is that supposed to be my comfort? To think I was mistaken in believing I meant more to you than a mere jest, a plaything for your royal amusement. Yet here is the truth laid bare. Nobility like you always dismiss the worth of common souls like mine." Each word landed like a sentence passed. The implication was unbearable, that their friendship had been disposable, that Tren had been expendable in the grand calculus of crowns and destiny. The thought tore through Monica's spirit with merciless clarity. Overwhelmed, Monica fled. She stumbled toward the balcony, desperate for air, for distance, for anything that might muffle the echoing chorus of accusation. She pushed through the doors, expecting the familiar comfort of lantern-lit streets and sleeping rooftops below. Instead, an abyss greeted her. A vast, yawning void stretched endlessly beneath her feet, swallowing all light, all certainty. A mirror of the chasm hollowed out within her chest. Still, the nightmare followed. "Where are you going, Monica?" Max's voice drifted through the darkness, no longer furious, but laced with a sorrow that cut far deeper. It was resignation, finality. Then Tren's voice joined him, sharp and inescapable. "You cannot evade the truth, Monica." They appeared beside her. Max and Tren stood together, their forms warped by time and decay, skin ashen, eyes dulled. The vitality she remembered, gnawed away by rot and neglect. They were not merely spectres of the dead. They were the embodiment of everything she believed she had destroyed. Paralyzed, Monica could not scream, until the pressure became unbearable. Her anguished cry shattered the silence as she bolted upright in her bed, breath tearing in and out of her lungs in ragged gasps. The shadows of her chamber recoiled as reality rushed back in, but the nightmare's claws had already left their mark. Though awake, relief did not come. The despair lingered, heavy and suffocating, settling deep in her chest. The crown on the bedside table gleamed faintly in the darkness, not as a symbol of strength, but as a reminder of the cost of every choice she had ever made. The dream was over, the guilt was not. Chapter 13. A Mother's Blessing. Days had passed since Monica bore witness to the tragic fall of Max, each one weighed down by the unresolved promise of turning back time. The great sage entrusted her with the precious and final star-glass, and now she found herself caught in the suffocating bind of royal protocol. Her movements were restricted to the castle grounds, save for appearances demanded by duty. Yet Monica refused to remain idle. Driven by quiet determination, she formed a plan, one born of urgency and hope in equal measure. With careful words and restrained desperation, she reached out to Eleanor, trusting her above all others to help orchestrate a discreet departure from the stronghold that now felt less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded prison. Hope stirred when Tilly returned with welcome news. Eleanor would enter the castle and meet with the Queen in private, choosing the royal gardens as their place of council. It was a fitting choice, open enough to seem ordinary, yet secluded enough for secrets to take root beneath the cover of nature. Monica clung to that promise, her heart quickening with anticipation. She positioned herself beside the central fountain, the steady murmur of its cascading water, offering a natural veil against prying ears. As she waited, her gaze drifted across the splendour of the royal gardens. They stretched across the palace grounds like a living masterpiece. Passing through the ornate, wrought iron gates, one was immediately immersed in a tapestry of colour and fragrance. Flower beds bloomed in careful harmony, their vibrant hues set against the precise geometry of sculpted hedges. Meandering stone paths wove gently through the landscape, inviting quiet exploration. The gardens showed something new at every turn. For example, there was a quiet alcove with a stone bench that looked out over a still pond, or a pergola that bent under the soft weight of climbing roses, their sweet scent still in the air. The rose garden was the highlight. The royal gardeners took great care of these rare and beloved plants, and their petals opened up in a stunning range of colours, from deep crimson to soft blush to the purest white. It was a place that people designed not only to be seen, but also to be felt. Beyond it, towering arboretums offered a quiet catalogue of the world's grandeur in living form. Ancient oaks stood in solemn dignity, willows swayed with gentle grace, and cherry blossoms scattered fleeting beauty across the paths below. Light filtered through their canopies, casting shifting patterns that invited reflection and calm. Water was ever present, a soft, continuous symphony. Ponds, streams, and fountains whispered to one another, creating an atmosphere of peace where flora and fauna thrived in delicate balance. The herb gardens were in a quieter part of the yard, and they were cared for with the same level of detail. Rows of basil, mint, thyme, and countless other plants flourished there, destined to enrich the palace kitchens. Their presence added not only fragrance and colour, but also a sense of quiet purpose. Life cultivated not just for beauty, but for sustenance. Yet, for Monica, the beauty carried a quiet sorrow. The gardens reminded her of those at Moonflower Palace, once just as vibrant, just as alive, before Emperor Griffin reduced them to ruin. That destruction had not been born of cruelty alone, but of grief. A desperate attempt to erase the memory of Queen Alexandra's fate, a loss he had been powerless to prevent. Standing there now, surrounded by life and renewal, Monica felt the contrast keenly. Beauty could be restored, but some losses lingered. Lisa approached with Eleanor close behind. "Your Majesty," she announced gently, addressing Monica, who sat beside the fountain. "I have brought Lady Eleanor to see you." "Thank you, Lisa. You may leave us," Monica replied. Lisa bowed and withdrew without question, leaving the two women alone beneath the soft murmur of cascading water. Monica rose to her feet, a small, genuine smile touching her lips at the sight of Eleanor. It had been some time since she had seen her, and there was quiet relief in finding her well. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me, Your Majesty," Eleanor said, offering a respectful bow. "Please, Elena, there's no need for formality," Monica said softly. "I asked you here because I need your help. This is important." Eleanor straightened, her curiosity sharpening into concern. "Then you already have it," she said. "Whatever I can do to help, I will." Monica did not hesitate. "I need you to help me find a way to escape the castle." Eleanor blinked, taken aback. "I don't understand. Why would you need my help to do that?" "I need to reach Palm Brinks," Monica said, her voice steady but urgent. "There is something there I must do." Eleanor's expression hardened instantly. "That's impossible. Palm Brinks was abandoned a century ago, after what happened there." Monica held her gaze, unwavering. "And you know why it was abandoned, don't you?" For a fleeting moment, something flickered across Elena's face. Recognition, grief, but it was quickly buried. Monica continued. "You know that Max died in those mines?" "Gaius told me what happened the other day. Since I'm Max's mother, he felt that I should know. Knowing what happened to my son wasn't easy." "That is something I can change," Monica continued, her resolve rising. "One final journey through time. I can save your son, Elena. I can stop what happened, stop the town from ever falling into ruin. Crest already gave me a star glass to make that happen." The words hung between them. Elena's jaw tightened. "Even if that were possible," she said carefully, "you know the law. Time travel is now forbidden. I cannot help you break it." Monica's expression darkened and her heart sank, disappointment cutting through her composure. "Even if it means letting Max and Gerald die," she pressed. "Max was right about you. You are selfish." Elena recoiled slightly, the accusation striking deeper than Monica perhaps intended. When she spoke again, her voice was firm, edged with emotion. "And what of your responsibilities as queen, Monica?" she countered. "Have you already forgotten the oath you swore? If you abandon your kingdom now, the noble houses will tear the land apart to claim the throne. They will fight for power, and in that chaos, innocent lives will be lost. Far more than Griffin ever claimed." Her words landed heavily. For a moment, doubt flickered across Monica's face, but it did not take root. "If that is the cost," Monica said quietly, though her voice did not waver, "then I am willing to pay it. If abandoning my duty is what it takes to save your son and to finally be free, then so be it." Silence fell. Elena studied her, disappointment settling slowly into something colder, more resigned. "Your father would be ashamed of you," she said at last, her voice low. She turned to leave, her steps measured, controlled. At the edge of the garden, she paused only long enough to deliver her final words. "Goodbye, Your Majesty. I have more important matters to attend to." Fury surged through Monica as Elena's words lingered in the air, sharp and unyielding. The sting of her refusal, worsened by the quiet finality with which she turned away, cut deeper than Monica cared to admit. "Then go," Monica snapped, her voice trembling with anger. "If you won't stand with me, you have no place here." The words rang out across the garden, harsher than she intended, but she made no effort to take them back. In that moment, Elena's refusal felt less like caution and more like betrayal. "You're a coward and a terrible mother," she added, the accusation slipping out before she could restrain it. Eleanor did not turn back. That, more than anything, hardened Monica's resolve. With a sharp breath, she turned on her heel and strode towards the castle, her pace quick and purposeful. The tranquility of the gardens faded behind her, replaced by the storm gathering within her chest. If Eleanor did not help her, then she would find another way. She had not come this far, had not endured everything she had, for her journey to end here. If she won't help, I will find another way. Chapter 14. Help at last. Some time had passed since Elena refused to help her, yet the conversation lingered like an open wound. Sleep had become a stranger to Monica. Each night she lay awake as the memory of Max's death replayed relentlessly in her mind, growing sharper, heavier, more unbearable with every repetition. His final word, her name echoed louder each time, Monica. It haunted her. She could not shake the thought that perhaps if she had stayed just a little longer, if she had delayed her return, he might have lived, grown older, had a future, a life beyond 14. The possibility gnawed at her, cruel and unrelenting. Her attempts to persuade Gaius to grant her leave to visit the ruins of Palmbrinks had proven futile. As queen, her movements were dictated by duty, every step bound by protocol. She could not simply leave, not without purpose sanctioned by the crown. The castle, once a symbol of power and privilege, had become something else entirely. A cage. As a princess, Monica had found ways to slip past its watchful gaze. She had stolen moments of freedom, sneaking out to meet Tren beneath the cover of night, evading guards with youthful daring and a touch of recklessness. Those days were gone. After Griffin's assault, the castle had been transformed into a fortress in the truest sense. Security was no longer merely precaution, it was absolute. Every corridor, every entrance, every shadow was being watched. Guards stood at every post, vigilant and unyielding, their patrols constant and precise. Sir George oversaw it all. A man of iron discipline and unwavering loyalty, he had reshaped the castle's defences into something nearly impenetrable. Under his command, the Royal Guard had been hardened, trained relentlessly, and equipped with advanced weaponry. Surveillance systems now stretched across the grounds, scanning for threats, leaving little to chance. There were no blind spots left, no quiet corners, no escape. What had once been a place of refuge now stood as a barrier, sealing her inside its stone walls. Monica rose slowly from her bed, the silence of her chamber pressing in around her. Crossing the room, she knelt before a chest hidden from casual sight. With careful hands, she unlocked it and lifted the lid. Inside rested the star glass, delicate, unassuming, yet it holds the weight of time itself. She reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as they came to rest against the smooth surface of the hourglass. For a moment, she said nothing, her reflection faintly caught in the glass. Then, softly, almost as though afraid to be heard, she spoke. "I am so sorry, Max. As queen, my powers fail me in preserving your existence. You were denied the opportunity to embrace a fulfilling life, a tragedy for which I bear responsibility. Not even the aid of your mother could grant me the means to rescue you." Her voice faltered at the end, the words hanging in the stillness. In that quiet moment, surrounded by stone and silence, Monica felt the full weight of her crown, not as power, but as limitation. And for the first time since her coronation, it felt unbearably heavy. A soft, measured knock broke the stillness of Monica's chamber, this time from the balcony doors. "Your Majesty." The voice was familiar. Monica rose at once and crossed the room, opening the doors just enough to allow Osmond to slip inside. Cool night air followed him in, brushing against her skin. She studied him with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "How did you even get up here?" she asked quietly. Osmond gave a small, almost amused smile. "Elevenlabs stealth optic camouflage," he replied, "makes scaling castle walls far less dramatic than it should be." Despite herself, Monica felt a flicker of surprise. Before she could question him further, he produced a small card and handed it to her. "Elena asked me to deliver this to you." At the mention of Elena's name, Monica's expression hardened. The memory of their last conversation lingered, sharp and unresolved. "If this message is an apology, she can forget it," Monica said coolly. "She made her choice when she refused to help me." "Your Majesty," Osmond replied gently, "I believe you'll be surprised." Reluctantly, Monica activated the card. A soft hum filled the room as a holographic projection flickered to life before her. Elena's image formed, clear and unmistakable, her voice steady as she spoke. "Monica, if you're reading this message, then Osmond has reached you. I apologize for not assisting you earlier. Spies permeate your castle, and I cannot risk jeopardizing your plan. Osmond will facilitate your covert journey to Palm Brinks. Utilize the Starglass within the mansion. It presents your best chance to forewarn Max about entering the mines. Please, Monica, save my son, and above all, embrace the freedom to live your life. You deserve happiness." The projection faded. For a moment, Monica simply stood there, stunned. The weight of Elena's words settled over her, replacing anger with something far more uncomfortable: regret. "All this time, she was willing to help me," Monica murmured, "and I called her selfish, a coward, and a terrible mother." She lowered her gaze. "I need to apologize to her." Osmond shook his head lightly. "I'm sure she would understand, Monica, but right now we need to focus. Palm Brinks is only a day's walk from here." Monica nodded slowly, gathering herself. "Yes, you're right. But first, I need to change. I can't leave dressed like this. Someone will recognize me." She moved behind the dressing screen and quickly shed her nightwear, replacing it with the outfit she had worn during her journey through time. The moment she pulled it on, something within her shifted. It felt right, familiar, free. She stepped out again, fastening a strap across her back to secure the Starglass. "It's good to see the old you back," Osmond remarked. Monica allowed herself a faint smile. "Do you have a plan for getting us out of here?" "Already sorted," he replied, producing a compact device. "Elevenlabs gear. This one fires a zipline." He stepped onto the balcony and aimed carefully. With a sharp thwip, the cable shot across the moat, anchoring firmly on the far side. Securing his end, he gave the line a testing tug. "Now we can make our exit. Are you prepared, Monica?" "Just a moment," she said, pausing. She turned back into the room and approached a familiar place, where her father's sword rested. For a brief second, her hand hovered before she took hold of it, her grip tightening around the hilt. It was more than a weapon. It was a promise, a memory she refused to leave behind. Returning to the balcony, she took a steady breath. Then, without hesitation, Monica grasped the line and launched herself into the night. The wind rushed past as she descended swiftly, her landing silent and controlled. Osmond followed moments later, retracting the cable once his feet touched the ground. For the first time in what felt like forever, Monica stood beyond the castle walls. Freedom hit her like a wave. "I'm free again," she exclaimed, unable to contain her relief. She turned and embraced Osmond tightly. "Thank you. Truly." Osmond chuckled softly, but shook his head. "Don't thank me just yet. We need to reach Palm Brinks before anyone notices you're gone." Monica stepped back, her expression sharpening with purpose. "Then lead the way, Osmond. I'll follow." Without another word, the two slipped into the shadows of the forest, leaving the castle behind. As the trees closed around them, Monica felt something stir within her, a long-forgotten spark, the same spirit that had carried her through danger, through time, and through everything she'd faced alongside Max. This time, she would not be too late. With renewed determination and the power to change fate itself, Monica pressed forward into the darkness. However, her escape did not evade notice. From the sombre confines of his dimly lit room in the castle, Gaius observed Monica's swift departure into the forest through his window. With a sly smile, he remarked, "It seems the Queen is disregarding her royal responsibilities." There was an absence of surprise in his tone as he settled into his comfortable chair. "Nevertheless, the penalty for renouncing one's oath is death, irrespective of one's status. Isn't that correct, Shadowclaw?" However, her escape did not go unnoticed. From the shadowed stillness of his dimly lit chamber, Gaius stood at the window, watching as Monica and Osmond disappeared into the forest beyond the castle walls. The faint glow of moonlight traced their path only briefly before the darkness swallowed them whole. A slow, knowing smile crept across his face. "It seems the Queen is disregarding her royal responsibilities." There was no surprise in his voice, only quiet satisfaction. He turned away from the window and eased himself into his chair, steepling his fingers as though contemplating something already decided. "Nevertheless, the penalty for renouncing one's oath is death, irrespective of one's status. Isn't that correct, Shadowclaw?" The room shifted. From the deepest corner of darkness, a figure emerged, as though carved from the night itself. A teenage girl stepped forward, her presence almost silent, her form entirely cloaked in obsidian. Her attire was sleek and precise, designed for movement without sound. A hooded cloak fell around her, like a second shadow, and her face was concealed behind a mask, shaped in the likeness of an owl, its hollow gaze both watchful and unnerving. Twin blades rested at her hips, their polished edges catching the faintest glimmer of light. She knelt before him without hesitation. "Yes, master." Her voice was low, controlled, and utterly devoid of doubt. Gaius regarded her with calm authority, his expression cool and composed, though something darker flickered beneath the surface. "Your task is to proceed to Palm Brinks, for it is there that Monica seeks refuge. Locate her without fail, and ensure her demise alongside that of Osmond." A single silent breath passed before she responded. "As you wish, master." Rising in one fluid motion, Shadowclaw withdrew into the darkness as seamlessly as she had appeared, her presence dissolving into the night, her purpose clear and unwavering. The room fell silent once more. Gaius leaned back into his chair, the faint glow of candlelight dancing across his features as a sinister smile spread across his face. There was no doubt in his mind. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Chapter 15. Tainted Memories. The further they travelled from the looming shadow of the castle, the more the world seemed to breathe again. The rigid stone walls and suffocating silence of nobility gave way to open countryside, rolling green hills stitched together by narrow dirt paths, hedgerows, and clusters of ancient trees. The air felt different here. Freer. Wilder. But freedom came with its dangers. Monica and Osmond kept to the lesser-known trails, paths worn not by trade caravans, but by farmers, hunters, and the occasional traveller who preferred not to be seen. Osmond led with quiet confidence, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain, not just for direction, but for signs of pursuit. By the time dusk began to settle, painting the sky in muted violets and fading gold, they had put considerable distance between themselves and the castle. Still, neither of them allowed themselves to relax completely. "We stop here," Osmond said at last, raising a hand. The spot he chose was deliberate, a shallow dip in the land, partially concealed by a ring of low shrubs and a fallen oak whose twisted trunk created natural cover. From a distance, it would look like nothing more than an overgrown patch of wilderness. Monica nodded, understanding immediately. No silhouettes, no smoke rises high into the sky. No careless signs of life. They worked in quiet synchrony. Osmond gathered fallen branches, carefully selecting dry wood that would burn clean with minimal smoke. Monica cleared a small patch of ground, removing leaves and debris until bare earth showed through. Together, they construct a small, controlled fire pit, surrounding it with stones to keep the flame contained. When the fire was finally lit, it was modest, low, steady, and deliberately subdued. The flames flickered just enough to provide warmth and light, but not enough to betray their position to anyone beyond the immediate area. Even the smoke, thin and faint, dispersed quickly beneath the canopy of branches above. For the first time since their escape, they allowed themselves a moment to breathe. Monica sat near the fire, her hands resting in her lap, eyes reflecting the quiet glow. Though her attire now resembled that of a common traveller, there was still something about her, something unmistakable. Her hair. Even in the dim light, its long, pinkish-red strands caught the fire's glow, shimmering faintly like embers. Beautiful, but dangerous. Osmond noticed her gaze drift downward, fingers absent-mindedly brushing through it. "You're thinking about it," he said. Monica didn't look up immediately. "It stands out too much," she admitted quietly, "even dressed like this. Anyone who's seen me before would recognize it instantly." There was a pause. "I thought about cutting it," she continued, her voice softer now, "before we left the castle." That caught Osmond's full attention. He studied her for a moment, not interrupting. "This isn't just about hiding, is it?" he asked gently. Monica finally met his eyes. "No," she said. "It isn't." Her fingers tightened slightly in her hair, as if holding on to something more than just strands of colour. "It's the last part of her," she said. The Queen, the life I had, everything I was. The fire crackled softly between them. If I cut it, she continued, then there's no going back. Not really. Osmond leaned back slightly, resting his arms on his knees. Monica, he said, his tone calm but firm, you've already crossed that line. She blinked, taken aback. You walked away from the castle, he went on. You chose this path. That wasn't something a queen hiding behind a title would do. He gestured vaguely towards the darkness, beyond their small circle of light. This uncertainty, this risk, that's real. And you stepped into it without hesitation. Monica looked down again, his words settling into her thoughts. You don't need to prove anything by cutting your hair, Osmond added. But if you choose to, it shouldn't be because you feel like you have to erase who you were. A quiet silence followed. Then, after a long moment, Monica exhaled slowly. Maybe you're right, she said. Maybe it shouldn't be about erasing her. Her hand loosened. But choosing who I am now? Osmond gave a small nod. That's a better reason. The tension eased slightly between them, replaced by something steadier, understanding. After a while, Monica spoke again, her voice warmer now. Osmond, I can't thank you enough for all that you've done for me. Her words carried genuine weight, softened by the flicker of firelight. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Osmond replied, Think nothing of it. You and Max are dear friends, and I'm determined to see you get the chance to rescue him. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Besides, it gives me a certain pleasure to stick it to the nobility. Monica raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity breaking through her earlier introspection. Oh? Osmond's expression shifted, not bitter, but touched with something older, regret. After Griffin was defeated, he began, the ban on time travel came down hard. The Ixion... He paused briefly, as if recalling something dear. A magnificent time-travelling train was decommissioned. Monica listened closely. I had plans for it, he admitted. Someone I wanted to save. A friend who died centuries ago. The fire crackled louder in the silence that followed. Understanding settled over Monica like a quiet weight. This wasn't just about rebellion or defiance. It was grief. Osmond looked into the flames, his voice quieter now. I couldn't save them, he said. And I don't intend to watch someone else go through that same loss if I can help it. What happened to your friends? She asked quietly. Osmond drew in a slow, measured breath, as though steadying himself against something old and heavy. After the Black Atlamilia was created, it didn't stay dormant for long, he began. It found a host, and from that moment, everything changed. This wasn't like the Atlamilia we knew. It didn't simply grant power, it consumed, it twisted whoever carried it, hollowed them out, and turned them into something unrecognizable. His gaze drifted past the fire, lost somewhere deeper than the present. We regrouped Tawan, Xiao, Ruby, Ungaga, Goro, and myself. And during that time, we gained another ally, Prince Alistair Raybrandt. He glanced at Monica. Your ancestor, The bearer of the blue Atlamilia is here. When the threat became clear, he didn't hesitate. Without him, I doubt any of us would have survived as long as we did. Monica's expression shifted slightly, the weight of that connection settling in. The Black Atlamilia couldn't just be defeated outright, Osmond continued. As long as it had a host and souls to feed on, it would keep returning. Every battle wore us down more than the last. And eventually, his voice faltered, just briefly. We started losing people. The fire cracked softly. Ungaga was the first. We were overwhelmed, surrounded. He stayed behind to hold them off so the rest of us could escape. Osmond's jaw tightened faintly. He knew exactly what it meant, and he never even questioned it. A pause lingered. Goro? He was already wounded, but he refused to fall back. Stubborn as ever. A faint fleeting smile touched Osmond's lips before fading again. He stood his ground and protected us, bought us time with his life. He lowered his gaze. Neither of them hesitated, not even for a second. Monica said nothing. She didn't need to. In the end, Osmond went on, quieter now. It came down to tone. There was something almost reverent in the way he said his name. He saw what the rest of us didn't want to accept, that the only way to destroy the Black Atlamilia was to match it, his Atlamilia, against it. Osmond exhaled slowly, the memory clearly etched into him. He told us to stand back. I can still see him. Calm, certain, like he'd already made peace with it. His hand curled slightly, as though holding on to something that wasn't there. He gave everything, not just his strength, his will, his life. The light from his Atlamilia overwhelmed the black stone and tore it apart from the inside. A long silence followed, and when it was over, Osmond's voice dipped. Toan was gone. The night seemed to press in closer around them. We won, he said quietly, but it didn't feel like victory. He lifted his head again, though the weight never quite left his eyes. After that, everything unravelled. Xiao refused to leave him. She stayed by his grave, day after day, year after year. His voice softened, loyal to the very end. She defended it until the day she died. There was something bittersweet in the way he said it. Pride tangled with sorrow. Ruby chose a different path. She left for the Western lands. She believed there had to be a way to destroy the Black Atlamilia completely, so no one would ever have to face it again. Osmond's expression hardened slightly. And Prince Alistair? He took responsibility for what remained. The Black Atlamilia wasn't entirely gone. What little was left of it was sealed away, deep within a hidden cave. With the power of the Blue Atlamilia, he made sure it would stay buried. His tone grew firmer. After that, we made a pact. Everyone who knew the truth swore to silence. No records, no stories, nothing that could lead anyone back to it. We couldn't risk it falling into the wrong hands again. The fire flickered between them, casting shifting shadows across his face. For a moment, he said nothing more. But I couldn't leave it at that, he added quietly. Monica frowned slightly. Why? Osmond's expression darkened, something raw surfacing beneath the calm. Because I survived, he said. While they didn't, his hand tightened into a fist. Toan gave everything. Ungaga and Goro died fighting. Xiao spent her life alone at his grave. And Ruby. He exhaled through his nose. She carried that burden into the unknown. He shook his head faintly. I couldn't accept it. I still can't. When he looked at Monica again, there was a quiet intensity in his eyes, something resolute, almost unyielding. That's why I joined Elevenlabs. I believed if I could help create a time machine, I could go back, save them, change it. The words hung in the air. For a while, neither of them spoke. Then, more softly, almost to himself. But time, he murmured, doesn't bend so easily. Later that night, as the fire sank into a low, steady glow, and the last tongues of flame gave way to quiet embers, Monica drifted into silence once more. The countryside stretched out around them, vast, still, almost peaceful, but her thoughts refused to follow. Osmond, she said softly. He turned his head, picking up on the shift in her voice straight away. When I came back, after everything we did in the past, she began, I thought I was going home. She let out a small breath, almost a laugh, but hollow. But it didn't feel like home. The words lingered between them, delicate but heavy. At first, I thought it was just me, she went on. Maybe I'd changed too much, that everything I'd been through had distorted how I saw things. Her gaze dropped to the embers, watching them pulse and fade. The village below the castle looked exactly the same. Every building, every path. Nothing was out of place. A pause. But it felt wrong, like I was walking through something, pretending to be my home. Osmond said nothing, letting her find her way through it. There were places I used to sneak through at night, Monica continued, a faint softness touching her voice. Back when I needed to get away from the castle, even if it was just for a few hours. A ghost of a smile flickered at her lips. I used to climb down from my window, avoid the guards, just to feel like I could breathe. She glanced up briefly. That's how I met Tren. Osmond's attention sharpened, though he remained quiet. She wasn't nobility, Monica said. She didn't know who I was. And with her, I didn't have to be anything. I could just be myself. Her eyes lowered again, more fragile now. We'd meet in the quieter parts of the village. There was this tree by the river, not far from her father's tavern. Her voice softened, almost carried by the memory. She used to bring food, insisted on sharing it, even when she barely had enough for herself. For a moment, it felt as though the memory might hold. Then it slipped. When I came back, Monica continued, quieter now, I asked Gaius for any information on her. Osmond didn't interrupt. He found nothing, she said. No records, no photograph, not even a birth certificate. Nothing at all. Her voice thinned slightly. It was like she never existed. The weight of that settled between them. Silence followed, deeper this time. And it wasn't just her, Monica went on. My handmaidens. They're different now. Kind, loyal, but they're strangers to me. The one who used to serve me, the one who knew me better than anyone in that place. Her voice faltered. She's gone too, She stared down at her hands, fingers loosely intertwined. It's like the world I came from has been replaced. It looks the same, but it isn't. Osmond leaned forward slightly, his expression thoughtful. That's what happens when time is changed, he said quietly. You don't just fix a single thread. You alter the entire weave. Monica gave a faint nod. I understand that, she said. I just didn't expect it to feel like this. She looked back into the fire, her reflection faint and unsteady in the dim glow. I thought saving the future meant I could go back to the life I knew. A small pause. But that life doesn't exist anymore. Her voice was calm, but the grief beneath it was unmistakable. I didn't just lose Max, she added, softer still. I lost her too. Osmond didn't rush to answer. He let the silence sit where it needed to. When he did speak, his voice was steady, grounded. You didn't lose her, he said. Monica glanced at him, uncertain. You remember her? He continued. That means she existed, that she mattered. He held her gaze. Time might have erased her from the world, but it didn't erase her from you. Something shifted in Monica's expression, small but real. She exhaled slowly, her shoulders easing just a fraction. If I ever have a daughter, she said quietly, I'm going to name her Tren. A faint, bittersweet smile touched her lips. So, she'll never be forgotten? Osmond gave a small, understanding nod. Monica turned back to the fire, watching the embers glow softly in the dark. The world she had known was gone. Changed, rewritten into something familiar but distant. But the memories remained. The stolen nights, the quiet laughter, the freedom she had found, if only for a few hours at a time. And as the fire burnt low, hidden from the world beyond their small, careful camp, Monica began to understand something she hadn't fully grasped before. She hadn't just stepped into a new future. She was carrying the ghosts of another one with her. Chapter 16, Ghost Town. After a full day of walking, while avoiding attention, Monica and Osmond finally reached their destination, the ghost town of Palm Brinks. Monica stopped at the edge of the deserted street. She had never set foot in the town before, not once. And yet, as she stared at the empty road stretching ahead of her, a strange ache settled in her chest, as though she were grieving a place she had somehow known all her life. That was Max's doing. He had spoken about Palm Brinks so often that parts of it had taken shape in her imagination. Through his stories, she had pictured its dusty streets, its busy shops, its familiar faces, and the warmth of a town where everyone knew everyone else's business. He had made it sound modest, stubborn, sun-baked, and full of ordinary little moments that somehow mattered more than grand adventures. But the place before her was nothing like the town Max had carried in his heart. Silence hung over Palm Brinks like a funeral shroud. No voices drifted from open windows. No footsteps crossed the road ahead. No laughter rose from doorways or workshops. Only the wind moved through the streets now, dragging dust along the ground and making the old signs creak on their rusted brackets. As Monica and Osmond walked deeper into the town, every landmark felt painfully familiar. Not because she had seen any of them before, but because Max had once described them with such affection. Then they came upon Cedric's workshop. Monica slowed. Of all the places Max had spoken about, this one had always seemed the clearest in her mind. It was where he had worked, where he had spent long hours fixing broken machines, repairing tools, mending whatever the people of Palm Brinks dragged through the door and insisted was beyond saving. Max had never described the work as glamorous. Most of it had been practical, dirty and thankless, tightened bolts, patched engines, reshaped metal soot beneath the fingernails, and the stubborn satisfaction of making something work again. But it had also been the place where he had learned to dream with his hands. In his spare time, when the repairs were finished and Cedric no longer needed him for the day, Max would stay behind at the workbench, tinkering with his own ideas. He would take apart scraps, half-broken parts, and discarded mechanisms, turning them over in his hands until they became something new. Monica remembered the way his voice had changed whenever he spoke about those quiet hours. The excitement he tried to hide, the pride that slipped through anyway. Now the workshop stood cold and crooked before her. The doors hung unevenly from their hinges. The windows were filmed with dust. Inside, she could make out the shapes of abandoned benches, rusted tools, and lifeless machinery. There was no clang of metal, no hiss of steam, no murmur of focused work. No Max bent over a repair, sleeves rolled up, frowning in concentration as he coaxed life back into something broken. The silence felt wrong. Further along stood Melane's weapon shop. Max had once spoken of it with admiration, telling Monica how Melane could sharpen a blade until it seemed to catch the very sunlight. He had made the place sound proud and polished, filled with steel, skill, and confidence. Now its window was cracked, its display dulled by grime, and the inside lay stripped of life. Whatever shine it once had was gone. Polly's bakery hurt Monica in a quieter way. She had never tasted Polly's bread or cakes, but Max had described them so vividly that she could almost imagine the scent: warm dough, sweet pastries, and fresh loaves cooling by the window. He had told her that the smell alone could make the whole street feel like morning. Yet there was no warmth here now, no sweetness. Only stale air, dust, and the faint sourness of decay. Morton's general store still faced the main road, though its windows were so thick with dirt that they looked blind. From Max's stories, Monica knew it had once been packed with essentials, odd little treasures, and whatever strange items Morton insisted someone would need one day. She could almost hear Max laughing as he recounted it. Now the shelves sagged in the gloom, and the store seemed to stare out at the empty street like it was waiting for customers who would never return. Then Monica remembered the coffee shop by the train station. She stopped. Max had talked about that place more than any other. It had been his favourite corner of Palm Brinks, the place where he had sat after work, listened to town gossip, rested his tired hands around a warm cup, and allowed himself a moment to breathe. Monica could imagine him there after a long day at Cedric's workshop, soot still smudged on his fingers, his mind half on conversation and half on some invention he was already planning to return to. Now the roof had partially collapsed. The sign was broken, the tables were shattered. Weeds had forced their way up through the cracks outside, as if the world were slowly reclaiming what people had abandoned. Monica stood before it, feeling a grief that was not quite her own, yet still cut deeply. She had never shared a cup with Max there. She had never sat across from him in one of its cosy corners, never heard his voice echo beneath that roof, never watched him smile as he spoke about home. All she had were the stories he had given her, and now those stories stood in front of her as ruins. Palmbrinks was not a memory she had lived. It was a memory Max had entrusted to her. And seeing it like this, broken and hollow beneath the weight of time, made Monica feel as though she had lost another piece of him. Osmond noticed how upset Monica had become as they explored the ruined town. She tried to hide it, but every broken building and abandoned street seemed to cut deeper than the last. "I'm sorry you had to see this place like this, Monica," he said gently. "But you still have a chance to make sure Palmbrinks flourishes again. If we save Max, then this town may have a future too." Monica swallowed hard and forced herself to focus. "You're right," she replied. "Elena told me the best chance of saving Max is to use the Starglass at his mansion. We need to get there now." Together, Monica and Osmond cautiously crossed the bridge that led towards the grand mansion. The path ahead was marked by the remains of a once vibrant community, now reduced to silence and decay. As they moved forward, Monica's heart sank at the sight of the crumbling church, its walls cracked and weathered by time. Nearby stood the dilapidated homes of Morton and Parn, their windows dark, their doors hanging open as though the houses themselves had been left gasping for breath. Further along, the remains of the disgraced mayor's residence stood in a state of miserable collapse. What had once been a symbol of authority and pride now looked hollow and forgotten, stripped of importance by the years. But nothing struck Monica as deeply as the mansion where Max had once lived. The sight of it sent a wave of sorrow through her. Even in ruin, the building still carried traces of its former grandeur, enough to show what it must once have been. Now it stood broken and neglected, ravaged by time and by pillaging hands that had stripped away many of its precious possessions. The main door, once a proud symbol of wealth and elegance, lay shattered and violated. The statues that had once adorned the mansion's exterior were chipped, stained, and worn down by the passing years, their noble shapes reduced to faded remnants of what they had been. Nature had begun to reclaim the estate, weaving vines and foliage through the stonework, creeping across walls, railings, and broken windows as though the mansion now belonged to the earth more than to memory. Monica steeled herself as she climbed the stairs and entered Max's room, bracing for whatever painful sight awaited her. Even then, she was not prepared. The room had once been filled with Max's brilliant inventions, or at least that was how she imagined it from the way he had spoken about it. She pictured cluttered workbenches, scattered tools, unfinished sketches, and strange little machines that only he could fully understand. It should have been a place alive with restless ideas and quiet genius. Instead, it stood almost empty. The remnants of Max's work had vanished. His inventions were gone, either stolen, destroyed, or lost to time. The vibrant energy the room should have held had been replaced by a haunting stillness. Only dust, silence, and the faint traces of abandonment remained. Then Monica's gaze fell upon something resting on his desk, a photograph. She stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat. It was a snapshot Max had taken of her during their time in Rainbow Butterfly Wood, capturing the moment she had stood before the majestic Lafretia flower. In the picture, she looked almost untouched by everything that had followed. Caught in a moment of wonder, surrounded by beauty, unaware of how much pain still lay ahead. For a while, Monica could only stare at it. In a room stripped of almost everything that had once belonged to Max, this one small memory had survived. Recalling what Lynn had told her about Gerald withdrawing into his private quarters after his son's death, Monica slowly retraced her steps through the ruined mansion. The silence felt heavier now. Every creaking floorboard seemed too loud. Every breath she took seemed to disturb something that had been left untouched for years. She knew what she might find, yet that knowledge did little to prepare her. By the time she reached Gerald's room, a deep unease had settled in her chest. For a moment, Monica stood outside the door. Then, with trembling hesitation, she pushed it open. What awaited her inside was heartbreaking. Gerald sat slumped in his chair, his skeletal remains preserved in the stillness of that lonely room. Time had stripped away the man himself, leaving only a grim reminder of his final solitude. Beside him, on the floor, lay a rifle and an empty bottle. Two silent relics of the grief that had consumed him. Monica stepped inside carefully, her expression tightening as she took in the scene. The signs of Gerald's final moments were impossible to ignore. The damage around him, the weapon nearby, and the bullet mark above told a story so bleak that Monica wished she could look away. But she could not. The truth was plain. Gerald had not simply died in that room. He had retreated into it, broken by loss, and never found his way back out. A wave of sorrow passed through Monica as she imagined the despair that must have driven him to such an end. This had not been the death of a cruel man, nor a cowardly one. It was the end of a father who had lost the last person who gave his life meaning. The room bore witness to that suffering, holding the weight of it in every shadow, every abandoned object, every inch of dust. Then Monica noticed the letter resting on Gerald's desk, her gaze fixed on it. A mixture of curiosity and dread stirred inside her. Slowly, she crossed the room and picked it up, handling the paper with care, as though even the slightest movement might cause the last piece of Gerald's voice to fall apart in her hands. With a heavy heart, she began to read. It was his final message to the people of Palm Brinks. Gerald wrote with the weary resignation of a man who had reached the end of his strength. He spoke of the years he had devoted to improving the town and supporting the mayor, believing that his work might help Palm Brinks thrive. But the death of his son had shattered whatever resolve he had left. He blamed Mayor Need's incompetence for the tragedy, stating with bitter grief that the mayor's failures had cost him his only remaining family. Yet the letter was not only filled with anger. Beneath it lay remorse. Gerald apologized to Max for hiding the truth about his mother for so long. He admitted that he had been afraid Max would never believe him, and that his silence had placed a painful distance between them. He regretted the years lost to misunderstanding, hesitation, and fear. But when Max finally learned the truth, something between them had changed. There had been understanding, forgiveness, a closeness Gerald had feared they might never recover. Monica's eyes softened as she read on. Gerald mentioned the young girl who had travelled with Max during his world-saving journey. He could not remember her name, but he remembered how often Max had spoken of her. There was warmth in those lines, a quiet recognition that she had meant more to Max than perhaps Max himself had ever fully admitted. Gerald had wondered, with a father's aching regret, whether things might have ended differently if she had remained by his son's side. Monica's grip tightened around the letter. The words struck deeper than she expected. Gerald then wrote of the red stone, blaming it for the misery that had followed both him and Max. To him, it had brought only suffering, tearing apart what remained of his family and leaving him with nothing but an empty house and memories he could no longer bear. In his final words, Gerald expressed one last wish: to be reunited with his beloved son in the next life. He bid farewell to a world that had taken everything from him, his hopes, his purpose, and the only family he had left. By the time Monica finished reading, tears had gathered in her eyes. For a while she said nothing. She simply stood there with the letter in her hands, surrounded by the remnants of Gerald's lonely end. The room felt colder than before, as though grief itself had settled into the walls and refused to leave. Then Monica looked towards Gerald's remains. Her voice was quiet, but steady. "Don't worry, Gerald," she murmured. "I'll make sure your son lives on. His legacy won't be lost." She folded the letter carefully and placed it in her pocket. It was no longer just a message from the past. It was a promise she intended to keep. Chapter 17, Shadowclaw. With quiet resolve, Monica turned away from Gerald's room and made her way back to the mansion's main hall. Each step felt different now. Heavier, yes, but no longer uncertain. The grief she had found in that room had not broken her. It had sharpened her purpose. Whatever fear had lingered inside her, something stronger pushed it aside. The knowledge that she still had a chance. One chance. At the centre of the hall, Monica carefully placed the starglass on the worn stone floor. The delicate hourglass caught the thin shafts of daylight spilling through the broken windows, its surface glimmering faintly in the dust-filled air. For something so small, it carried a power almost impossible to comprehend. A century back in time. A chance to reach Max before everything was lost. And it was a price she could never take back. Once she used it, there would be no returning home. Monica stared at the starglass for a long moment, letting the truth settle over her. She would be leaving this world behind. Osmond, Elena, the ruined palm brinks, and the future she had known. If she succeeded, that future might change completely. If she failed, she would be stranded in a past that no longer was hers. Still, she did not step away. Before activating it, she lifted her gaze to Osmond. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them was not awkward or empty. It was full of everything they both understood, but could not quite bring themselves to say. This was not simply a farewell, it was an ending. Osmond bowed his head slightly. "Farewell, Your Majesty," he said at last, his voice steady, though there was a quiet sadness beneath it. "Tell Max I said hello." Monica's expression softened. After everything they had endured, the formality almost made her smile, though the ache in her chest made it impossible for the smile to fully form. "Osmond," she said quietly. He looked up. If I actually manage to save him, she continued, choosing her words with care, I want you to go to a beach in Venecio. Look for a cave. Near the entrance, there will be a rock. I'll leave something there for you as a thank you for helping me. Osmond studied her for a moment, understanding the weight of what she was offering. It was not merely a gift. It was a promise carried through time itself. Monica stepped closer to him. Despite the danger waiting ahead, despite the uncertainty of what she might find 100 years in the past, there was no fear in her eyes, only gratitude, sorrow, and determination. Goodbye, my friend, she said gently, and thank you for everything. Then, after a brief pause, her voice softened further. Oh, and please tell Elena I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called her selfish or a coward. She isn't either of those things. She's a wonderful woman who would do whatever it took to save her family. Osmond gave a small, solemn nod. I'll make sure she receives the message. For a little while longer, they stood together in silence, two unlikely companions at the edge of history. Outside, the ruined town remained still. Dust drifted through the broken hall. The star-glass waited between them, gleaming faintly on the floor, like the last star in a dying sky. Then Monica took a slow breath and turned towards it. There was nothing left to say. Monica stepped towards the star-glass once more, steadying her breath as she forced her thoughts to narrow to a single point. Maximum. His voice, his smile, his final word. Everything else began to fall away. The ruined mansion, the silence of palm brinks, Gerald's letter, and Osmond waiting nearby. If she held on to Max clearly enough, if she fixed her heart on him without wavering, then the star-glass would take her exactly where she needed to go. She reached for it. Monica? Osmond's warning sliced through her concentration. Instinct took over. A shadow dropped from above, crashing through the shattered window with lethal purpose. Glass burst across the hall. Steel flashed in the dim light. Monica seized the star-glass and threw herself into a backward roll, skidding across the dusty floor until she landed near Osmond's side. The figure struck the ground with eerie precision, silent, controlled, watching. Slowly, the intruder rose. Twin blades slid into view, catching the thin shafts of daylight that spilt through the broken mansion. An owl-like mask concealed her face, but the glowing red eyes behind it fixed on Monica with unsettling intensity, not merely with purpose, with recognition, with hatred. Monica felt the difference at once. This was no ordinary assassin. "Who are you?" she demanded, rising to her feet. "And who sent you?" The figure gave no answer. Not a word. Not even a breath that Monica could hear. Osmond lifted his weapon, keeping close to Monica without taking his eyes off the intruder. "I have a feeling Griffin had more associates than we first anticipated," he muttered. Monica did not look away from the assassin. Something about the silence unsettled her more than the blades. Beneath that stillness, she sensed something raw and personal. Something the assassin was fighting hard to keep buried. "Take the star-glass to the mines," Monica said firmly. Osmond glanced at her. "And leave you here. I'll create a diversion and buy you time." "Are you certain you don't need my assistance in fighting her?" Monica drew her father's sword with calm precision. The blade left its sheath in one clean, familiar motion. "Don't worry about me," she replied. "I still know how to fight with a sword." There was no hesitation in her voice. Osmond understood. A moment later, his form flickered, then vanished as his stealth, camouflage, engaged. He slipped away from the confrontation, taking the star-glass with him as he disappeared into the deeper shadows of the ruined mansion. The instant he was gone, Shadowclaw moved. Fast. Too fast. Her blades cut through the air in a lethal arc, forcing Monica to react without thought. Their weapons met with a sharp, ringing clash that echoed through the hall. The force of the strike jolted through Monica's arms, but she held her ground. Barely. They broke apart, circled, then collided again. This time, the rhythm took shape. Strike. Parry. Counter. Retreat. Monica fought with discipline, every movement grounded in years of training. Her footwork was controlled, her breathing steady, each strike measured rather than wasted. She had not come here looking for a duel, but she was no helpless target. Shadowclaw, by contrast, fought like a storm, fluid, unpredictable, relentless. Her twin blades came from shifting angles, one strike masking another, one movement flowing into the next. Before Monica had time to fully read it, she fought with speed and aggression, forcing Monica to adapt moment by moment. But skill was not the only thing driving her. Monica saw it in the way the assassin pressed forward, in the force behind each blow, in the slight tremor beneath the control. Emotion. Their eyes met during a violent clash of steel, and Monica saw it clearly now. Not just anger, betrayal. The intensity of it gave her pause for the smallest fraction of a second. Shadowclaw seized the opening instantly. Her blades hammered against Monica's defenses in a rapid, punishing sequence. Monica was driven back step by step across the cracked floor, sparks flying as steel scraped against steel. One strike came dangerously close to her shoulder. Another forced her to twist aside, cloak snapping behind her as the blade cut through empty air. Monica gritted her teeth and pushed forward, breaking the momentum. Then she raised her arm. Fire burst from her armband, streaking towards the assassin in a sudden flare of heat and light. Shadowclaw twisted through the attack, narrowly avoiding the flames. The edge of her cloak caught briefly, singed and smoking, but she did not slow. If anything, the near miss only sharpened her fury. She closed the distance again. Too quickly, too close, their blades locked. For one heartbeat, they stood face to face, the crossed steel trembling between them. Monica's voice was low but steady. "You don't have to do this." Something flickered behind the mask. It was almost nothing. A hesitation so brief another fighter might have missed it. But Monica saw. Shadowclaw tore herself away violently, spinning back and striking again with even greater aggression, as though trying to bury whatever Monica's words had disturbed. Monica adjusted. This time she watched more carefully. The assassin was fast, dangerously so, but not refined. Her attacks were fierce, yet beneath their speed there were gaps. Her footwork betrayed her when anger took over. Her strikes lacked patience. She fought as though she needed each blow to prove something. Emotion guided her hand. And emotion made mistakes. Monica shifted her stance, waited, baited. Shadowclaw lunged, Monica moved. A feint drew the assassin's blade wide. A subtle redirection broke her balance. Then Monica pivoted with precise timing and swept her leg cleanly through Shadowclaw's stance. The assassin hit the floor hard. Her blades skidded across the stone, spinning out of reach. She did not cry out, did not beg, did not scramble away. She simply looked up at Monica, waiting for the end. Monica raised her sword, then paused. Something in that gaze stopped her. It was not fear, it was not defiance. It was something fractured, something human. Slowly, Monica lowered the blade. "You fought well," she said at last. "However, your swordsmanship still needs refinement." The words struck differently than any weapon. Shadowclaw's head tilted slightly, confusion breaking through the mask of composure. Monica stepped back. "You won't meet your end here today. If you wish to surpass me, continue your training. Explore new weaponry. Learn discipline, not just speed." She sheathed her sword. "Until our paths cross again, farewell, assassin." Then she turned and ran. No final strike, no command, no cruelty, only mercy. Within moments, Monica was gone, leaving the ruined hall silent once more. Shadowclaw remained where she had fallen, staring at the empty space Monica had occupied. Her breathing stayed steady, but her thoughts did not. Why? Why had Monica spared her? That was not how this was supposed to end. Her grip tightened as she slowly reached for her fallen blades. The mission remained. It always remained. She had been sent to stop Monica, and she could not allow sentiment, confusion, or weakness to interfere. Yet, as she rose and slipped back into the shadows, something lingered beneath her resolve. Doubt. And for the first time, hesitation. The park lay before Osmond, a hollow echo of what it had once been. Where a shimmering lake had once reflected sunlight, laughter, and the gentle movement of life, there was now only a cracked, desolate basin. Its surface had dried and split beneath the weight of time, leaving behind a wound in the earth where water should have been. The silence surrounding it felt almost suffocating. No voices, no movement, no breeze stirring across the water. Only the lingering memory of what Palm Brinks had lost. It weighed on him more heavily than he cared to admit. And yet, despite everything, hope refused to die. If Monica succeeded, if she truly managed to change the past, then perhaps this place might breathe again. Perhaps the lake would return. Perhaps the empty streets would once more carry footsteps, voices, and laughter instead of ghosts. Perhaps Palm Brinks would not remain a monument to failure, grief, and decay. A faint sound broke through his thoughts. Footsteps. Osmond turned sharply, his hand tightening around his weapon. Then relief flickered across his face as Monica emerged from the canyon path, moving quickly towards him. "Thanks for waiting for me," she said, slightly breathless, though still composed. Osmond studied her for a moment. Her clothes were marked with dust, and there was a sharpness in her expression that had not been there before. "What about the assassin?" he asked. "Did you deal with her?" Monica gave a small nod. "I defeated her," she replied, "but I didn't kill her." The answer did not reassure him. A frown creased Osmond's brow as he looked back towards the path she had come from, his posture tightening at once. "Let's hope this won't backfire on us." "She's not beyond saving," Monica said quietly. "With time, she might choose a different path." Osmond did not share her confidence. "I'm not so sure, Monica," he said, his voice lowering. Then he went still. His instincts flared. Something was wrong. A presence moved in the distance. Silent, deliberate, closing in. Without hesitation, Osmond raised his weapon and scanned the ruined park, eyes narrowing as he searched the shadows. Then he pressed the star-glass firmly into Monica's hands. "It's my turn to hold her off now," he said, urgency sharpening his voice. "Head into the mines, Monica, and don't turn back." Osmond, her voice faltered. She knew what he was doing. The moment she looked into his eyes, she understood. He was not buying her a few seconds. He was placing himself between her and whatever followed, no matter what it cost him. "Go," he ordered. She hesitated. "Now," he snapped, more forcefully this time. "Save Max and live a better life for yourself." There was no time left for doubt. Clutching the star-glass tightly, Monica turned and ran, her boots striking the stone as she disappeared into the dark mouth of the mine. The deeper she went, the colder the air became. The tunnel swallowed the last of the daylight behind her, replacing it with damp stone, stale air, and the oppressive weight of the earth pressing in from every side. Her breath sounded too loud in the darkness. Every step carried her further from Osmond, further from the ruined town, further from the future she was preparing to abandon. Then, a thunderous explosion tore through the silence behind her. The ground shuddered violently beneath her feet. Dust and fragments of stone rained from above as the entrance collapsed, sealing the tunnel in a roar of falling rock. "Osmond!" Monica cried, spinning back instinctively. But there was nothing to return to, only dust, only stone, only the dreadful certainty that he had sealed the path behind her, cut himself off, for her. The truth struck her like a blow to the chest. For a moment, she could barely breathe. Her hand tightened around the star-glass until her fingers ached, but she forced herself to remain standing. There was no turning back now. Her voice trembled as she whispered into the darkness. "Please, be okay." The words barely carried beyond her breath. "I refuse to let anyone else die because of me. For a brief moment, Monica stood there, swallowed by the cold silence of the mines, carrying the weight of another sacrifice on her shoulders. Then she turned away. With the star-glass held close, and her resolve burning through the fear, she forced herself onwards, deeper into the mines, deeper into the darkness, and deeper towards the past she was determined to change. No matter the cost. Chapter 18. Race against time. The Zelmite mines, once alive with noise, heat, and purpose, now lay in a state of eerie decay. Where the walls had once shimmered with mineral colour and lantern light, they now stood dull and lifeless, their surfaces faded, cracked and scarred by the slow cruelty of time. The echoes that had once carried the rhythm of labour, the ring of pickaxes, the grinding wheels of minecarts, the shouted orders of foremen and the rough laughter of exhausted workers, had all vanished. In their place lingered only silence. The air was thick and stale. Once it would have been rich, with the smell of earth, sweat, oil, and freshly cut stone. Now it hung heavy with damp, rust, and abandonment, as though the mine itself had been sealed away from the world and left to rot in its memories. Monica moved cautiously through the tunnels, her footsteps soft but impossibly loud in the emptiness. Every sound seemed to travel too far. The scrape of her boot against loose stone, the faint shift of gravel beneath her weight. The distant drip of water, somewhere in the dark. Each noise made her pause, listening for movement that might not belong to her. The deeper she ventured, the more obvious the neglect became. Dust and cobwebs clung to the fractured wooden supports, which sagged beneath the weight of years. Some beams had splintered completely, their strength eaten away by damp and age. The tunnels, once carefully carved and reinforced by experienced hands, now bore the wounds of collapse. Sections of the passage had caved in, blocking old routes and choking off access to what had once been a rich and valuable vein of Zelmite ore. There was no warmth here, no life, no pickaxes struck the walls, no lanterns swung from hooks, no voices called out through the tunnels. The mine's once beating heart had been silenced, leaving behind a hollow stillness that seemed almost unnatural. Scattered throughout the decay were the forgotten tools of the miners. Picks and shovels lay abandoned where their owners had left them, their metal heads tarnished and eaten by rust, their wooden handles cracked and worn smooth by hands that would never return. Rusted mine carts sat on warped tracks, empty and motionless, their wheels locked in place by corrosion. Once, they had carried precious Zelmite out of the depths, along with the hopes of the people who had worked there. Now, they were nothing more than hollow reminders of ambition, labour, and loss. Monica's caution was not only for the unstable ground or the risk of falling stone. There could still be monsters lurking in the dark, drawn to the forgotten places where people no longer dared to tread. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every bend in the tunnel felt like it might be hiding something. Yet the danger was not what most unsettled her. It was the feeling that Max was still here, not in body, but in memory, in the air, in the silence, in the weight pressing against her chest. The further she went, the more it felt as though his presence lingered around her, like a ghost trapped beneath the mountain. She could almost imagine him passing through these same tunnels, determined and afraid, pushing forward despite the odds. The thought made her heart tighten. Max had fought here. He had faced Flotsam somewhere beyond these passages, risking everything in a battle Monica knew had already shaped the future. And yet, standing in that ruined mine, it no longer felt like history. It felt close. Too close. Eventually, Monica reached the miners' break room, or what remained of it. Once, it must have been a place of brief relief for weary workers, a shelter from the relentless grind of the mines. Perhaps they had sat there with aching limbs, sharing food, stories, and complaints before returning to the darkness. Now the room was cold and deserted. Broken benches lay overturned. Old cups and containers had been left to gather dust. The walls were stained with damp, and the silence within felt even heavier than the tunnels outside. Then Monica saw the obstruction ahead. Her path came to an abrupt end. A mass of boulders had collapsed into the passage, wedged so tightly together that there was no way through. She stepped closer, searching for a gap, a weakness, anything she could use. But it was hopeless. The tunnel beyond was completely blocked. That was the way to Max. The way to the place where he had fought Flotsam was unclear. Monica clenched her fists, frustration rising inside her. She had come so far, followed the traces of the past through the dead mine, only to be stopped by a wall of stone. Somewhere beyond that collapse was the moment she needed to reach. Somewhere beyond it was Max, facing a danger she could not simply stand back and accept. "No," she muttered, her voice sharp against the silence. "There has to be another way." For a moment, desperation threatened to take hold. She looked around the ruined break room, searching for another passage, another route, or some overlooked doorway hidden beneath the debris. But the mine offered no answer, only dust, darkness, and the cold certainty of the blockage before her. Then she remembered the star glass. Monica's hand moved to it as hope sparked within her. The artifact was more than a relic. It was a bridge through time, a way to see what had been, and perhaps influence what still mattered. If the tunnel did not allow her to follow Max directly, then she would have to think differently. She could move ahead of him, reach the right moment from another point, leapfrog through time and place herself where she was needed most. The thought steadied her. The frustration did not vanish, but it sharpened into resolve. Max was not beyond her reach, not yet. Monica tightened her grip on the star glass, her eyes fixed on the blocked tunnel as if she could see past the stone itself. If the mine would not let her walk to Max, then she would find another way through the past. Returning to the center of the break room, Monica carefully lowered herself to one knee and placed the star glass on the dusty floor. For a moment, she simply stared at it. The artifact looked almost too delicate for such a grim place, its surface catching what little light remained and holding it like a trapped star. Around her, the ruined break room seemed to fall even quieter, as though the mine itself were waiting to see what she would do next. Anticipation fluttered in her chest, tangled tightly with nerves. She had seen the star glass do impossible things before, yet that did not make its power any easier to trust. There was always uncertainty with magic like this. There was always the fear that it might fail, or worse, that it might take her somewhere she was not prepared to go. Still, she had no other choice. Monica drew in a slow breath and closed her eyes. She thought of Max. Not simply his face or his voice, but everything that had brought them to this point. She reached for the memories that bound them together, the strange, chaotic, wonderful fragments of their journey, to stop Emperor Griffin's malevolence from devouring the world. She remembered their first meeting, awkward and ridiculous in hindsight. She had been disguised as a boy then, bold enough to try and steal his circus ticket, never imagining that the stranger she had tricked would become one of the most important people in her life. The memory stirred a faint smile on her lips, even here in the darkness. Then came the battles. Monsters in ruined forests, creatures lurking in ancient places, the clash of weapons, the snap of magic, the desperate moments when victory had seemed impossible until they had somehow found the strength to keep fighting. Again and again, Max had stood beside her, stubborn, brave, and endlessly determined. She thought, too, of the quieter moments. Their returns to Palm Brinks were weary and dust-covered, grateful for the safety of familiar streets, the relief of restocking supplies, the comfort of sitting together over drinks after another narrow escape, allowing themselves to laugh, complain, and breathe for a little while before the next danger called them forward. Those memories mattered. They were not just pieces of the past. They were proof of the bond they had built. A bond forged through danger, trust, and shared purpose. Monica clung to them now, letting each one rise clearly in her mind, hoping the Starglass would understand what her heart already knew. She did not want power for herself. She wanted to reach Max. She wanted to help him. The Starglass began to respond. At first, the change was subtle, a pale shimmer beneath its surface, no brighter than moonlight on water. Then the light deepened, pulsing gently in time with the memories she summoned. Thin strands of radiance spread across the floor, tracing delicate patterns through the dust like veins of starlight. Monica opened her eyes, her breath caught. The artifact's glow painted the broken benches, rusted tools and cracked walls in a silver-blue haze. For the first time since entering the mine, the darkness seemed to retreat. She leaned closer, heart pounding. If her plan worked, she might be able to bypass the collapsed passage. She might be able to leap beyond the obstruction and arrive closer to the moment where Max needed her most. Yet the possibility brought its fear. The Starglass was mysterious, and the past was not a path one could walk without consequence. Still, Max had never abandoned her. She would not abandon him. Monica placed her hand near the Starglass, feeling the faint warmth rising from it. "I hope this works for me," she whispered. Her voice was quiet, but the words carried all the hope, fear, and determination inside her. The Starglass answered her. A radiant glow burst from its surface, spreading through the break room in rippling waves of silver-blue light. It washed over the ruined benches, the rusted tools, and the cracked stone walls, turning the dead mine briefly beautiful. Shadows fled into the corners. Dust shimmered in the air like frost. For one impossible moment, the Zelmite mines no longer looked abandoned, but enchanted. Then the light grew stronger. Monica threw an arm across her face, shielding her eyes as the brilliance became almost unbearable. The ground seemed to vanish beneath her knees. The stale air of the mines dissolved around her. Something colder, cleaner, and vast, beyond understanding, swept away the smell of damp stone, rust, and decay. When she dared to open her eyes again, she found the mine was gone. She was standing in a boundless expanse of stars. There was no floor beneath her, no ceiling above, and no walls to guide her. Only endless darkness, scattered with countless points of light, stretching farther than the eye could follow. It was not the night sky. It was something deeper. A place between moments, where the rules of distance and time had no meaning. Monica's breath caught in her throat. She had travelled through time before, but never like this, and never without her Atlamilia. The thought struck her with sudden force. Her Atlamilia had always been her safeguard, the sacred stone that protected her when she moved through the currents of time. Without it, she felt exposed, as though the void itself might tear her apart if her focus wavered for even a moment. Fear crawled through her chest. She clenched her fists. "No," she whispered. Then louder, forcing strength into her voice, she said, "Come on, Monica. You can do this." Her words echoed through the star-filled emptiness, returning to her as faint, distorted fragments. She closed her eyes for a heartbeat and summoned Max's face again. His stubborn smile, his courage, the way he always pushed forward, no matter how impossible the odds became. Focus on Max, she told herself. Concentrate on him. That's all that matters. The void trembled faintly around her. Among the countless stars ahead, one light began to shine brighter than all the others. It pulsed with a warm, familiar radiance, steady and unmistakable, like a lantern held out in the dark. Monica knew at once. That was him. Okay, remember what Crest said. Only the strong ones can stand the test of time, she said with gritted teeth. She reached towards it and took a step. At first, moving felt almost impossible. There was no ground beneath her feet, no true direction, no sense of weight or balance. Each step was slow, strained, and uncertain, as though she were forcing her way through invisible water. But she did not stop. She fixed her gaze on the brighter star and pressed forward. One step became another, then another. Her pace quickened. Determination burnt through her fear. The star ahead seemed to call to her, and Monica answered with everything she had. She began to run, her boots striking a path that existed only because her will demanded it. The stars stretched around her, blurring into silver lines as she surged forward, faster and faster, until speed itself seemed to lose all meaning. Light bent, time opened, and still Monica ran. Yet, as the void rushed past her, the weight of what she was doing settled heavily in her heart. She might never return home. The thought was not new, but here, suspended outside the boundaries of the world she had known, it became painfully real. Her father's face rose in her mind, proud, burdened, loving. A king who had lost so much already. A father who had hoped his daughter would one day take her place and carry their kingdom into the future. Monica's throat tightened. "Father," she whispered, her voice breaking slightly as she ran, "I'm sorry." The stars swallowed the words, but she spoke them anyway. "I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill my royal duties. I know what I was meant to become. I know what you needed me to be." Her expression hardened with sorrowful resolve. But that life was never truly mine. Not completely. I wanted to choose my path. I wanted to find my destiny, not simply inherit one. The confession hurt more than she expected. It was not rejection of her father, nor of the people she had been born to protect. It was simply the truth. A truth she had carried quietly for longer than she wanted to admit. Then another memory surfaced. A name. Tren. It left her lips softly, almost like a prayer. Her dear friend, the one who had been erased from existence because of the changes time had undergone. This is due to the choices made in the desperate struggle to save the world. Monica had told herself there had been no other way, but that did not make the loss any easier to bear. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice trembling with regret. "I'm sorry that trying to save time cost you your place in it." For a moment, her stride faltered. "If I could have saved you, I would have. If I could have taken you with me and protected you from what happened, I would have done it." Her hands tightened at her sides. "But the world demanded a price. Time demanded a price. And people like you were the ones who paid it." The guilt threatened to drag her backwards, to slow her down, to drown her in all the things she could never fix. Monica refused to let it claim her. Not now. Not when Max was still ahead. She forced herself onwards. Her absence would leave her kingdom without its princess. Perhaps fate would be cruel enough to leave it without a monarch at all. That knowledge pressed down on her, heavy and unforgiving. Yet somewhere within that sorrow, a small ember of hope remained. Perhaps her leaving did not have to mean ruin. Perhaps the kingdom could become something new. She thought of the nobles, the ministers, the people who had served the crown and those who had lived beneath it. She hoped they would find the courage to build a future that did not depend entirely on bloodlines and thrones. A fairer system, a wiser one, a government shaped not by royal inheritance, but by the needs of the people it was meant to protect. If monarchy fell away in her absence, then perhaps something better could rise from its ashes. A kingdom no longer built around a crown, but around its citizens. The thought gave her strength. Ahead, the bright star grew larger. As Monica sprinted towards it, the world around her began to shift. The endless void thinned, and through the blur of starlight she saw the Zelmite mines returning, not as she had found them, broken and lifeless, but as they once had been. Colour seeped back into the stone, the walls regained their rich glow, wooden beams straightened and strengthened, cobwebs vanished, rust retreated from abandoned tools, picks and shovels gleamed once more, ready for work. Minecarts sat firm on polished rails, no longer hollow relics, but useful, waiting vessels. The mines were alive again, not silent ruins, but a place of labour, danger, and purpose. Monica barely saw any of it. Her eyes remained locked on the star ahead. Its glow began to change, stretching and reshaping itself until it no longer looked like a distant light. It became a figure, a boy running ahead of her, just beyond reach. She could see only his back, but she knew him instantly. The brown hunting hat, the yellow shirt, the blue denim overalls, maximum. Relief and fear collided inside her so violently that it almost stole her breath. "Max!" she cried. He did not turn. The distance between them remained thin but agonizing, as though time itself were trying to keep them apart. Monica pushed harder. "Hold on just a little longer," she shouted, her voice fierce with urgency. "I'm coming. I will save you." Every ounce of strength she had left surged through her body. Her legs burnt. Her lungs ached. The stars screamed past her, and the restored mine flickered around them in flashes of light and motion. Max was close now. So close. Monica reached out. For one terrifying instant, she thought she might miss him. Then her hands found his shoulders. The moment she touched him, the whole world stopped. The stars froze. The light collapsed inward. The fabric of time itself seemed to recognize the connection between them and bend around it. Monica held on, refusing to let go, refusing to be torn away after fighting so hard to reach him. Then everything shattered into brilliance. The void vanished. The pull of the starglass seized her, dragging her through the final barrier between past and present, between memory and reality. Monica had found Max, and time had carried her back to his side. Chapter 19, Back to the Past. 100 years earlier, the mayor of Palm Brinks had commissioned Max to venture into the abandoned mines in search of Zelmite ore. The task was more important than it first appeared. With enough Zelmite, the town could expand the Blackstone Railroad, opening new routes beyond Palm Brinks, and giving its people the chance to see more of the world than the familiar streets they had always known. For Max, it was exactly the sort of challenge he would usually meet with Monica at his side. But this time, she was not there. The early sections of the mine proved more difficult without her. Every monster encounter felt longer. Every blocked passage demanded more care. Every echo in the darkness reminded him that he was travelling alone. Still, Max pushed on with his usual determination. He had faced danger before, and although he missed Monica's confidence, her humour, and the way she always seemed to make the impossible feel manageable, he believed he could reach the Zelmite on his own. Eventually, he arrived at the miners' break room. It was a welcome pause after the oppressive tunnels, a small pocket of calm carved into the depths of the mine. Max took the chance to catch his breath, check his equipment, and make sure he still had enough supplies to continue. The air was stale, and the silence pressed in from all sides, but compared with the dangers outside, the room felt almost safe. Almost. As Max surveyed the break room, a sudden blue radiance flared before him. He staggered back, raising an arm to shield his eyes. The light was bright enough to drown out the gloom, filling the room with a glow unlike anything the old mines had seen in years. For a few seconds, he could make out nothing but shifting brilliance. Then the light faded. Max lowered his arm cautiously. Standing directly in front of him was Monica. Her back was turned at first, as though she had simply stepped into the room from another passage. But that was impossible. There had been no sound of footsteps, no warning, no explanation. One moment he had been alone, and the next she was there. When Monica turned to face him, she wore the same expression Max remembered so well. Bright, brave, and full of restless adventure. Her smile came easily, warm and infectious, as though nothing strange had happened at all. But behind that smile, Monica was hiding the truth. She knew what waited for Max in these mines. She knew the danger he would face, and she knew how close that danger would come to taking him from the world altogether. Yet she could not let him see that. If Max realized she had come here knowing too much, he would start asking questions she could not safely answer. So she played the part, curious, cheerful, slightly reckless. The Monica he expected. Max stared at her, utterly stunned. His mouth opened, but for a moment no proper words came out. Monica, how did... he stammered, grappling with the reality before him. Monica let out a breath. She had not realized she had been holding. Relief warmed her voice, and for one honest moment, she did not have to pretend. "Whew, I'm here," she replied, her words conveying a sense of relief and joy. Max blinked, still trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Monica was supposed to be in her own time, far beyond his reach, yet there she stood, as real as the stone beneath his boots. "How did you get here?" he inquired, still attempting to make sense of the situation. Monica's smile did not falter, though her answer came with a carefully chosen half-truth. "I asked Crest, and she let me have a starglass," Monica replied, bending the truth about acquiring the starglass since she never actually requested it. Nonetheless, everything else she stated held true. "I used it, and, well, it brought me to this time period. After what happened with Griffin, time travel was forbidden in my time. But hey, No sense in sticking so strictly to the rules now, huh? The explanation was light-hearted enough to sound like her, reckless enough for Max to believe, and vague enough to conceal what really mattered. Monica had not come because she was bored, lonely, or eager for another adventure. She had come because Max needed saving. Still, she could not let that urgency show. Casting an innocent gaze around her surroundings, Monica feigned ignorance. "Where are we anyway?" Max seemed to steady himself, now that he had something simple to answer. He glanced around the break room, then back at her. "This is the Palms Brinks mine. I'm just about to start looking for some Zelmite. They need it to expand the Blackstone Railroad." Monica nodded as though this was all new information, even though every word confirmed she had reached the right moment, the right place, the right Max. Her chest tightened with relief, but she covered it with enthusiasm, letting her face brighten as if the idea of exploring an abandoned mine sounded like nothing more than an exciting diversion. "Sounds like fun. Let me help." Max studied her for a second longer, still clearly puzzled by her sudden arrival. But whatever doubts lingered in him, they were outweighed by the simple comfort of having her there again. Max had always been brave, but he had never been too proud to accept help, especially not from Monica. At last, he nodded. "Okay." Monica's smile softened. To Max, it looked like the beginning of another adventure. To Monica, it was something far more fragile, a second chance. Monica could hardly believe it. Max was there, alive, breathing, whole. After everything she had feared, after everything she had fought through to reach him, the sight of him moving through the mines, as though this were just another adventure, almost overwhelmed her. Part of her wanted to tell him everything at once. About the danger waiting ahead, about Flotsam, about the fate she was desperate to prevent. But each time the words rose in her throat, she stopped herself. Max was fully committed to helping the people of Palm Brinks. He had taken on this task because the town needed Zelmite ore to expand the Blackstone Railroad, and once Max set his mind to helping someone, there was little point trying to pull him away. Monica knew that much about him better than anyone. So, for now, she would stay by his side. She would watch his back, make the journey easier, and ensure he reached the end alive. Once the task was complete, she would tell him everything. As they moved deeper into the mines, the tunnels narrowed around them, the air grew colder, and their footsteps echoed against the stone. Max glanced over at her as they walked, curiosity finally getting the better of him. "So, Monica, how did things unfold for you upon returning to your time?" Monica's expression softened. For a moment, the adventurous mask slipped, revealing something heavier beneath. It was far from easy. Upon my arrival in the kingdom, I found myself obligated to assume the role of queen, since my father was dead. Max's eyes widened in shock. "You became queen?" Monica gave a faint, humourless smile. "Yes, it's true, but every moment of my time as queen was filled with utter resentment. I felt confined, devoid of personal freedoms. Merely being a princess meant I had minimal autonomy, obligated to have guards accompany me everywhere outside the castle, purely out of fear of assassination. However, the suffering escalated once I ascended the throne." Max fell quiet, allowing her to speak without interruption. Monica appreciated that. She had spent so long being spoken at by advisors, nobles, guards, and officials that simply being listened to felt almost strange. On a daily basis, I endured tiresome official gatherings with the numerous noble houses that governed our lands. While some of these houses maintained a cordial disposition, owing to their alliance with my late father, the Medici house proved to be the epitome of torment. The head of their household became obsessively fixated on marrying off her sons to me, not out of love, but solely to ensure the continuation of their bloodline on the throne. Although the lady's younger son, Arnold's, did have an inherently gentle nature, which could have made being together bearable. Max frowned, concern cutting through his confusion. But what if he was merely putting on an act? Max interjected, raising a point of concern. Once you and he were bound by marriage and had a child, his true nature might have revealed itself. Monica slowed slightly. The thought struck her harder than she expected. Her eyes widened as she considered the possibility properly for the first time. In the palace, she had been so exhausted by pressure and expectation that Arnold's gentleness had seemed like a small mercy. But Max was right. Kindness could be performed. Patience could be strategic. A man could present himself as harmless until he had secured what he wanted. I never contemplated that possibility. However, I don't need to worry over it, as I am now permanently confined to this era. And surprisingly, I have no regrets about that. Max looked at her for a moment, trying to take in the weight of what she had just said, permanently confined to his time, unable to return to her own, no kingdom, no throne, no future waiting for her, except the one she built from here. So, what do you envision yourself doing now that you are living in this era? This time, Monica's answer came more easily. A spark returned to her eyes as she began to describe the life she had imagined during those long, lonely moments in the future. She wanted to stay in Palm Brinks. More specifically, she wanted to live with Max if he would have her. The idea sounded bold when spoken aloud, but it also felt right. His time, chaotic and workshop-filled as it might be, had always felt warmer to her than the castle ever had. She spoke of the railway too. Once the Blackstone Railroad expanded, they could travel beyond the edges of Palm Brinks and see the world together, not as princess and inventor, not as queen and subject, but as partners in adventure. There would be new towns, strange landscapes, ruins to explore, people to help, and stories waiting far beyond the horizon. Then her thoughts turned to the town itself. Monica mentioned Max's earlier explanation that the mayor intended to dismantle the wall surrounding Palm Brinks to allow the town to grow. The idea excited her, but it also worried her. Expansion could bring opportunity, trade and freedom, but it could also leave vulnerable people behind if no one paid attention. She wanted to organise a charity fundraiser to support the citizens during the transition, especially those who might struggle with the changes, lose work, or need help adjusting to life beyond the protection of the old walls. Max listened to every word, and the more she spoke, the more his smile grew. He liked the sound of it, all of it, the travelling, the charity, the promise of a bigger world. But more than that, he liked that Monica was already thinking about how to make this era her own. She had lost an entire life, yet here she was, planning what came next. Max found himself admiring her all over again. Unbeknownst to Monica, he had always admired her. Not simply because she was brave, though she certainly was. Not because she was a princess, either. If anything, that had always seemed like the least interesting thing about her. What Max admired was her spirit. Monica was unlike the girls he knew in Palm Brinks, many of whom were expected to lead settled, predictable lives within the town's walls. Monica was determined, independent, and unafraid to speak her mind. She could be stubborn, impulsive, and far too proud for her own good, but she was never dull, never passive, and never willing to let the world decide who she ought to be. Max respected that, perhaps more than he fully understood. The deeper they travelled, the more dangerous the mines became. The first monsters emerged from the shadows without warning. Bats swept down from the ceiling, their wings beating wildly in the stale air. Horned rams charged from side tunnels, hooves striking sparks against the stone. Spider ladies crept from dark corners with unsettling grace, their eyes gleaming as they prepared to strike. Even the treasure chests could not be trusted. More than once, a mimic snapped open its false lid and lunged at them with jagged teeth where gold should have been. These creatures were stronger than the enemies they had faced during their earlier adventures. Faster, too. Their attacks were sharper, their movements more aggressive, as though the mines had twisted them into fiercer versions of familiar nightmares. But Max and Monica fell into rhythm almost at once. Max used his tools and weapons with practiced precision, creating openings and keeping enemies at bay. Monica moved with speed and confidence, striking when the monsters overextended themselves and covering Max whenever something tried to flank him. They fought like two halves of the same instinct. Not perfect, not effortless, but trusting each other enough to move without constant explanation. Each victory strengthened Monica's resolve. Flotsam was still ahead. She knew that. The thought of him lingered at the back of her mind, like a shadow at the end of the tunnel. But with Max beside her, alive and fighting, she felt the impossible become a little more possible. She could save him. She had to. Eventually, they came to a fork in the path. Two tunnels stretched before them, each swallowed by darkness. After a brief glance at one another, they agreed to take the left route first. It proved to be the wrong choice. The passage twisted for a short distance before ending abruptly in a dead end. Broken stone filled the far wall, and there was no visible way forward. Max sighed, clearly disappointed. But then something near the corner of the chamber caught his eye. A chest. He approached it carefully, no doubt remembering the mimics they had already fought. Monica stood ready, watching for the slightest twitch, but when Max opened it, nothing attacked. Inside was a small stash of dynamite. Max lifted one stick, turning it over in his hand as he examined it. The dynamite looked old, but still usable. Exactly the sort of thing that could break through weakened walls or clear loose rubble blocking their path. Monica immediately recognized its value. They could not afford to ignore anything that might help them. She urged Max to take it with them, pointing out that the mines were unstable and full of obstructions. If they came across a fragile wall or a collapsed section that could be safely cleared, the dynamite might make all the difference. Max agreed. With the dynamite secured among their supplies, they retraced their steps back to the fork in the path. This time they turned right, heading deeper into the mines, and closer to the confrontation Monica had crossed, time itself to change. Chapter 20. A second chance. Max and Monica eventually reached another miner's break room. At first glance, it looked almost identical to the one where Monica had first appeared before him. The same rough stone walls, the same tired benches, the same dusty traces of workers who had once used the space as a brief shelter from the harsh labour of the mines. Yet this room carried a heavier atmosphere. The air felt tighter, colder, as though the mine itself were holding its breath. At the far end stood a large metal door, its surface dull beneath years of grime, but still solid and imposing. Beyond it lay the Zelmite ore Max had been sent to find. Monica knew that door. More than that, she knew this place. This was where Max had died. The memory surged back with cruel clarity, sharper than any blade. She saw it again in her mind. The danger, the helplessness, the terrible finality of a moment she had crossed time itself to undo. It played on an endless loop, each repetition dragging her closer to panic. Her breathing shallowed. Her hands tightened at her sides. She had made it here. She had reached him before the end. But now that the moment was nearly upon them, one question pounded through her thoughts louder than everything else. How could she save Max? Max noticed the change in her at once. The colour had drained from her face, and the brightness she had carried through the journey had dimmed behind a veil of dread. Concern creased his brow. "Monica, are you all right?" She did not answer. She barely heard him. Her eyes remained fixed on the metal door, her thoughts racing through every possibility. Could she warn him now? Could she change the outcome simply by standing beside him? Was Flotsam already close? Was the moment fixed, or could it still be bent? Before she could find an answer, Max stepped closer and placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Monica, is something wrong?" he inquired, genuine concern emanating from his voice. The touch jolted her back to the present. Monica blinked, forcing herself to look at him rather than the door, rather than the ghost of what had happened here before. I'm fine, Max," she replied, conjuring a hasty excuse. "I'm probably feeling lightheaded after using that star glass." Max did not look convinced. His concern only deepened. "If you'd like, we can turn back and have Dr. Dell examine you," Max suggested. His thoughts were on her well-being. "You could rest at the mansion, and we can come back tomorrow." For a heartbeat, Monica almost wanted to say yes. Turning back would delay it, give her time to think, give her one more day with Max before the danger caught up with them. But she knew better. Time had brought her here for a reason. If they left now, there was no guarantee the same chance would come again. Flotsam was near. The confrontation was already gathering around them like a storm. Before Monica could answer, a sound sliced through the room. Laughter. It came from above, high, warped, and horribly familiar. A clownish cackle, twisted by malice, echoing down from the darkness with theatrical cruelty. Max stiffened. That voice? Monica knew exactly who it belonged to. The sound struck her with the force of remembered terror. Every instinct screamed at her to act, to pull Max away, to draw her weapon and prepare. But she could not reveal too much. Not yet. So she let surprise spread across her face, hiding the truth behind a mask of shock. "It can't be," she exclaimed, her feigned astonishment masking the truth she carried within. Both of them looked up. From the high shadows above, something descended. Flotsam, or what remained of him. He lowered himself into the break room with mechanical precision, no longer the same ridiculous yet dangerous showman they remembered. His body had been rebuilt into something far more monstrous. 3/4 of his face still appeared organic, though twisted by rage and vanity, but the rest had been replaced with cybernetic enhancements. One eye had become a glassy, artificial lens, glowing with cruel intelligence and advanced targeting systems. His torso had been reinforced with Zelmite metal, giving his body an armoured strength that looked almost impossible to break. His hands were gone, replaced by weapons. One arm ended in a vicious drill, while the other bore a circular, gripping mechanism capable of crushing, seizing, or tearing apart whatever it caught. His feet were mechanized, heavy and precise, and sleek nova jets flared at either side of his lower back, allowing him to hover, lunge, and reposition through the air with terrifying speed. Metal Flotsam was not merely repaired. He had been upgraded. His arsenal made that clear. The drill could tear through stone and steel. The claw grip could pin an enemy in place before they had time to escape. The artificial eye built into his damaged face pulsed with stored magic, ready to release destructive beams with deadly accuracy. And floating near him was a modified robomb. It resembled the old weapon Max and Monica knew, but it had been redesigned into something sleeker and far more ominous. Its once bumpy red shell had been replaced with a smooth black casing, polished like obsidian and humming with unstable power. Flotsam looked down at them with theatrical delight, his hatred barely concealed behind a grin. He had not forgotten his defeat, not for a second. The humiliation Max and Monica had dealt him still burned inside him, twisted by time into an obsession. Whatever new master had rebuilt him, they had not erased his grudge. They had sharpened it. Okay, folks, this time you're definitely going to be toast. You think I can let you off lightly for what you've done to me? Max stared at him, confusion cutting through his alarm. Hang on. So Flotsam wasn't being controlled by Griffin? Monica's eyes narrowed. Her voice carried a grim acceptance. Guess he's just rotten on his own. Flotsam gave a sharp, contemptuous laugh at the mention of his former master. Griffin's name no longer seemed to inspire loyalty or fear in him. If anything, he sounded amused by it, as though the old emperor had already become irrelevant. Ha! Who cares about Griffin anyway? I got a new bossman now, he declared, his voice laced with arrogance. With a derisive chuckle, he continued. Griffin was a Girl Scout compared to this guy. Max's grip tightened around his weapon. A new boss, Max said, wondering who Flotsam is working for this time. Flotsam's grin widened, his hatred twisting into manic delight. Without warning, he launched himself forward. Ready for this? Prepare yourselves, he bellowed menacingly, hurtling towards Max and Monica with relentless speed. The force of his charge tore across the break room like a cannon shot. Max and Monica reacted on instinct, throwing themselves in opposite directions, just as Flotsam's drill arm ripped through the space where they had been standing. Metal shrieked against stone, scattering sparks across the floor. They landed hard but recovered quickly, weapons drawn, eyes locked on their enemy. There was no time for fear now. Flotsam came at them again with brutal momentum, his upgraded body moving with horrifying precision. The Nova jets built into his lower back flared, allowing him to dart through the air in sudden bursts. His drill arm spun with a vicious, mechanical whine, while his circular claw snapped open and shut, searching for anything it could seize and crush. Max and Monica fought back with everything they had. Max met Flotsam head-on, relying on timing, grit, and the raw power of his legend hammer. Monica moved around the edges of the fight, striking whenever Flotsam overextended, forcing him to divide his attention. Together, they pushed against the monstrous clown's assault, but his reinforced body made every blow feel harder won than the last. Yet it soon became clear that Flotsam's true focus was Max. He drove towards him again and again, attacking with a fury sharpened by humiliation. Every movement carried the same message. This was personal. Max had beaten him before, and Flotsam had not forgiven him for it. As he fought, Flotsam began to laugh. He taunted Max relentlessly, promising that once he had finished killing him, he would turn his attention to Monica. He described with vile delight how he would make her death slow and agonizing, savoring every moment while Max was helpless to stop it. Max's face tightened. Monica saw the words hit him. Flotsam was not only attacking his body, he was trying to break his focus, to drag his emotions into the fight and make him reckless. She stepped forward, voice firm through the chaos. "Don't listen to him, Max," she reassured with unwavering conviction. "He's trying to make you lose focus. No matter what happens, you will not lose me, and I will not allow you to perish here." For a moment, Max looked towards her. That was all Flotsam needed. "Oh, how adorable. It would be such a shame if you were to lose her," he jeered, diverting his attention to Monica. His modified robomb spun into motion beside him. With a sharp command, it released a cascade of bombs in Monica's direction, each one dropping with a deadly metallic clatter before erupting in violent bursts of flame and smoke. Monica moved fast. She dodged the first explosion, rolled away from the second, and vaulted over a cracked section of flooring as another blast tore through the stone behind her. Heat rushed across her back. Shards of rock struck her arms and shoulders. Still, she kept moving, refusing to let Flotsam corner her. Then, one bomb landed too close. The explosion slammed into the ground beside her, the force lifting her from her feet and throwing her across the break room. She struck the floor hard, pain bursting through her body as the world blurred around her. Sound became muffled. Light flickered at the edges of her vision. For a terrible moment, she could not make her limbs obey. Flotsam saw his chance. He descended towards her, his mechanical feet scraping against the stone as he landed over her, his claw opened with slow theatrical menace, ready to close around her throat and squeeze the life from her. "Monica!" Max's cry cut through the chaos. The sound was raw, broken, terrified. Then his despair ignited into fury. With a roar, Max charged. He struck Flotsam with the legend hammer before the clown could finish the attack. The blow crashed into Flotsam's reinforced side with enough force to drive him backwards. Max did not stop. He swung again, harder this time, then again and again. Each strike fueled by panic, rage, and the desperate need to protect someone he cared for. The hammer slammed into metal plating, cracking it open. Another blow tore through one of Flotsam's shoulder mechanisms. Another smashed the casing around his drill arm. Flotsam tried to rise into the air, but Max struck the Nova Jets before they could fully ignite, sending sparks bursting from the machinery at his lower back. Flotsam stumbled. Max pressed on. Every upgrade that had made the clown seem untouchable began to fail beneath the relentless assault. The cybernetic armor buckled. The artificial eye flickered. The Robomb's control link sparked and died. Even the jetpack sputtered uselessly, unable to lift him away from Max's wrath. At last, Flotsam collapsed against the stone. His once impressive enhancements shattered around him. Max stood over him, breathing hard, exhaustion dragging at his shoulders. Yet even through the fatigue, he could not resist a triumphant smirk. Even with all your fancy upgrades, you still lost. In the end, Flotsam, you're nothing more than a pathetic clown. Monica's eyes snapped open. The words reached her through the ringing in her ears, and horror struck through her like ice. She knew this moment. This was it. This was the point where Max had died. Flotsam's expression twisted with humiliation and fury. His broken body trembled, but his hatred remained very much alive. I may be a clown, you little brat, but rest assured, I always have the last laugh. With vengeful determination, he aimed his drill at Max and pulled the trigger. Monica moved before thought could catch up. Pain screamed through her body as she forced herself to her feet, but she ignored it. Her vision swam. Her legs nearly gave way. None of that mattered. Only Max mattered. She sprinted towards him with everything she had left. Save him! Save him! With every fibre within you, save him, Monica, she said to herself as she ran fast. The drill shot across the room, spinning like a spear of death, aimed directly at Max's back. Monica threw herself at him. She grabbed Max with both arms and drove them both to the floor. The drill screamed past them, so close that Monica felt the rush of air against her hair. A fraction of a second later, it struck the wall behind them with a deafening impact, burying itself deep into the stone instead of Max. For one breathless moment, everything went still. Monica lay on the floor, clutching Max tightly, her heart hammering so violently she could barely breathe. Max was beneath her, startled and winded, but alive. Alive. She lifted her head slowly, staring at the drill embedded in the wall. Then she looked down at Max. She had done it. She had saved him. History had changed again. Flotsam's broken enhancements began to fail all at once. Sparks spat from the ruined plating across his body. The artificial eye in his damaged face flickered wildly, its glow stuttering between flashes of red and dead glass. His mechanical limbs jerked out of rhythm, no longer obeying him properly, while the remains of his drill arm trembled uselessly at his side. For the first time since descending into the break room, Flotsam looked afraid. Me? Lowe's? Of all the ridiculous, he uttered in a mix of rage and disbelief, realizing this defeat would be his final downfall. Monica pushed herself upright, still breathless from throwing Max out of harm's way. Her body ached from the explosion and the fall, but confusion cut through her exhaustion as she stared at him. "What are you talking about?" Monica inquired, her voice laced with confusion at Flotsam's words. "You've lost lots of times already." Max, still shaken but very much alive, lifted his head and nodded in firm agreement. "Yeah," Max chimed in, nodding emphatically in agreement. Flotsam's expression twisted. Whether from pain, humiliation, or hatred, Monica could not tell. His body continued to spark and buckle, pieces of cybernetic armor dropping from him and clattering against the stone floor. Yet even in defeat, he still managed one final warning. "Well, I expect he'll be taking care of you shortly," he declared, unleashing one last maniacal laugh as his entire body was obliterated. The explosion tore through what remained of him in a violent burst of metal, smoke, and flame. Max and Monica shielded themselves as fragments scattered across the break room, bouncing against the stone walls before finally falling silent. Then there was nothing, no laughter, no threats, no twisted clownish voice echoing through the mine. Flotsam, the nightmare who had tormented Max, the mayor, and the people of Palm Brinks, was finally gone. For a moment, Monica simply stared at the blackened scorch mark where he had stood. Relief should have come easily, but his final words lingered like smoke in her mind. A new boss. Someone worse than Griffin, if Flotsam was to be believed. Who could he be? Monica queried Max, puzzled about the identity of Flotsam's new boss. Max pushed himself up onto one elbow, his expression clouded with uncertainty. After everything they had faced, he clearly had no better answer than she did. "Who knows?" He responded nonchalantly. Despite the casualness of his words, Monica could tell he was troubled. Still, Max was Max. Even bruised, exhausted, and almost killed moments earlier, he began to gather himself and turn his attention back towards the mission. He headed towards the giant metal door at the far end of the break room, the door leading to the Zelmite. Monica watched him take a few steps. Then his legs faltered. The strength seemed to drain from him all at once. His shoulders dipped, his balance gave way, and before Monica could reach him, Max collapsed to the ground. "Max!" Monica exclaimed, her voice thick with concern, as she rushed to his side. She dropped beside him, one hand going to his shoulder, the other checking for any sign of injury. Panic flared in her chest, sharp and immediate, but after a few tense seconds, she realized he was still breathing. His pulse was there. Weak from exhaustion, perhaps, but steady. Relief washed through her so strongly that it nearly made her dizzy. He's just worn out. It is no surprise, really. Battling the monsters in this mine and dealing with Flotsam has drained us both. Her voice softened as she looked at him. Max had fought past his limits. He had survived the moment that should have killed him, but survival did not mean he was unharmed. He needed rest, proper care, and someone stubborn enough to make sure he got both. Monica slipped her arms beneath him and, with a determined grunt, lifted him onto her back. "I'm taking you to Dr. Dell's clinic to get you fixed up. I've already saved your life once. I'm not about to lose you now." Max was heavier than he looked, especially with exhaustion weighing down her own limbs, but Monica refused to let that stop her. She adjusted her grip, steadied her breathing, and began retracing their steps through the mine. The journey back felt longer than the way in. Every tunnel seemed darker now that the adrenaline was fading. Every distant drip of water sounded too loud. Monica's muscles burned and each step sent a dull ache through her body, but she kept moving. The thought of stopping never seriously entered her mind. She had crossed time for Max. She could carry him out of a mine. Luck finally turned in their favour when they came across an old minecart resting on a stretch of track. At first, Monica feared it would be another relic, rusted solid and useless. But after setting Max carefully inside and giving the cart a testing shove, the wheels groaned, shifted, and began to move. It still worked. The discovery felt like a small miracle. With the minecart operational, Monica could guide them back towards the entrance far more quickly than she could manage on foot. Better still, once they had both recovered, the cart could serve them again when they returned to finish the task, and reach the Zelmite beyond the giant door. For now, though, the ore could wait. Max's life came first. Monica gripped the edge of the cart and set it moving, her eyes fixed on the tunnel ahead as the old rails carried them out of the depths. Chapter 21. Rest and Recreation. Monica carried Max all the way to Dr. Dell's clinic, situated beside the quiet pond in Palm Brinks Park. By the time she reached it, her arms and shoulders ached from the weight of him, and every step seemed to remind her of the battle they'd barely survived. Still, she did not slow down, not until Max was safely inside. The clinic was calm compared with the chaos of the mines. Sunlight filtered through the windows, soft and warm, reflecting off polished glass bottles, medical instruments, and neatly arranged shelves of remedies. The peacefulness of it almost felt unreal after the smoke, sparks, and violence of Flotsam's attack. Monica gently lowered Max onto the patient's bed, careful not to jostle him. He stirred faintly, but did not wake. His face looked pale, his breathing heavy with exhaustion, yet steady enough to keep her from panicking outright. Dr. Dell moved in at once, his manner professional but visibly concerned. Monica stepped back, though every instinct in her urged her to stay close. She watched as the doctor checked Max over, examining him for wounds, broken bones, burns, or any sign that Flotsam's attack had done lasting damage. After a short but careful assessment, Dr. Dell let out a breath. Max was not dying. He was not seriously injured. He was simply exhausted. Dangerously so, but exhausted all the same. The combination of fighting through the mines, facing powerful monsters, and enduring Flotsam's assault had pushed him far beyond what his body could handle. Dr. Dell's expression hardened. "This is the mayor's doing, then?" Dr. Dell could not hide his indignation. "Utterly irresponsible," he declared. The doctor glanced from Max to Monica, his disapproval sharpening with every passing second. Those mines were sealed for valid reasons. Mayor Need ought to assemble a team from Heimrada for a thorough excavation, not send 2 children into such peril. Monica could not disagree with him. The more she thought about it, the more reckless the entire situation seemed. Max had been sent into abandoned, monster-infested mines to find precious ore for the town's railway project, and without proper support. If Monica had not reached him in time, the mayor's decision might have cost Max his life. Again. But Monica's anger could wait. Right now, only one thing mattered. "Will Max be okay, Doctor?" Dr. Dell's expression softened. He gave her a reassuring nod. "Max just needs plenty of rest to make a full recovery. You should get some rest too, Monica. Do you have somewhere to stay while he recovers?" Monica hesitated. The question, simple as it was, struck deeper than she expected. She had crossed into Max's time with no home, no title, no family waiting for her, and no official place in this world. To Max, she was his companion, returned through time. To everyone else, she was practically a stranger. Her shoulders sank slightly. "Not really, no. I don't have anywhere to go." The admission left a bitter taste in her mouth. She had once been a princess, then a queen, burdened with castles, servants, guards, and endless rooms. She had never truly felt free inside. Now she had escaped all of that, and yet now she owned nothing, not even a bed for the night. Dr. Dell seemed to understand more than she said aloud. He did not press her for details, nor did he make her feel foolish for having nowhere to stay. Instead, he offered her the large couch normally reserved for waiting patients, telling her she was welcome to rest there while Max recovered. For once, Monica accepted help without arguing. After everything she had endured, the journey through time, the terror of returning to the mines, the battle with Flotsam, and the desperate act of saving Max from his destined death, her body was finally beginning to protest. The strength that had carried her this far was fading, replaced by a bone-deep tiredness she could no longer ignore. She settled onto the couch, though her eyes kept drifting back towards Max. He looked so young like this, so still. Nothing like the brave, stubborn inventor who charged into danger with a hammer in his hands and a grin on his face. Seeing him unconscious made her chest tighten, but Dr. Dell's words remained steady in her mind. Max just needed rest, that was all. Monica allowed herself to breathe. Once Max recovered, they would finish what they had started. They would return to the mines, obtain the Zelmite ore, and help restore the Blackstone Railroad. After that, perhaps, she could finally begin to think about herself. About the freedom she had sacrificed everything to claim. A life without royal duties, a future without forced marriage, a path of her own choosing. For the first time in what felt like forever, that future seemed possible. As she began to drift towards sleep, however, her thoughts returned to a darker question. Should she tell Max? Should she tell him that he had been meant to die in that break room? The secret weighed heavily on her. Part of her believed he deserved to know. Max had a right to understand what she had risked and why she had come back. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more dangerous the truth seemed. If Max knew his life had already been cut short once, would he still be able to move forward? Would he hesitate in battle? Would fear take root where courage had once been? Worse still, could the knowledge itself alter his choices in ways neither of them could predict? Monica turned slightly on the couch, staring across the quiet clinic at the bed where Max slept. She hated keeping secrets from him. After all they had been through, deception felt like a betrayal, but telling him might burden him with a fate he should never have to carry. No, for now she would keep the truth to herself. Max's courage had helped save the world once before. She would not be the one to break it. Yet the battle in the mines had taught her something important. They could not simply charge back in and hope determination would be enough. The monsters were stronger than expected. The tunnels were unstable. Flotsam had spoken of a new master, someone powerful enough to rebuild him and send him back for revenge. Whoever this mysterious boss was, they would not be easily defeated. They needed a plan. A proper one. They needed to account for the dangers in the mine, the strength of the creatures within, the blocked passages, the Zelmite door, and whatever enemy waited beyond Flotsam's warning. Max was clever, resourceful, and brave. Monica was experienced, determined, and now armed with knowledge of what had already gone wrong once before. Together, they could overcome this, just as they had overcome Griffin. With that thought holding back the worst of her fears, Monica finally allowed her eyes to close. The clinic was quiet, Max was safe, and for the first time since arriving in this era, she let herself rest. The next morning, Max awoke in Dr. Dell's clinic, blinking against the soft daylight spilling through the windows. For a few confused moments, he could not remember how he had got there. The last thing he recalled was the mine, the second break room, Flotsam's defeat, the giant metal door leading towards the Zelmite, and then the sudden heaviness in his limbs as his strength gave out beneath him. He pushed himself up slightly, wincing as exhaustion dragged at his body. His muscles felt sore and his head was thick with sleep, but he was alive, safe. Resting beneath a clean blanket in Dr. Dell's clinic, rather than lying somewhere deep in the mines. Monica. The answer came to him almost immediately. She must have carried him here after he collapsed. Max glanced around the room, expecting to see her nearby. But Monica was not there. Instead, his eyes settled on the small table beside the patient's bed. Waiting, there was a handwritten note addressed to him, placed carefully beside a freshly made potato pie and a glass of water. His expression softened. Potato pie was his favourite. The sight of it brought a warmth to his chest that had nothing to do with the morning sun. For a moment, it carried him back to memories of his mother, her cooking, her kindness, and the comfort of familiar food after a long day. Monica must have remembered him mentioning it once. The fact that she had gone to the trouble of making it for him after everything that had happened made his throat tighten slightly. He reached for the note and unfolded it. It read, "Max, I hope this note finds you in a moment of peace and beginning recovery. It is hard to express how relieved I am to have been able to bring you to the clinic in time. Your health and well-being have been my utmost concern since the incident, and I hope you start feeling better soon. In a small attempt to bring some comfort and aid in your recovery, I've prepared a potato pie for you. I remember you mentioning once how much you enjoy it, and I hope it brings a bit of warmth and nostalgia, even a smile. Alongside, I have left some water to help you stay hydrated and refreshed. Once you are feeling up to it, I need to speak with you. It is crucial that we discuss our next steps, especially regarding securing the Zelmite ore. Our future actions need to be carefully planned and executed with precision. I believe together we will be able to overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Please rest well and regain your strength. Our journey is far from over, and we need all the energy and resilience we can muster. Looking forward to our discussion and, more so, to seeing you back on your feet. With all my best wishes for your speedy recovery. Monica." Max read the note twice. There was something different in Monica's words. She was still herself, brave, determined, and unable to sit still for long. But there was a seriousness beneath the warmth. She was thinking ahead, not just rushing into danger. Whatever had happened in the mines had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. After taking a few bites of the potato pie and drinking some water, Max looked towards the clinic window. Outside, near the edge of the pond in Palm Brinks Park, Monica was training. She stood by the small boat moored close to the water, her sword in hand, the morning light catching along the blade each time it moved. For a few seconds, Max simply watched her. Between their battles with monsters and the danger still waiting in the mines, Monica had found a rare pocket of calm. and she was using it to sharpen herself. Her focus was absolute. She began with simple movements at first, controlled slashes, careful footwork, measured turns of the wrist. Each strike had purpose behind it. There was nothing wasteful in the way she moved. Then gradually, the routine became faster and more elaborate. Basic cuts flowed into angled strikes. Angled strikes became swift thrusts. Her blade moved in graceful arcs, leaving faint trails of reflected light in the air as though the morning itself were trying to follow her rhythm. Max could see the discipline behind it. This was not showing off, even if it looked impressive. This was a necessity. During her time as queen, Monica had been trapped beneath endless responsibilities, ceremonies, meetings, and royal expectations. Her daily training had suffered because of it. She had admitted as much in the mines, and the truth had become painfully obvious during their battles. She was still skilled, incredibly so, but she had felt the difference. She had felt the cost of being kept away from the life she actually wanted. Now she was free from the crown, and Monica was determined never to feel weakened by it again. Her routine intensified. She moved from attack into defense, raising her sword into clean blocks before pivoting into sharp parries. Each motion blended into the next with practiced precision. When she ducked, rolled, and came back up with her blade ready, the movement was so smooth it looked less like exercise and more like a dance. Then came the acrobatics. Monica flipped backwards, landing lightly on her feet before turning into another slash. She rolled beneath an imagined strike, sprang upright, and spun into a guarded stance. There was elegance in it, but also power. A fierce reminder that her grace was not decorative. It was dangerous. By now, she had drawn a crowd. Several residents of Palm Brinks had gathered at a respectful distance, watching with open admiration. Some had stopped on their morning walks. Others had come from nearby shops or houses, drawn by the flashing movement of her sword and the murmurs of those already watching. Children stared wide-eyed, while a few adults exchanged impressed glances. Monica's training soon became a display the townspeople could not look away from. To them, she was not merely Max's mysterious companion from another time. She was the girl who had vanished without warning, the adventurer who had once helped save their future, and now, apparently, someone who had returned for good. Her presence carried excitement, curiosity, and a certain relief. When Monica finished her routine with one final sweeping cut, she held her stance for a moment, breathing steadily. Then the crowd applauded. Max smiled to himself, pushed the blanket aside, and carefully got to his feet. His body still complained, but the rest had done him good. He left the clinic and made his way down towards the pond, following the sound of applause. Monica lowered her sword and turned towards the gathered townspeople. A little embarrassed, but pleased, she gave them a graceful bow. The people of Palm Brinks greeted her warmly. Some called out how Max spoke about her when he returned from his adventure. Monica's expression softened. As Max approached, Monica turned towards him, her eyes meeting his across the small gathering by the pond. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then her expression softened. With a tender smile, she closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around him in a heartfelt embrace. Max stiffened slightly in surprise. Monica had always been bold and expressive, but there was something different about her now. Something more open, more protective, almost as though she were afraid he might vanish if she let go too quickly. He had no idea just how close he had come to dying. He did not know that Monica had thrown herself between him and Flotsam's final attack, changing history in the space of a single, desperate heartbeat. To Max, she was simply relieved to see him awake and moving again. To Monica, he was alive because she had refused to lose him. She held him a moment longer before gently pulling back, her hands resting lightly on his shoulders. "How are you feeling, Max?" Monica inquired, relief evident in her eyes as she saw Max regaining his strength. Max gave her a tired but genuine smile. "I'm feeling a lot better," Max responded gratefully. "Thank you for getting us out of the mines. I underestimated the challenges we would face in there. Those monsters were tougher than I anticipated." Monica's smile faded into something more serious. She had been waiting for the right moment to speak with him, and now that he was awake and clear-headed, she could not avoid it any longer. "That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Venturing into the mines alone was reckless. Without me by your side, the danger was far greater than you realized." Her tone was firm, but not cruel. This was not an accusation. It was concern sharpened by fear. Fear she had already lived through once and refused to experience again. Max lowered his gaze for a moment. He could not argue with her. The truth of it still ached in his bones. "I won't deny it, Monica. After the confrontation with Griffin, I felt like I was invincible. It blinded me to the reality that without you by my side, I lacked the crucial support and protection we offer each other in battle." Monica nodded, relieved that he understood. Max's courage was one of the things she admired most about him, but courage without preparation could become dangerous. The mines had made that painfully clear. She explained her decision carefully. They would not return to the Zelmite mines immediately. Not today and not tomorrow. Charging back into those depths while Max was still recovering and their equipment remained unchanged would be foolish. The monsters were stronger than expected, the tunnels were unstable, and Flotsam's warning about a new boss could not be ignored. They needed time, 1 or 2 weeks at least. During that time, Monica would focus on rebuilding her own strength. She intended to train every day, refining her swordsmanship until her movements were sharper, faster, and more reliable than they had been in the mines. She would also practice her magic, strengthening her control and making sure she could support Max more effectively in battle. Her time as queen had dulled parts of her routine, and she refused to allow royal confinement to cost her anything ever again. Max, meanwhile, would concentrate on preparation of his own. He could craft stronger weapons, improve his tools, and work with Cedric to enhance the ride pod in the workshop. Better armor, improved parts, stronger attacks, and anything that might give them an advantage when they returned to the lower reaches of the mine. Together, they would turn their setback into preparation. This time, they would not simply rely on bravery. They would plan. They would train. And when they returned to the mines, they would be ready for whatever waited beyond that giant door. The townspeople, who had been listening nearby, began to step forward one by one. Their support came not in grand speeches, but in practical offerings. Some brought food and preserved supplies for the next expedition. Others offered restorative items, spare materials, old tools, mechanical parts, and anything that might help Max repair or improve the ride pod. It soon became clear that this was not only Max's and Monica's mission. Palm Brinks wanted the railway restored. The people wanted to see beyond the town's walls, to travel, trade, and discover the wider world. The Blackstone Railroad was more than a construction project to them. It was a promise of movement, growth, and a future that stretched farther than the streets they had always known. Monica watched the donations pile up with quiet amazement. She had once known the loneliness of ruling from above, surrounded by nobles who argued over power and bloodlines. Here, in this small town, she saw something far more meaningful. Ordinary people helping one another because they believed in a shared future. It strengthened her resolve. Max seemed moved as well. He looked at the supplies, then at Monica, and finally gave a firm nod. The plan was settled. They would rest, prepare, and return stronger. Max held out his hand. Monica took it without hesitation, and they sealed their agreement with a firm handshake. "It's reassuring to have you by my side again, Monica," Max expressed, his voice resonating with determination. Monica's expression warmed. For so long she had felt caught between worlds, born into one life, pulled into another, and never entirely certain where she belonged. But standing there beside Max, with palm brinks around her, and the future waiting ahead, the answer finally felt clear. "I'm grateful to be back as well," Monica replied warmly. "This time feels like home, where I truly belong." Chapter 22. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Over the following 12 days, Max and Monica poured every ounce of energy they had into preparing for their return to the mines. Neither of them underestimated the danger now. The Zelmite mines were not simply old tunnels filled with monsters. They were unstable, unpredictable, and watched over by the shadow of a new enemy whose identity remained unknown. Flotsam's warning still lingered in both their minds, even if neither of them liked to say it aloud. They needed to be stronger, they needed to be smarter, and this time they needed to go in properly prepared. Understanding that Monica required space, privacy, and safety, Max invited her to stay at his mansion while they trained. It was a practical decision, but also a kind one. Monica had nowhere else to go in this era, and the mansion gave her a place where she could practice without being crowded, questioned, or treated like a spectacle. For Monica, the change was profound. After so long spent trapped beneath royal duties, meetings, guards, and expectations, the freedom to train on her own terms felt almost unreal. Every morning she rose early and began with sword drills in the open grounds around the mansion. She repeated the basics until they became instinct again: footwork, balance, breathing, cuts, thrusts, and defensive turns. Then she moved into more advanced techniques, blending swordplay with acrobatics, until each motion flowed into the next with controlled precision. Her magic received just as much attention. She practiced focusing her energy quickly, casting under pressure, and shifting between offense and support without hesitation. In the mines, she had felt the cost of being out of practice. She had saved Max, but only by the narrowest margin. She refused to let that happen again. While Monica trained her body and magic, Max spent most of his days at Cedric's workshop. The workshop became his second home, though in truth it always had been. It was a place of invention, noise, oil, metal, and possibility. Exactly the kind of environment where Max could think clearly, surrounded by tools, parts, and half-finished machines. He threw himself into upgrading their equipment with relentless focus. His first priority was his own arsenal. Max began by strengthening his wrench and hammer, rebuilding key components and refining their balance so they could deliver heavier, more reliable blows. He wanted weapons that could withstand the tougher monsters in the mines and still respond quickly in battle. Every adjustment had purpose: better grip, stronger striking force, improved durability, and less wasted movement. Then he turned his attention to the gun gifted to him by Elder Jurak. Max already knew the weapon had potential, but with the resources now available to him and enough time to work without interruption, he pushed that potential far beyond its original form. He modified its internal systems, improved its energy output, and carefully rebuilt its firing mechanism until the Jurak gun had transformed into something far more powerful. The Supernova. It was no longer merely a useful ranged weapon. It had become a formidable laser armament, capable of incapacitating most enemies with only a few well-aimed shots. Against the monsters lurking in the deeper tunnels, that kind of firepower could mean the difference between a controlled fight and a desperate scramble for survival. Once his personal weapons were upgraded, Max turned his attention to the ride pod. The machine had served him well, but the mines had exposed its limits. Its original drum can body was reliable enough for ordinary encounters, but against stronger enemies, it offered too little protection. Max needed something tougher, something that could take a direct hit and keep going. He found the answer in a super alloy strong enough to withstand punishment from the mine's most aggressive creatures. With Cedric's tools and a great deal of careful work, Max crafted a new body for the ride pod, replacing its old frame with reinforced plating that promised far greater resilience in battle. Next came the fuel pod. The existing model worked, but it was inefficient. In a drawn-out expedition, inefficiency could become dangerous. Max searched through the available scrap and eventually found inspiration in an empty vacuum cleaner. To most people, it would have looked like junk. To Max, it was a solution waiting to be rebuilt. With a little ingenuity, he repurposed it into a more efficient fuel pod, improving the ride pod's operating time and giving it better endurance during long fights or extended travel through the mines. Mobility was another problem. The ride pod's old leg configuration made it sturdy but slow. In the tight, dangerous spaces of the mines, slow movement made it an easy target. Max needed speed, sharper turns, and the ability to reposition quickly when enemies attacked from multiple directions. While searching through Cedric's scrap pile, he spotted a pair of old roller skates. At first, the idea seemed almost ridiculous. Then it became perfect. Max adapted the skates into the ride pod's foot design, creating a system that allowed the machine to glide and shift with far greater agility. What had once lumbered across the battlefield could now dodge, pivot, and reposition with surprising speed. It gave the ride pod a new level of responsiveness, one that could keep Max alive when brute strength was not enough. Finally, he overhauled the ride pod's main weapons. For close quarters combat, Max developed drill arms. The design was practical, brutal, and perfectly suited to the mine environment. In battle, the drills could tear through enemies at close range, delivering heavy damage before they had a chance to recover. Outside combat, they had another purpose: clearing obstructions, boring through weakened rock, and helping them navigate sections of the mine that might otherwise block their progress. Then came the Nova cannons. Gifted by Osmond from the future, the cannons were already advanced beyond most technology in Max's time, but Max was not content to use them as they were. He carefully recalibrated their energy systems, increasing their output and tightening their focus until the beams they produced became stronger, cleaner, and far more destructive. The upgraded Nova cannons gave the ride pod a devastating long-range option. Where the drill arms allowed it to dominate enemies up close, the cannons allowed Max to control the battlefield from a distance, striking dangerous targets before they could close in. By the 8th day, Cedric had seen enough to grow concerned. Max had barely left the workshop. He ate quickly, slept little, and worked with a level of intensity that even Cedric, who admired dedication, found troubling. The boy's commitment was impressive, but it was beginning to look less like preparation and more like obsession. Cedric watched him for a while as Max adjusted another component on the ride pod's arm assembly. Sparks flickered from the workbench, and the air smelled of heated metal. "You've been here for the last 8 days, Max," Cedric remarked, his voice laced with worry. "Don't you think you should take a breather? Perhaps spend some time with Monica?" Max did not answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the mechanism in front of him, his hands steady as he tightened one last piece into place. "I'm doing all of this because of her, Cedric," he said. "Not just for her, but for everyone in Palm Brinks. This is our opportunity to give them a life beyond these walls, to help build a brighter future." There was no arrogance in his voice, no childish excitement, only conviction. Max finally turned to face him, grease smudged across his cheek and exhaustion visible beneath his determination. "Rest assured, once we've successfully restored the railway, I'll finally allow myself a substantial break." Cedric's expression softened, though a shadow of old sorrow crossed his face. He understood that kind of promise. Too well, perhaps. He had once believed there would always be time later. Time to rest, time to speak honestly, time to be with the people who mattered. But life had taught him, cruelly, that later was never guaranteed. "Just make sure you always find time for those who matter most, Max. I learned that lesson the hard way after losing those close to me." The words settled heavily between them. Cedric did not need to say more. His warning carried the weight of experience, of grief, and of regrets he could not undo. He admired Max's desire to help Palm Brinks, and he understood why the railway mattered. But duty, no matter how noble, could become a cage if it swallowed everything else. With that, Cedric left the thought hanging in the warm, oil-scented air of the workshop. Max turned back to the ride pod, but his mentor's words stayed with him. For all the machines he could build and all the weapons he could improve, there were some things that could not be repaired once broken. Duty mattered. The future mattered. But so did Monica, and perhaps Before they returned to the mines, Max needed to remember that preparation was not only about weapons, armor, and strategy. Sometimes it was about the people standing beside you. As Max immersed himself in the meticulous upgrades of the ride pod, Monica dedicated her time to mastering her sword skills on the expanse of lawn in front of Max's mansion. The absence of her full arsenal from the future posed no setback to her routine. Max, acting as the custodian of her swords, had plans to display them within his home as tokens of their adventures together. Among these, Monica favoured the Serpent Slicer, a remarkable blade bestowed upon her by Crest following the restoration of Balance Valley. To aid Monica's training, Max had set up several training dummies around the property, each serving as a mock adversary for her to refine her techniques against. Despite her skill with a sword, Monica refused to let herself grow complacent. Every day, she trained with the same intensity as someone still trying to prove herself. To anyone watching, it might have seemed unnecessary. Her swordsmanship was already exceptional, fast, elegant, and precise, with a natural rhythm that made even difficult techniques appear effortless. Yet Monica knew better than to mistake ability for invincibility. There would always be someone stronger. There would always be an enemy faster, crueler, or more experienced. That belief had kept her alive before, and now it drove her harder than ever. The memory of her encounter with the formidable assassin remained sharp in her mind, not simply as a frightening experience, but as a warning. That opponent had tested her in ways few others had. The possibility of facing them again lingered at the edge of her thoughts, pushing her to refine every movement until hesitation had no room to exist. For Monica, training was not about maintaining what she already knew. It was about surpassing herself. It was about preparing for threats she could name and threats she could not yet imagine. If another assassin came for her, or if Flotsam's mysterious new master revealed himself, she wanted to be ready. Her swordplay was only one part of that preparation. To strengthen her magical abilities, Monica found help from an unexpected source. Adele, Max's loyal housekeeper. Adele had temporarily stepped away from assisting the Furbits in Sindane and had returned to Palm Brinks for a short while. When she learned of Monica's training, she gladly offered to help. It was not merely out of politeness. Adele had not forgotten what Monica had done for Sindane and its people. By helping secure a new home beyond the confines of Palm Brinks, Monica had given the Furbits the chance to rebuild, live freely, and shape a future of their own. Adele had never properly thanked her for that, and this felt like a meaningful way to repay a small part of the debt. Their method of training was unusual, but effective. Rather than having Monica cast at stationary targets, Adele suggested using a skeet thrower, a device usually meant for launching clay discs during shooting practice. It gave Monica moving targets, forcing her to react quickly, judge distance, and channel her magic with precision rather than raw force. They set up the device in an open area near Max's mansion, where there was enough space for the clay discs to fly safely into the sky. Monica stood several paces back, feet planted firmly, one hand raised as she drew magical energy into her palm. The air around her shimmered faintly as she focused. Adele waited beside the skeet thrower watching for Monica's signal. Monica inhaled slowly. Then she nodded. Adele released the first 3 clay discs. They shot into the air, one after another, spinning against the morning light. Monica's eyes tracked them instantly. She lifted her hand and released a burst of magic. The first disc shattered. She pivoted and fired again. The second burst apart into fragments. The third began to drop, but Monica adjusted quickly, sending another precise strike after it. The spell clipped the disc cleanly, breaking it before it could fall. The pieces rained down harmlessly across the grass. Adele clapped her hands together, unable to hide her delight. "Ah, merveilleux, Lady Monica," she exclaimed, her voice graced with a delightful French accent, cheering on the precision with which Monica had decimated the clay discs. Her words were drenched in authentic approval, mixed with a dash of pride for sharing in such a momentous feat. Master Max, he would surely be impressed if he were here to see this. Monica lowered her hand, a faint smile touching her lips. She appreciated the praise, though part of her wished Max had been there to see it, too. But she knew exactly where he was, most likely buried in machinery, tools, and blueprints at Cedric's workshop. "Max has his reasons for not being here, Adele," Monica replied. "Understanding the sacrifices and choices that come with their mission, we're determined to ensure that these people can finally live freely outside the town's confines and truly rebuild society." Adele nodded, her optimism brightening her expression. "A commendable goal, my lady. Expanding the railway line would greatly aid in my future business plans." Monica tilted her head, curiosity immediately catching. Future business plans? She had known Adele as Max's diligent housekeeper, but there was clearly more to her ambitions than household duties. Monica asked what she meant, and Adele's face lit up with enthusiasm. She explained that she had been working closely with the Furbits in Sindain on the idea of opening a tailoring store. It would not be the kind of exclusive establishment that served only nobles, royals, or the wealthy. Adele wanted to create clothing that ordinary people could afford and enjoy. Well-made, attractive garments designed for real lives rather than stiff ceremonies. The idea appealed to Monica more than she expected. Adele spoke with pride about practical fabrics, comfortable cuts, and styles that reflected individual personality rather than social rank. She wanted to design clothes that could suit workers, travellers, shopkeepers, young women, children, and anyone trying to build a new life outside the old boundaries of Palm Brinks. To Monica, the contrast was striking. So much of her own wardrobe had once been chosen for her. Royal gowns, formal dresses, heavy fabrics, stiff collars, clothes designed to display status rather than provide comfort. Outfits that reminded her she belonged to the throne before she belonged to herself. Adele's vision sounded entirely different. It sounded free. Encouraged by Monica's interest, Adele clasped her hands together and made a proposal. "Would you, my lady, be interested in being a model for my designs?" she asked. Monica paused. At first, the idea surprised her. She had been dressed and displayed as royalty for most of her life, and the thought of modeling clothes might once have made her bristle. But this was not the same. Adele was not asking her to be a symbol of power, bloodline, or duty. She was asking her to help represent clothing made for ordinary people. Clothing designed for movement, comfort, personality, and daily life. The thought stirred something warm in her. For years, Monica had disliked the stiff, formal garments expected of her. They had made her feel trapped, watched, and managed. But wearing something designed for the lives people actually lived, something practical, expressive, and free from royal expectation, felt different. It felt like another small step away from the crown, and perhaps another step towards the life she had chosen for herself. As the day faded into evening, the last golden light of the sun spilled across palm brinks, warming the rooftops, the mansion windows, and the quiet paths leading through the town. The air had begun to cool, carrying with it the calm hush that settled after a long day's work. Monica stood outside the mansion with Adele, finishing the last of her training for the evening. Her breathing was steady but deep, her body aching pleasantly from hours of sword drills, magic practice, and acrobatic exercises. It was the kind of exhaustion she welcomed, earned through discipline, not imposed by duty. Then she saw Max making his way back from Cedric's workshop. At once, her attention shifted. Monica handed her sword to Adele with a grateful nod and hurried towards him, the movement so natural now that she barely thought about it. Over the past 12 days, this had become their quiet ritual. After spending the day apart, Max buried in tools, metal and machinery, Monica pushing herself through training, they would meet again outside the mansion, and Monica would greet him with a warm embrace. Every time it caught Max off guard. This evening was no different. As she reached him, Monica wrapped her arms around him and held him close. Max stiffened for a brief second, surprised as always, before relaxing into it. He still was not used to how openly affectionate she had become since returning to his time. He had his own theory about it. Monica had spoken to him about the loneliness of her life as queen, the endless meetings, the guards, the formalities, the suffocating distance between herself and everyone around her. Max assumed her affection came from that. Perhaps after all those years of isolation, she simply needed the comfort of someone familiar, someone who knew her as Monica rather than as a princess, a ruler, or a symbol of a kingdom. There was truth in that. But it was not the whole truth. Monica's hugs came from somewhere deeper, somewhere she could not bring herself to explain. Each embrace was an unspoken expression of relief. Max was alive. He was still here. She had saved him from the fate that should have claimed him in the mines. And every time she held him, she was reminded of how fragile that victory truly was. She did not tell him that. She feared the knowledge would weigh on him, make him hesitate, or damage the confidence that made him so brave in the first place. So she kept the truth, locked inside, and let her affection speak in its place. Max pulled back slightly, his expression bright with determination despite the tiredness in his face. "I believe I am prepared to confront what lies within those minds, Monica," Max announced, his expression radiating unwavering determination. Monica studied him carefully. There was a new steadiness in him now, not the reckless certainty he'd carried before, but something more grounded. He had trained, prepared, and thought seriously about what waited for them. That mattered. Truly, if you are ready, then so am I. Monica responded, mirroring his resolve. She asked when he intended to return to the mines. Max told her they would go back the following day. The answer sent a strange mixture of excitement and unease through her. They had spent nearly 2 weeks preparing for this moment, strengthening themselves, improving their equipment, and planning more carefully than before. The Zelmite ore was still waiting beyond the giant door, and Palm Brinks still needed the railway restored. Yet Monica could not completely quiet the worry inside her. She had changed history once already. Max had survived the death that had once claimed him. But what if fate did not surrender so easily? What if saving him from one danger merely placed him on a different path towards another? As night settled over Palm Brinks, Max and Monica went indoors, both aware that tomorrow would demand everything from them. They agreed to rest early, knowing there was no sense facing the mines, exhausted. Max retired to his room, while Monica accompanied Adele to the servants' quarters. The mansion grew quiet around them, its halls dimly lit and peaceful. But sleep did not come to Monica immediately. Lying in bed, she stared into the darkness, listening to the soft stillness of the house. Part of her was eager for the challenge ahead. She wanted to finish what they had started, retrieve the Zelmite and help Palm Brinks take its first steps beyond the walls. She wanted to prove that their preparation had been worth it. But beneath that anticipation lingered a shadow of fear. She had saved Max from a fate she knew. Now she had to protect him from all the dangers she did not. Chapter 23. Genie in a Mine. The following day, Max and Monica returned to the entrance of the Zelmite mine, ready to continue the expedition they had been forced to abandon. This time, everything felt different. They were no longer rushing in, underprepared, relying on courage alone to carry them through. They had trained, rested, planned, and rebuilt their equipment. Monica's sword arm was sharper, her magic steadier, and her confidence restored. Max had returned with upgraded weapons, renewed focus, and a ride pod that looked almost unrecognizable compared with its earlier form. At the mine entrance, Monica climbed into the old mine cart they had found during their escape. The metal frame creaked beneath her, but the wheels still sat firmly on the track, ready to carry her back into the depths. Beside her, Max powered up his upgraded ride pod. The machine hummed to life, its reinforced super-alloy body gleaming under the mine's dim light. The new rollerblade feet shifted smoothly beneath it, giving the ride pod a level of speed and agility it had never possessed before. Instead of clomping awkwardly over the uneven ground, it now moved with a controlled glide, perfectly capable of keeping pace with the cart. Monica glanced over at him and smiled. For the first time since returning to the mines, she felt they had a real chance. Together, they descended once more into the darkness. The cart rattled along the tracks, gathering speed as it carried Monica through the familiar tunnels. Max followed close behind in the ride pod, the machine weaving smoothly over the rails and stone with surprising grace. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, but neither of them faltered. They soon passed the break room where Flotsam had made his final stand. For a brief moment, Monica's gaze shifted towards the scorched marks still staining the stone. The memory of the battle stirred inside her. Max collapsing, Flotsam's drill launching towards him, her own desperate leap to knock him out of death's path. But this time, the room did not stop them. Max guided the ride pod towards the giant metal door at the far end. With a steady hand, he maneuvered the machine's reinforced arms into place and forced the mechanism open. Metal groaned under the pressure, resisting at first, then slowly giving way. The door shuddered, then it opened. Beyond it lay the deeper levels of the mine, the path to the Zelmite. Max turned towards Monica, his expression calm but filled with determination. "This is our moment," Max stated, with a resolute and fearless gaze. "Are you prepared, Monica?" Monica tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. "I have been ready," Monica retorted, her expression emanating determination and readiness for the challenges ahead. "Let's secure that Zelmite and forge a brighter tomorrow." With that, they moved forward. The deeper tunnels were harsher than anything they had faced before. The walls narrowed in places, forcing them to advance carefully. The air trembled with the distant groans of unstable rock. Strange mineral veins glowed faintly within the stone, casting eerie patterns across the passageways. Then the monsters came. Creatures that had once seemed dangerous now threw themselves at Max and Monica with the same vicious aggression as before. But this time, the two were ready. Monica moved with renewed precision. Her sword flashed in sharp arcs, cutting through enemies before they could surround her. She blended blade and magic together effortlessly, striking with steel one moment and releasing bursts of energy the next. Her training had paid off. Every dodge was cleaner, every counterattack faster, every spell more controlled. Max, meanwhile, fought from within the upgraded ride pod with confidence and skill. The rollerblade feat allowed him to glide out of danger, turning what had once been a slow machine into a swift and unpredictable force. When enemies charged, he slipped aside and struck back with the drill arms, tearing through armor, claws, and stone-like hides. When monsters attacked from a distance, he answered with the Nova cannons, unleashing concentrated beams of energy that blasted them back before they could close in. Together, Max and Monica fought with the rhythm of partners who had learned from their mistakes. They covered one another's blind spots. They called out warnings. They advanced carefully, but without fear. The mines were still dangerous, but the monsters no longer controlled the pace of the journey. Hour after hour, they pushed deeper. They crossed broken bridges, cleared unstable passages, and battled their way through one level after another. The journey was exhausting, but not desperate. This time, every victory felt earned through preparation rather than luck. At last, after hours of relentless travel and combat, they reached the deepest heart of the Zelmite mines. There, their path came to an abrupt halt. A vast blockade of rubble filled the passage ahead. Massive stones had collapsed from the ceiling, sealing off the route completely. The debris was too heavy to move by hand, even with Monica's strength and Max's ride pod. Clearing it properly would have required an entire team of workers. For a moment, they stood in silence, staring at the obstruction. Then Max remembered the dynamite. During their previous journey through the mines, they had found a stash hidden inside a chest in one of the dead-end corridors. At the time, it had seemed useful enough to take with them. Now it might be the very thing that allowed them to continue. Max retrieved the dynamite and examined the rubble carefully. The rocks were dense, but not impossible to shift. A well-placed blast could bring enough of it down to open a path forward, provided they kept their distance and did not trigger a larger collapse. Monica watched him work, alert for any sign of danger. The mine was old, and explosives inside unstable tunnels were never without risk, but they had no other route. The Zelmite had to be close now. Max climbed down from the ride pod and approached the blockade. With careful precision, he positioned the dynamite atop the weakest section of rubble, making sure it was secure before setting the fuse. Then he backed away. His voice rang through the cavern. "Fire in the hole!" The shout echoed across the chamber, bouncing from wall to wall. Without hesitation, Max and Monica retreated to a safe distance. Monica grabbed his arm and pulled him behind a jutting wall of stone, while the ride pod stood nearby, ready to move the moment the path was clear. The fuse burned down. A tense silence followed. Then the dynamite exploded. The blast shook the chamber, sending dust, smoke, and shattered rock bursting through the passage. The force of it rumbled beneath their feet, and Monica braced herself against the wall as fragments scattered across the floor. For several seconds, neither of them moved. Then the echoes faded. Dust rolled through the air in thick clouds, slowly thinning to reveal what lay beyond. The rubble had been blown apart. A passage had opened. As the dynamite detonated, the blockade shattered apart in a thunderous burst of dust, stone, and smoke. The force of the explosion rolled through the chamber, shaking loose fragments from the ceiling and sending echoes racing down the tunnels behind them. Max and Monica stayed low until the last of the debris settled. Then, slowly, they looked up. Beyond the broken rubble, the mine opened into a vast hidden chamber, and what awaited them stole the breath from their lungs. The walls were covered in Zelmite ore. Mint-coloured crystals bloomed across the stone in gleaming clusters, spreading over the chamber like frozen fire. Their glow was soft but powerful, bathing everything in a serene, ethereal light. Pale green radiance shimmered across Max's ride pod, caught along the edge of Monica's sword, and reflected in both their eyes as they stepped closer. After all the danger, all the battles, all the preparation, they had finally found it. The ore was not merely useful. It was beautiful. Rare veins of Zelmite pulsed faintly within the rock, as if the mine itself possessed a hidden heartbeat. The chamber felt untouched by time, a secret kept deep beneath palm brinks until the right moment. Max and Monica stood in awe, fully aware that this discovery could change everything for the town above. "Got it, right there," Max exclaimed in exhilaration, realizing they had finally located the sought-after prize they had been tirelessly searching for. Zelmite ore. This can be turned into fuel for the Blackstone rail trains. Buying. Monica stood beside him, her eyes wide as the glow washed across her face. After everything she had seen, castles, royal halls, ancient ruins, and distant lands, the sight still struck her with genuine wonder. "Wow, it's pretty," she marvelled, struck by the stunning and vibrant appearance of the Zelmite ore. For a moment, it felt as though the ordeal had been worth it. The danger, the exhaustion, the fear of losing Max, all of it had led them here. With this ore, the railway could be restored. Palm Brinks could expand beyond its walls. The people could begin building the future they had dreamed of. Then the chamber grew colder. A voice echoed through the cavern, low rasping, and filled with possessive malice. "So, you think you can take my jewels, eh?" taunted the menacing voice in a raspy tone. "I'll not allow it." Max and Monica froze. The glow of the Zelmite seemed to dim beneath the weight of that voice. Monica's hand tightened around her sword, while Max shifted inside the ride pod, readying its weapons. A shadow moved above them. Then something enormous descended into the chamber. The figure landed before them with heavy, deliberate grace, stirring the dust around its feet. It resembled a genie from some ancient Arabian tale, but any sense of wonder it might have inspired was poisoned by the cruelty in its presence. It was majestic, yes, but monstrous too. Its skin was a vivid pink, strange and almost luminous beneath the Zelmite glow. Across its broad chest sat ornate armour of red and gold, polished and extravagant, designed as much to intimidate as to protect. At the centre of its belly gleamed a red jewel, embedded like a mocking symbol of wealth and power. Heavy red bracelets encircled its wrists, while gold rings glittered on its fingers, making every movement seem both regal and threatening. The creature wore loose purple surwall trousers, gathered neatly beneath a luxurious gold sash wrapped around its waist. Its pointed crimson shoes curled slightly at the tips, adding to its exotic, otherworldly appearance. Yet the elegance of its attire only made its more demonic features more unsettling. A single horn rose from the crown of its head. Its ears were long and pointed, each one pierced with 3 earrings that gleamed in the mint-green light. 2 sharp fangs jutted upwards from its mouth, giving its grin a cruel and predatory edge. Its eyes fixed on Max and Monica with a hunger that was far too intelligent to be dismissed as simple animal instinct. The being was both grand and grotesque, a fusion of mystical beauty and savage menace. Monica took a wary step back. What is it?" Monica's voice trembled, betraying a hint of fear and uncertainty in the face of the daunting genie-like creature before them. Max kept his gaze locked on the creature, his expression steady, despite the danger now towering in front of them. "I guess this is that new boss that Flotsam was talking about," Max responded calmly, his tone echoing a mix of readiness and determination as they prepared to confront this formidable foe, ready to face the challenge head-on. Monica's eyes widened. "Huh? This thing?" she exclaimed, her disbelief evident in her reaction to the unexpected appearance of the formidable creature before them. The genie-like monster looked down at them, clearly amused. His voice boomed through the chamber, bouncing off the Zelmite-covered walls. "Eh? Friends of Flotsam, are we? He came to me asking me to make him strong, which I did, but how soon he has betrayed me. I guess he just didn't have what it takes," the genie remarked, his words laced with a sense of betrayal and disappointment. So Flotsam had not exaggerated. There truly had been someone behind his transformation. Someone powerful enough to rebuild him, strengthen him, and set him loose again. Monica felt a chill crawl along her spine. If this creature had created metal Flotsam, then it was no ordinary monster guarding the ore. The genie's gaze drifted over them slowly. Then he licked his lips. The gesture was grotesque, full of hunger and disturbing delight. "Oh, actually, You two don't look so bad. I'm quite hungry just now. I don't suppose you'd mind if I ate you?" he inquired with a chilling tone, his intentions ominously clear. Monica's revulsion sharpened instantly into defiance. She stepped forward, raising her sword between herself and the monster. The genie's grin widened, revealing those terrible fangs. "Sorry, I think I'll just eat you anyway," the genie growled, making clear his predatory intent. Without warning, he lunged. His enormous hands swept towards them, each movement fast enough to send wind rushing across the chamber. Max and Monica reacted at once. Monica sprang aside with a swift acrobatic leap, her boots skidding across loose crystal dust as she landed. Max drove the ride pod backwards, the rollerblade feet gliding sharply out of the genie's reach, just before those massive fingers could close around him. The creature's grasp struck empty air. Stone cracked beneath the force of his missed attack. Max steadied the ride pod, Nova cannons charging at his sides. Monica raised her sword, magic gathering faintly around her free hand. The Zelmite chamber glowed around them like a battlefield lit by stars. Their battle against the menacing genie had truly begun. Max and Monica moved at once, circling the genie from opposite sides before he could recover from his failed lunge. They had no time to hesitate. This creature was stronger than anything else they had faced in the mines. And if they allowed him to dictate the battle, they would be overwhelmed. Monica struck first. She raised one hand and released a concentrated burst of magic, the spell flashing across the Zelmite-lit chamber before slamming into the genie's face. The impact made him reel backwards, snarling as the light burst against his eyes. Max seized the opening. Inside the ride pod, he drove forward with the rollerblade feet gliding smoothly across the stone. The machine moved faster than its heavy frame suggested, closing the distance before the genie could regain his balance. Max lowered the drill arms and aimed them directly at the creature's feet. The drills struck hard. The genie roared as the attack tore into the ground beneath him and knocked his stance apart. His great body lurched, his arms flailing for balance, but the combined force of Monica's magic and Max's mechanical assault proved too much. With a thunderous crash, he stumbled and fell to one knee. For a moment, it seemed they had gained the advantage, but the genie did not surrender. Instead, his humiliation twisted into fury. His eyes burned with a deeper malice, and the chamber trembled beneath the force of his rage. He had been denied his meal, mocked by two children who refused to be devoured. And that insult seemed to wound him more than any blade or cannon. "Fine. If you wish to play hardball, I shall make your last moments a torment," the genie bellowed in a menacing tone, his fury palpable as he unleashed a menacing threat upon Max and Monica. With a sharp movement, he launched himself into the air, hovering above the chamber with his arms spread wide. Dark magic gathered around him, warping the glow of the Zelmite into sickly shadows. Then, with a guttural chant, he conjured miniature versions of himself. The smaller genies dropped from the air like living curses. They hit the ground one after another, snarling and snapping, each one bearing the same cruel grin and hungry eyes as their master. Though smaller, they moved quickly, scattering across the chamber as they closed in on Max and Monica from every direction. Monica assessed the danger instantly. If they tried to fight the main genie and the duplicates together, they would be surrounded. The smaller creatures would harry them, distract them, and create openings for the real genie to strike. They needed to divide the battle. "There's no way we can handle both the genie and his copies," Monica stated, her voice laced with determination as she outlined her strategy. "Max, focus on engaging the main genie with your ride pod. Draw his attention while I deal with his duplicates." Max did not argue. He trusted her judgment. The ride pod surged forward, drawing the main genie's gaze. Max fired a warning blast from the Nova cannons, forcing the creature to veer away from Monica and focus on him instead. Monica turned to face the swarm of duplicates. They rushed her at once. The first leapt towards her, fangs bared. Monica pivoted sharply and cut it down with a clean slash, her sword passing through its body in a burst of fading smoke. A second darted low, aiming for her legs. She vaulted over it, twisted in midair, and struck as she landed, destroying it with a single precise blow. More came. Monica moved through them with fierce control. Her training showed in every motion. She wasted no strength, no movement, no breath. Each strike landed exactly where it needed to. Each dodge carried her into a better position. When one duplicate tried to attack from behind, she caught its reflection in the polished surface of a Zelmite crystal and spun in time to destroy it. Another tried to overwhelm her from above, only for Monica to release a burst of magic that shattered it before it could reach her. One by one, the duplicates vanished into nothingness, and with each one destroyed, the main genie weakened. His movements became slower, his hovering faltered. The glow around his body dimmed, as though each copy had carried away a fragment of his strength. Max noticed. He acted quickly, shifting the ride pod's armaments at the right moment. The drill arms had served their purpose, but now he needed distance, precision, and power. With practiced hands, he switched to the upgraded Nova cannons, locking them into place as the ride pod glided across the chamber on its rollerblade feet. The genie tried to keep the advantage by staying airborne, but the ride pod's improved mobility made Max far harder to pin down. He moved with sharp, fluid turns, closing the distance whenever the genie drifted too low and pulling back whenever the creature prepared to strike. The genie snarled and fired a deadly laser beam from his eyes. Max dodged at once. The ride pod slid sideways with smooth precision, the beam carving a burning line across the stone where he had been only a second before. Another blast followed, then another, but Max kept moving, the rollerblade feet, allowing him to weave through the attacks with surprising grace. Then he returned fire. The Nova cannons roared, releasing concentrated bursts of energy that slammed into the genie's armor and forced him backwards through the air. Sparks erupted from the creature's gold and red chest plate. His roar echoed through the chamber, but there was panic beneath the anger now. The battle was turning. Monica destroyed the last of the duplicates with a clean upward strike. It dissolved into smoke and sparks, leaving the chamber suddenly clearer. The main genie staggered mid-air. His strength was failing, but desperation made him dangerous. "No, I refuse to be defeated once more. This is not my end," he thundered, mustering a final burst of energy as he charged toward Max with unyielding determination. The genie hurled himself forward, gathering every remaining trace of power into one final attack. The chamber shook as he descended, his enormous form bearing down on Max and the ride pod with murderous force. Max stood his ground. He locked both Nova cannons onto the target and channeled their full power into a single devastating dual barrage. The cannons fired. Twin beams of intensified energy tore through the chamber and struck the genie directly in the face. The force of the blast stopped him in mid-charge, driving him backwards with a roar that turned from rage into disbelief. He crashed to the ground. For a moment, his body flickered, unstable and fading. The rich colours of his armour dulled. The jewel in his belly dimmed. His monstrous form began to break apart into pale smoke and fragments of light. Then he vanished completely. The remaining traces of his magic dissolved with him. Any surviving duplicates flickered once, then faded into the ether. The chamber fell into a deep, uneasy silence, broken only by the faint hum of the Zelmite crystals and the cooling whir of Max's ride pod. Max stared at the empty space where the creature had fallen. "He's gone," Max voiced, taken aback by the sudden disappearance of the genie, the lingering presence of his unsettling presence dissipating into nothingness. Monica lowered her sword slowly, still trying to make sense of what they had just fought. The creature had not felt like an ordinary monster. He had spoken, plotted, bargained with Flotsam, and treated the Zelmite as though it belonged to him. What was it anyway? "I don't know," admitted Max, his curiosity mirroring Monica's confusion. However, a sense of purpose swiftly returned as he recollected their original objective. "But let's go and let the mayor know about this Zelmite deposit. With this, Blackstone Railroad should be able to really expand." Monica looked around the chamber once more. The Zelmite still glowed along the walls, beautiful and untouched, as though the battle had merely proven they were worthy of reaching it. After everything, the ruined tunnels, Flotsam, Max's near death, the days of preparation and now the genie guarding the ore, their mission in the mines had finally reached its end. A wave of relief settled over her. They had survived. Max had survived. And Palm Brinks now had what it needed to build a future beyond its walls. "Okay, let's go back to town." Together, they turned away from the glowing chamber and began the journey back through the mines. Behind them, the Zelmite continued to shine in quiet splendour, promising change, movement, and opportunity for the people above. For Max and Monica, it was not only the end of a dangerous expedition. Chapter 24, Dawn of the New Horizon. The townsfolk of Palm Brinks gathered outside the town's train station, filling the square with excited chatter, laughter, and anticipation. For years, the walls of Palm Brinks had marked the edge of their world. Beyond them lay uncertainty, distant lands, forgotten routes, and possibilities most people had only ever imagined. Now, with the Zelmite ore secured, and the Blackstone Railway ready to expand, that old boundary no longer felt permanent. Today, Palm Brinks was opening itself to the world. Mayor Need stood before a lectern near the station platform, dressed with more care than usual, and carrying himself with a dignity that surprised many of those watching. Behind him, the polished engine of the Blackstone train waited on the tracks, steam drifting from its chimney in proud white clouds. Banners fluttered in the breeze. Children perched on crates and shoulders to get a better view. Shopkeepers, workers, families and travellers all pressed together, eager to witness the beginning of something new. Then the fireworks began. Bright bursts of colour lit the sky above the station, exploding in reds, golds and greens that reflected in the windows of the surrounding buildings. The crowd erupted into cheers, their celebration echoing through the town like the first true breath of freedom. Max and Monica stood among them, watching as Mayor Need raised his hands for quiet. "Okay, that's enough," the mayor declared, his voice resonating with an uncharacteristic confidence as he stilled the celebration to make his proclamation. "Today, the Blackstone Railway will set off on a new journey around our entire region. I hope the world will follow this example and start developing again." A hush settled over the crowd as his words carried across the station square. For once, Mayor Need did not sound anxious, flustered, or uncertain. He sounded like a man who understood the importance of the moment before him. Monica leaned slightly closer to Max, keeping her voice low. "Wow, the mayor seems so dignified now." Max glanced at the mayor, then nodded with a faint smile. "Yeah, you're right," Max whispered in response, both sharing a moment of respect for the mayor's newfound stature. Mayor Need continued his speech, speaking of growth, connection, and the hope that Palm Brinks would no longer remain closed off from the wider world. His words stirred something in the people listening. The railway was not merely a track and engine. It was a promise that their town could expand, that families could travel safely, that trade could flourish, and that the future did not have to be defined by fear or isolation. As his speech reached its height, the citizens responded with enthusiastic applause. The sound rolled across the station square, filled with gratitude and pride. Mayor Need raised his hands again, asking for silence. There was more he wished to say. However, none of this would have been possible without the courage and bravery of two remarkable individuals. Mayor Need's gaze then shifted through the crowd, locking onto Max and Monica. "Max and Monica, please come forward and present yourselves to the people." The applause grew louder at once. Max looked briefly startled, but Monica gave him a small, encouraging smile. Together, they stepped out from the crowd and made their way to the lectern, where Mayor Need welcomed them with visible gratitude. As they stood beside him, the townsfolk cheered and clapped for them. Some called their names, others waved. Max raised a hand shyly at first, then with a little more confidence. Monica followed, offering the crowd a gracious smile and a gentle wave. To everyone watching, they were heroes. But Monica's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The sight before her should have filled her entirely with joy. Palm Brinks was alive. Its people were gathered together, hopeful and excited. The railway was ready. The future had been changed. Yet in her mind, another image rose unbidden. The Palm Brinks of her time. Silent. Abandoned. A ghost town of empty streets, faded walls, and memories left to rot beneath the weight of history. The contrast was almost too much to bear. Here, the town was bursting with life. Children laughed, fireworks bloomed overhead. The station gleamed with possibility. But Monica had seen what could have been. What had been before she and Max changed the path of history. And then there was Max. The fear of losing him still clung to her heart. She could still see Flotsam's drill flying towards him, still feel the desperate force of throwing herself at him, still hear the terrible silence that might have followed if she had been a second too late. Her smile faltered. Max noticed immediately. "Monica, are you all right?" Max's voice cut through her reverie, tinged with concern as he observed her distant gaze. Monica did not answer at once. She remained caught between the celebration around her and the bleak memories pressing in from within. Palm Brinks as a ruin. Max lying still in the mines, the burden of knowing how close everything had come to disaster. Max stepped closer, his concern deepening. Gently, he placed his hands on her shoulders, grounding her in the present. "Monica?" The sound of his voice brought her back. Monica blinked, then looked up at him. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel the simple truth of it. He was here. Palm Brinks was alive. They had made it. She managed a small smile, fragile but sincere. I'm okay, Max," she assured him, her voice a mix of vulnerability and strength. Seeking to divert attention from her momentary lapse, she added, "It's just hard to believe we made all this possible." Max looked out over the gathered townspeople, then towards the train waiting on the tracks. His expression softened with understanding. "I know what you mean. By opening the railway network to everyone, we have finally freed from the walls that surround this town," replied Max. The mayor's next contribution brought with it a real sense of progress, not just for the railway, but for the future of Palm Brinks itself. "Speaking of growth, Max, I've taken the initiative to have the city walls dismantled to facilitate our town's expansion. We plan to repurpose the stone from the walls to construct new buildings, creating homes for those from outside our town," he explained, unveiling a vision for an inclusive and thriving Palm Brinks. Max's eyes widened slightly. For most of his life, the walls had been a constant presence. They had protected Palm Brinks, but they had also confined it. To hear that they would be taken down, not destroyed out of carelessness, but transformed into homes for new residents, made the moment feel even more significant. "That's incredible, Mayor," Max responded, impressed by the forward-thinking plan. The thought of the town expanding beyond its old boundaries stirred his curiosity. The railway would make travel possible, but someone had to be responsible for turning those tracks into a proper network. By the way, who is in charge of expanding the railway network across the land? Mayor Need's face brightened, as if he had been hoping Max would ask exactly that. "I'm glad you asked," the mayor replied with a hint of excitement. He turned slightly and motioned towards the station doors. "Max, Monica, allow me to introduce you to Robert Ironclad, the founder of the newly established Ironclad Industries." At the mayor's introduction, a smartly dressed man stepped out from the station. Robert Ironclad carried himself with quiet elegance and purpose. His suit was immaculate, his posture straight, and his expression composed with the confidence of someone who valued order and efficiency. His dark hair was slicked neatly back, not a strand out of place, and a polished pocket watch rested in his hand. Every few moments his eyes flicked down to it, as though punctuality were not merely a habit, but a principle he lived by. There was something about him that immediately reminded Max of his father. Not in appearance exactly, but in presence. That same air of discipline, intelligence, and deep ambition. This was a man who did not merely dream of progress. He planned it, measured it, and built towards it. The mayor continued, clearly proud to make the introduction. For years, Ironclad has aspired to expand the train network. Now, with the menace of Flotsam out of the picture and the Zelmite ore secured, his vision is finally within reach. Ironclad approached Max first, his expression warming with recognition. He extended his hand in a gesture of respect. "You must be Gerald's boy? It's an honor to finally meet the one who played a critical role in turning my dream into a reality." Max hesitated for only a second. surprised by the man's familiarity, before firmly shaking his hand. "You knew my father?" he inquired, curiosity laced in his voice. Ironclad's gaze softened with a trace of nostalgia. "Indeed, your father and I were colleagues once, working side by side until our paths diverged. Following our parting, Gerald devoted much of his time to raising you," Ironclad explained with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "I'm pleased to see that his son has been instrumental in achieving something I've longed for. It's quite fulfilling." Max absorbed that quietly. Any mention of his father carried weight. Gerald had always seemed larger than life to him, brilliant, mysterious, and often just out of reach. To meet someone who had known him not as a legend, but as a colleague, made Max feel as though another small part of his father's world had opened before him. Still, he was quick to deflect some of the praise. "Monica's the one you should also thank, sir," Max interjected, eager to share the accolades with his companion. Ironclad turned towards Monica, offering her the same respectful attention. "Ah, yes, the mayor mentioned you. The time-travelling princess," he said, with a note of respect, shaking her hand. "I'm deeply appreciative of the risks you and Max took to safeguard our town. As a token of our gratitude, the mayor and I wish to reward you both." Monica accepted the handshake, though the title made something flicker behind her eyes. Time-travelling princess. It was true, of course, but it belonged to a life that felt increasingly distant. Here, in Palm Brinks, she was beginning to feel less like a displaced royal and more like a person who had chosen where she belonged. Ironclad then turned back to Max and presented him with a formal document. Max stared at it for a moment before realizing what it was. The deed to the Blackstone one. The very train he had used during their quest to stop Griffin was now officially his. For a few seconds, he could barely speak. The Blackstone one was not simply a train. It was part of his greatest adventure, a symbol of the journey that had taken him across time, across danger, and towards the truth of what had happened to the world. Now it belonged to him, not as a temporary vehicle or borrowed tool, but as something he could use to shape the future. Possibilities began unfolding in his mind at once. He could travel beyond Palm Brinks whenever the tracks allowed. He could help carry supplies, support new settlements, assist Ironclad Industries with expansion, or take Monica to see the world she had chosen to remain in. The train could become more than transport. It could become a bridge between towns, people, and futures that had once been cut off from one another. For Monica, Mayor Need offered something far more personal than a medal, a title, or public praise. He handed her a set of official documents. At first, Monica did not fully understand what she was looking at. Then her eyes moved across the carefully written papers, and the meaning settled over her. They confirmed her status as a legitimate citizen of Palm Brinks. For a moment, she could not speak. It was a simple gesture on the surface, but to Monica it meant everything. She had arrived in this era with no records, no family history, no birthplace anyone could verify, and no legal place in the world. She was a girl from a future that no longer existed in the same way, stranded in the past by choice and circumstance. Without documentation, she would have remained an anomaly, someone present but not truly recognized. Now, for the first time, this world had made room for her. Max watched her reaction with a small, slightly nervous smile. He explained that during their 12 days of preparation, he had quietly spoken with the mayor about her situation. He had not wanted Monica to feel like a stranger in Palm Brinks, nor did he want her future here to be complicated by questions she could never safely answer. Together, he and the mayor had arranged for legal identification papers that would allow her to live openly in this time. The story they had settled on was simple enough to be believable. Monica would be known as an orphan, whom Max had taken under his care after an unusual first encounter involving a stolen circus ticket. It was close enough to the truth to amuse her, while far enough from the impossible reality of time travel to protect her. The cover story gave Monica more than safety. It gave her a beginning, a name that belonged here, a place in the town, a life she could build without constantly looking over her shoulder. Monica held the documents carefully, as though they were more fragile than they truly were. Her expression softened as she turned to Max. She thanked him from the heart, not only for the papers, but for thinking of her future when she had been too focused on saving his. In helping her secure an identity, he had given her something she had never truly had as a princess, or even as a queen. The chance to belong somewhere by choice. Then Monica turned to Mayor Need and spoke of what she hoped to do next. She explained her desire to establish a humanitarian aid organization to support the town's expansion and help those most in need. If Palm Brinks was to grow beyond its walls, she wanted that growth to be kind as well as ambitious. New homes, new routes, and new trade would bring opportunity, but they would also bring challenges. Some families might struggle. New arrivals would need support. Workers, travellers, and settlers might require food, shelter, medicine, or guidance as the town changed. Monica told him that the idea had been inspired by Duchess Fitzroy in her own time, a woman whose charitable work had left a lasting impression on her. If she could not return to her kingdom, then perhaps she could still carry forward the best parts of what she had learned there. Mayor Need listened with visible interest. The idea clearly appealed to him. Palm Brinks was entering a new era, and Monica's proposal offered a way to make sure that progress did not leave compassion behind. He told her he would be happy to discuss it further in his office whenever she had the time. For Monica, it felt like another door opening, not to duty forced upon her by birth, but to purpose chosen freely. As the mayor stepped back, the applause from the citizens swelled once more. Fireworks burst above the station, scattering brilliant colours across the night sky. The train stood ready behind them, its engine gleaming beneath the flashes of light. Steam drifting upwards like a promise of movement and change. Max and Monica faced the crowd together. They smiled and waved, accepting the cheers with a mixture of pride, gratitude, and disbelief. Max looked out over the people of Palm Brinks, with hope shining in his eyes. The future he had helped secure was no longer a distant dream. It was here, beginning in front of him, in the open railway, the dismantled walls, the expansion of the town, and the countless journeys now waiting beyond the station. Monica smiled too. To the crowd she looked happy, and she was. But beneath that warmth, quieter shadows still lingered. She could not help remembering the Palm Brinks she had seen in her own time. empty streets, abandoned homes, a town left to decay in silence. That bleak future had been real to her, even if it would never come to pass now. The memory remained like a scar beneath the skin, painful because only she truly understood how close this celebration had come to never existing. She glanced at Max beside her. He was alive. Palm Brinks was alive. The future had changed. Monica held onto that truth as the fireworks bloomed overhead. In time, she hoped the ghost town memories would fade. She hoped they would be replaced by new ones, brighter, richer, built from the life she was now free to create in this altered timeline. A life where she was not a queen trapped by duty, not a princess running from expectation, not a stranger lost between eras. Here, among the people of Palm Brinks, she could become something new. And this time she intended to stay. Chapter 25, and you will know the truth. As Palm Brinks changed around them, Max and Monica found a rare moment of peace in a cozy coffee shop near the station. Outside the window, the town was alive with movement. Workers carried tools and timber through the streets. Travellers stepped down from newly arrived trains, staring around with curiosity. Engineers from ironclad industries crossed back and forth between the station and the construction sites, their arms full of rolled-up plans and metal instruments. Families gathered near the platform, some preparing to leave Palm Brinks for the first time, others arriving with luggage and hopeful expressions. The station had become the beating heart of the town. At the coffee shop, however, the atmosphere was calmer. The rich smell of fresh coffee filled the air, mingling with the warm sweetness of baked pastries. Quiet conversation drifted between the tables, accompanied by the soft clink of cups and saucers. It was the sort of ordinary moment neither Max nor Monica had been able to enjoy for a long time. They sat at one of the tables, shaped like a cup, watching the world they had helped change. Max held his latte in both hands, his gaze fixed on the busy station beyond the glass. For a while, he said nothing. Then, with a small, thoughtful smile, he spoke. Sometimes I wonder if this is all just a dream, that everything we've done is just a figment of my imagination, he mused, pausing to take a sip of his drink. But then I think back on all the adventures we've been through together, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude that we've achieved so much. Monica looked down at her cappuccino, watching the pale foam settle across the surface. She understood exactly what he meant. So much had happened, across time, across danger, across worlds that should never have touched. Sometimes even, she struggled to believe that she was truly sitting here, in Palm Brinks, free from her throne, and no longer separated from Max by a century. She gave a gentle nod and set her cup down. I know what you mean. Here, I've been able to accomplish more than I ever could have, as a princess and then queen. Her voice carried no bitterness, but there was weight behind it. As a princess, she had been protected, watched and restricted. As queen, she had been buried beneath duty, politics and expectation. Yet here, in this time, without a crown or a council dictating her every move, she had helped save a town, restore a railway, change the course of history, and begin building something meaningful with her own hands. For all she had lost, that mattered. Max studied her quietly before asking the question that had clearly been resting on his mind. Do you ever regret leaving your kingdom? He asked it gently, not with judgment, but concern. Monica had abandoned more than a home. She had left behind a throne, a people, a history, and a future she had once been expected to protect. Monica answered without hesitation. "My people will be okay," she assured him. There was a steadiness in her voice that eased the worry in Max's expression. She had thought about this many times, usually late at night, when the past tried to pull at her conscience, but her kingdom had endured in her absence before, when she had travelled through time to fight Griffin. It had survived uncertainty, loss, and change. "I believe they can thrive even in my absence," she continued, her voice tinged with a hopeful optimism for her homeland's future. And perhaps, deep down, she believed they might thrive better without her, without a reluctant queen trapped in a role she had never wanted, without noble houses circling the throne like wolves. Her departure would force the kingdom to adapt, and though that thought frightened her, it also gave her hope that something fairer could emerge. Then Monica's expression brightened as she shifted the conversation towards the future she could still shape. "I spoke with the mayor about it, and he's entirely on board. He even suggested organising sporting events to raise funds for those in need," Monica revealed, enthusiasm lighting up her face. Max smiled as he listened. Her humanitarian plan had quickly become more than a passing idea. With Mayor Need's support, it could become a proper organisation, one dedicated to helping those affected by Palm Brink's expansion, supporting new arrivals, and making sure the town's progress reached more than just merchants and builders. The mayor's suggestion of sporting events gave the plan a lively public spirit. Competitions, demonstrations, games, and gatherings that could raise funds while bringing people together. Monica was already thinking beyond charity. She was thinking about community. "I've been thinking of offering swordsmanship lessons," she shared with Max. "With the world outside still teeming with monsters, it could be a useful skill for people to have." Max's admiration for her deepened. It was not only the idea itself that impressed him, but the instinct behind it. Monica had seen danger firsthand, and her response was not to keep her skills to herself, but to share them, to prepare others, to give ordinary people a better chance of surviving beyond the walls that had once protected them. It reminded him painfully and fondly of his mother. Eleanor had carried that same selfless warmth, the desire to help, to heal, to give others courage. Learning from Monica that Eleanor was alive and well in the future, still thinking of him, had filled Max with a complicated mixture of joy and sorrow. He was grateful beyond words to know she had survived, that she had not forgotten him, yet there was still an ache in knowing she could not remain here with him. He had made peace with that as best he could. He had also begun to make peace with his father. Gerald had hidden truths from him for years, and Max still carried questions and hurt because of it. But understanding the scale of what his parents had faced had helped him see things differently. Reconciliation would not happen all at once, but the path towards it had opened. Monica took another sip of her cappuccino, then turned the question back on him. "Max, what about you?" Monica inquired before taking another sip of her drink. "What are your current plans?" Max's eyes lit up. There was no shortage of plans now. As the new owner of the Blackstone one, he intended to begin with the train itself. The engine had served them well during their journey to stop Griffin, but Max believed it could be improved. His first major ambition was to overhaul its fuel system, replacing coal with Zelmite. If he could make the conversion work, the Blackstone 1 would become faster, cleaner, and far more efficient to refuel. Securing enough Zelmite had seemed like the difficult part, until Max uncovered a set of old documents confirming that his great-grandfather had once held ownership of the mining lease. Better still, the lease remained valid. It was the sort of discovery that felt almost too fortunate, but it meant Max had a legal claim to access further ore deposits, provided he handled the responsibility properly. He did not plan to abandon Cedric's workshop either. For now, he wanted to continue working there, learning, building, and refining his craft. Cedric still had plenty to teach him, and Max knew better than to think one victory meant he had mastered everything. In time, though, he hoped to establish his own business, something that combined invention, repairs, transport, and perhaps even railway technology. The mansion would need changes too. With the previous staff relocated, Max intended to hire a new team to help manage the household and its growing responsibilities. Palm Brinks was attracting new residents, workers, and travellers every day, and with that came a need for employment. If he could offer steady work at the mansion, in the workshop, or around the Blackstone 1, then he could contribute to the town's growth in more ways than one. Monica listened with a widening smile. She loved hearing him speak like this. Not as a boy swept along by adventure, but as someone actively shaping his own future. His wealth could have allowed him to do nothing, to live comfortably behind walls and leave hard work to others. Instead, he chose to build, repair, learn, and serve the town that had raised him. "That's what I've always admired about you, Max," she remarked. "Despite your affluent background, you choose to work hard and carve out your own path." Max looked briefly embarrassed by the praise, but pleased all the same. Monica's smile softened. Then, with a small practical gesture that made the moment feel pleasantly ordinary, she gathered both of their empty cups and returned them to the counter. As Monica rose to return their empty cups, Max's voice stopped her. "I owe much of this to you, Monica. If you hadn't appeared at the mines that day, things might have turned out very differently for me. I would likely be dead, or this place would be abandoned." The words struck her with such force that she froze. For a moment, the cheerful noise around the station seemed to fade. The chatter of travellers, the hiss of steam from the trains, the clink of cups from the coffee stand, all of it slipped away into a strange, distant silence. Monica's fingers loosened. The cup fell from her hand and struck the ground. The world darkened. The warm daylight vanished. The lively station, the bustling platforms, and the coffee tables, shaped like oversized cups, disappeared around her. When she blinked, she was standing outside the train station again. But not as it was now. As it had been, ruined, abandoned, dead. The station stood before her like a corpse of civilization, its windows shattered, its wooden signs cracked and hanging loose. The tracks were rusted, warped, and half buried beneath weeds. The platform was empty, coated in dust and silence. No workers called to one another. No passengers hurried for trains. No laughter carried across the square. Palm Brinks had returned to the ghost town of her memory. A cold panic seized Monica's chest. "Max," her voice trembled with fear, Where are you? Please, tell me you're safe." Her plea echoed through the lifeless streets, swallowed by the desolate emptiness around her. The weight of uncertainty pressed down on her until it became difficult to breathe. Every building looked hollow. Every window seemed like an eye staring back at her. The town she had fought so hard to save felt as though it were accusing her. Then a voice tore through the silence. "Monica!" His cry came from far away, desperate and strained, as though dragged from the depths of pain. Monica spun towards the sound, her heart hammering against her ribs. It seemed to be coming from beyond the drawbridge, from the direction of the mines. "He's still in the mines. Hold on, Max, I'm coming to save you." She ran. Her boots struck the cracked stone streets as she sprinted towards the drawbridge, driven by terror and determination. But the closer she tried to get, the farther the path seemed to stretch before her. The familiar streets elongated unnaturally, pulling away into an endless corridor of shadow. Buildings bent at impossible angles. The air thickened. The road beneath her feet seemed to resist each step, as if the town itself did not want her to reach him. Still, Monica pushed on. The darkness ahead shifted. At last, she saw him. Max stood in the distance, motionless, his head bowed, his cap casting a shadow over his face. Relief surged through Monica so fiercely that she nearly stumbled. "Max!" She hurried towards him, reaching out. Then he slowly raised his head. Monica stopped dead. His face was mottled with decay. His skin had taken on a grey, lifeless pallor, split in places by dark veins of rot. His eyes, once bright with curiosity and courage, were sunken and cold. He looked not merely injured, but dead. A cruel vision of the fate she had fought so desperately to prevent. Monica's breath caught. "No, this can't be real. I saved you. I saved this town," she protested, her words tinged with denial as she grappled with the nightmarish scene unfolding before her. The dead Max stepped closer. Before Monica could move, his hands shot out and clenched the lapels of her dress. His grip was cold and forceful, pinning her in place as his face twisted with anger. "You left me to face death alone, Monica." His voice seethed with anger. "Your return was not out of care, but to ease your guilt because deep down you know you cannot rescue anyone. You failed me, your father, and Tren. Now, you've forsaken your kingdom, leaving your people to suffer in your absence. What guarantees that expanding the railway line won't worsen things for the future?" Each accusation struck like a blade. Monica flinched, but she did not pull away. The words were cruel, yet they gave shape to fears she had carried in silence, fears she had buried beneath action, affection, and determination. Max, her father, Tren, her kingdom, the altered future. Every choice she had made had saved something, but taken something else in return. For a moment, she felt the old instinct rise within her, the urge to deny it, to run from it, to insist that she had done the only thing she could. Then she steadied herself. No more running. She lifted her gaze and met the dead Max's eyes. "You're right," she admitted, acknowledging the truth in his words. "My choice to abandon my people and shirk my responsibilities as queen was indeed selfish. These were decisions I had to make, but they were mine alone. If consequences arise from my actions, I will confront them without evasion. I refuse to run away this time. I will meet them head on. The grip on her lapels loosened. The anger in the undead Max's expression faded. Slowly, something gentler appeared in its place. Not forgiveness, exactly, but acknowledgement. As though the nightmare had not come to condemn her, but to force her to speak a truth she had been avoiding. His decayed form began to dissolve into pale light and drifting ash. "Good luck with your new life, Monica," spoke Max. "You and your family will need it for what is to come in over 20 years' time." Monica's eyes widened. Family? A chill passed through her, different from fear this time. Sharper. Stranger. "Wait, what do you mean by family? What's going to happen in 20 years? She inquired. But the figure offered no answer. His fading smile was the last thing she saw before the ruined station, the endless road and the dead town shattered around her. Monica gasped. She was back in the present. The lively station stood before her once more. People moved across the platform. The coffee stand bustled nearby. The tables shaped like coffee cups gleamed beneath the afternoon light. The train tracks were polished, the buildings whole, the air alive with sound. She was sitting on a bench. Max was beside her. Concern marked every line of his face as he reached for her hand. "Monica, what's troubling you?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Monica turned towards him, still shaken by what she had seen. For a moment, she almost told him. The words hovered at the edge of her tongue. But then she forced a small smile. "I'm feeling all right," she reassured him, a sense of peace enveloping her as she finally laid her personal demons to rest. The answer did not satisfy him. Max's expression hardened, not with anger, but with determination. He stood from the bench, still holding her gaze, no longer willing to accept another gentle evasion. "No, Monica, you're not okay," he insisted. "Your behavior has changed since your return. You have been more protective of me, zoning out frequently, experiencing panic attacks, and even waking up screaming. What is really going on, Monica?" Monica looked away. She had hoped to carry the burden alone. She convinced herself that silence was protection, that if Max did not know the truth, he would remain brave, focused, and free from fear. But Max was not blind. He had noticed every tremor she tried to hide, every moment when her mind slipped back to the mines, every night when sleep turned against her. He deserved the truth, and perhaps she was tired of being the only one holding it. She took a slow breath, then looked back at him. "All right, I'll share everything with you, but I prefer discussing it in private," she suggested. Max's expression softened. Relief mingled with worry in his eyes, but he did not press her there in public, with the station moving around them. "Very well," he responded, satisfied that Monica was ready to confide in him. "Let's head back home and you can talk in my room." Monica nodded. Max gently took her hand, and together they left the bench near the station. The walk back to the mansion was quiet, but not uncomfortable. His hand remained warm around hers, steadying her with every step. As they made their way through the changing streets of Palm Brinks, Monica gathered her thoughts. She considered where to begin, how much to reveal, and how to explain the impossible truth without breaking the fragile peace they had built. She would have to tell him everything. Chapter 26. And the truth will set you free. Max and Monica returned to the mansion in silence. The The journey back from the station had given Monica time to gather her thoughts, but it had not made the task ahead any easier. If anything, the quiet walk had only deepened the weight in her chest. Every step towards the mansion felt like another step towards the truth she had avoided for too long. Once inside, Monica paused near the corridor leading to the servants' quarters. Before they went any further, she asked Max if she could retrieve something from her room. She did not explain what it was, only that it mattered, that she needed it before she could tell him everything properly. Max studied her for a moment. Her face was composed, but her hands betrayed her nervousness, fingers curling slightly against the fabric of her sleeves. Whatever she was about to reveal, it was clearly not easy for her. He nodded. Monica thanked him quietly and disappeared down the corridor, leaving Max to wait in his room. He climbed the stairs slowly, his thoughts already racing. Monica's behaviour since her return suddenly seemed heavier now that he knew there was something beneath it. The protectiveness, the sudden silences, the way she sometimes looked at him as though memorising his face, the screams in the night. There had always been a reason. He just had to be ready to hear it. Max entered his bedroom and sat at his desk, trying to settle his thoughts while he waited. His journal lay open in front of him, the one he had written for his mother, to be placed inside the time capsule and sent towards the future. Within its pages was the story of their battle against Griffin, of his journey through time, of the friends they had made, and of Monica herself. More recently, he had added notes about the Zelmite, mines, Flotsam's return, the mysterious genie-like creature guarding the ore, and Palmbrink's sudden transformation. He rested his fingers against the edge of the page. So much of his life had changed in such a short time. On the walls around him were carefully pinned blueprints for the Blackstone one. Not the train as it currently existed, but as Max imagined it could become. His own personal train, his greatest engineering project yet. The plans were ambitious. There were sketches for private quarters, a compact training room, a bar carriage, servant quarters, storage space, and a fully equipped workshop where he could repair machinery or invent while travelling. He had even begun noting ideas for Zelmite-powered upgrades that might make the train faster, cleaner, and more reliable than any engine currently running on the line. It would take time, a great deal of it. But once the work was far enough along, Max imagined taking Monica on a proper journey. Not a desperate mission to save the world, not a battle against monsters or villains, a holiday, a real one. They could travel across the region, visit towns now connected by rail, and perhaps even cross the ocean to explore lands they had only ever heard of. For the first time in years, the future seemed not only possible, but inviting. A soft knock sounded at the door. Then Monica's voice came from the other side, quieter than usual. Max set his journal aside. "Come in, Monica," Max replied, setting aside his journal. The door opened. Monica stepped into the room, and Max immediately saw how nervous she was. She clasped her hands together, then unclasped them. She took a few aimless steps, stopped, breathed in slowly, then started moving again, as though standing still would make the words harder to say. Concern settled across Max's face. "What's troubling you, Monica? Is everything okay?" Monica stopped pacing. For a moment, she simply looked at him. There was fear in her eyes, but also resolve. Whatever she had brought herself here to say, she would not run from it now. "Please, have a seat, Max," she requested, indicating towards the bed. Max did as she asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. He said nothing more. He only watched her, waiting patiently. Monica drew in a slow breath. Then another. At last she began. "I've been acting agitated lately, and there's a reason for that. I have a significant confession to make," she explained, pacing back and forth as Max listened silently. Max's expression grew serious, but he did not interrupt. Monica glanced towards the window, then back to him, as though searching for the courage to continue. "Upon my return home, I had to know what became of you after our battle with Griffin. I imagined you thriving in life as a renowned inventor. It crossed my mind that you might have settled down, started a family, and that there could be a chance to witness your descendants carrying forward your legacy." The words were gentle, almost wistful. Max listened in silence, trying to picture the future she had imagined for him. Inventions, family, old age, a life lived fully after all they had endured together. But Monica's face darkened. "My advisor informed me that you passed away not long after my departure, yet the details remained undisclosed. Driven by the need for closure, I sought out Crest to uncover the circumstances surrounding your demise." Max felt the room grow colder. "Passed away not long after her departure." He stared at her, the meaning settling slowly and heavily. Monica swallowed, her voice lowering as she reached the part that had haunted her most. "I witnessed the moment of your death when Flotsam impaled you with his drill," she disclosed. Her voice carrying the weight of the painful memory still burned into her head. Max did not speak at first. Then, piece by piece, the truth fitted itself together in his mind. The break room, Flotsam's last attack, Monica throwing herself at him with impossible urgency, the drill striking the wall where he had been standing only a second before. "The same drill that you saved me from?" Max pieced together, the realization sinking in about the danger he narrowly escaped. Monica nodded. Her hands trembled slightly, but she forced herself to continue. "Following your death, Palm Brinks spiraled into chaos. The mayor's resignation in shame, the exodus of its residents, and your father, well, he left behind a message before he took his own life." Max went still. The words struck him like a physical blow. His father. Monica reached into what she had brought with her and carefully handed him the note penned by Gerald. Max accepted it with unsteady fingers. For a moment, he could not bring himself to unfold it. Then he did. The room fell silent as he read. Monica watched him, her heart aching with every small change in his expression. His brow tightened. His mouth trembled slightly. A sheen of tears gathered in his eyes as the full weight of the message reached him. Gerald had loved him. That was what the note made painfully clear. He had loved Max deeply and had wanted to tell him the truth about his mother, but fear had held him back. Fear that Max would not believe him, fear that the truth would drive a deeper wedge between them, fear that he would lose the son he had tried so hard to protect. Max lowered the note slowly. His voice was quiet when he finally spoke. "At some point, I need to talk with my father, tell him how grateful I am for him." Monica felt her own eyes sting. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you any of this sooner, Max." Monica expressed with regret. I feared that knowing the outcome would lead you to isolate yourself, consumed by fear and shutting yourself off from the world. Max looked at her for a long moment. Then he stood. Monica braced herself, unsure whether he would be angry, hurt, overwhelmed, or all three. Instead, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. The embrace was warm, steady, forgiving. "Thank you, Monica. You made a tremendous sacrifice so that I could have a chance at life. There's no need for apologies," he reassured her. "Realizing the fragility of life has taught me that each day is a precious gift not to be squandered." Monica closed her eyes, sinking into the comfort of his arms. The burden she had carried alone did not vanish, but it finally felt shared. Max gently drew back and cupped her cheek, his touch careful and sincere. "I want to cherish every moment, and I want to share those days with you." For a moment, Monica could not answer. Those words reached somewhere tender in her, somewhere that had spent years trapped behind royal duty, fear, loneliness, and grief. She turned her face slightly into his hand, allowing herself to accept the warmth of it. After a while, she stepped away. Her gaze drifted towards the mirror in Max's room. The girl reflected there looked familiar and unfamiliar at once. Monica saw the posture drilled into her by royal tutors, the composure expected of a queen, the carefully maintained appearance shaped by other people's demands. Her long hair, still tied back, seemed suddenly like another remnant of the life she had left behind. She stared at her reflection with quiet dissatisfaction. "Do you remember when I mentioned feeling stifled as a queen, confined within the castle walls?" she began, her voice tinged with frustration. "Not only were my days filled with official responsibilities, but even my personal style of clothing and hairstyle were dictated by others. Each time I gazed at my reflection, I saw a girl molded to obey and conform to expectations. I was restricted to the confines of the castle, allowed to venture out only under tight security." Max listened, his expression softening. He had known Monica disliked the restrictions of royalty, but hearing it like this made the pain of it clearer. It had not simply been duty. It had been the slow erosion of choice. Monica continued, still looking at herself. "That's why I occasionally escaped incognito, craving a taste of freedom and a glimpse into the lives of the townspeople. It was during one of these clandestine outings that I encountered Tren, my sole companion during those moments of liberation." The name carried sorrow, Max noticed. "What happened to your friend?" Max inquired, prompting Monica to broach the subject. Monica's jaw tightened. She looked down briefly, and when she spoke, her voice was quieter. "She's gone now." She did not explain further. Not yet. Perhaps not today. Max accepted that silence for what it was and offered his sympathy with a gentle look. Monica took strength from it and continued. "But with Trent gone, I had no reason to remain in that time. Thus, with the assistance of Crest, your mother, and Osmond, I utilized the Starglass to rescue you, safeguard the town, and embark on a fresh chapter in my life," Monica shared. Then she reached into her pocket and drew out a pair of scissors. Max's eyes widened. Monica turned slightly, gathering the end of her long ponytail in one hand. She held it out towards him. "Hold this for me." Max hesitated, clearly alarmed, but did as she asked. His fingers closed around the end of her ponytail while his concern deepened. "What are you doing, Monica?" Monica faced the mirror again. This time, there was no uncertainty in her eyes, only resolve. "For far too long, I've allowed others to dictate my appearance and behavior in the name of royal duty. Today marks the end of Queen Monica," she declared. Then she raised the scissors. The blades closed with a decisive snip. Her long ponytail came away in Max's hand. Monica's remaining hair fell around her face and shoulders, lighter now, freer, no longer dragged back into the shape expected of her. She stared at herself in the mirror, and for the first time, the reflection looking back seemed to belong entirely to her. A smile spread across her face. "And hello to the new me," she proclaimed, a sense of liberation evident in her voice. Max stood frozen, still holding the severed ponytail, shock written plainly across his face. "Monica, what have you done?" Monica turned towards him, radiant with a joy he had never quite seen in her before. With a smile on her face, Monica shared, "I finally did what I've longed to do." She stepped close and wrapped her arms around him, holding him with a tenderness that carried both gratitude and release. "Thank you, Max. Thank you for giving me this newfound freedom." Max still looked stunned, but his grip on the ponytail loosened as he hugged her back. He understood, then, that this was not simply about hair. It was a declaration. A severing of the last visible chain binding her to a life she had never chosen. Monica pulled back just enough to look into his eyes. Then, with gentle certainty, she kissed him. It was soft, brief, and sincere. Not a grand gesture for anyone else to see, but a private promise between two people who had crossed time, grief, and fear to reach this moment. When the kiss ended, Monica smiled. "I'm going to savor this fresh start," she expressed after the kiss, feeling genuinely content for the first time in her life. Max looked at her, at the shorter hair framing her face, at the relief in her expression, at the woman who had given up a crown and crossed a century to choose her own life. Outside, Palm Brinks was changing. The walls were coming down. The railway was expanding. The future was no longer fixed in ruin. And here, in the quiet of Max's room, Monica had changed too. Not into who the kingdom expected her to be. Not into the queen history demanded. But into herself. The end